All right, we're gonna go ahead and get going here. Today we are doing an End of a New Beginning role-playing multiplayer game, which somehow appears to have kind of worked. We have 15 players in here. Let's see how this goes. We are playing Sardinia-Piedmont, which is obviously the country which historically formed Italy. We start off obviously very disunited. Italy during this time period was a conglomeration of a lot of different countries. We start with Camillo Benzo di Cavour in charge, who I will read in just a moment. What's up, John? How you doing? What's up, Kala? Well, let's start with our focus tree. I have to do Cavour's plan first. Risorgimento. I apologize to any Italian who ever hears that. Italy has been divided for far long enough. Our nation will take up the task of unifying it under our banner. The Risorgimento shall commence. Legislative power is political power. I'm trying to remember. It's been a while since I played these. Industrial society. I want to do bank. Can we not do it? You're an agrarian nation. You can't fucking industrialize. Fuck, I forgot about that. We can do mercantilism though. Yeah, we're not able to industrialize yet. We have to wait until later to do that. I forgot about that. We'll keep up with military tech too. No, we're actually pretty far ahead. We'll get the percussion caps, so we're ready to go for the infield later. It's the gun technologies and uniform technologies are really important in this. We'll do basic rifles. Give me a second. I have to set everything up here. Uniforms are very important. I almost lost the Civil War last time I played this mod because I didn't have enough uniforms, and that's where all your org comes from. And then we'll want to do support equipment, and then we'll do a field gun as well when we can. Artillery are important for pushing power. Divisions are very, very weak in this. And then we could build early frigates aren't bad. Do we have anything else though? Yeah, we got better ships. Early gunboat. Do a 57 Corvette. Those are better. We'll work on civilian industry. We actually don't have a lot of building slots, but we do have Sardinia, so we can build there. And then our divisions. Well, how's it going, Nova Chart? What's up? Is this Napoleon's time period? It's after. It's just prior to the Civil War. So this is just after the Napoleonic era in Europe. This 1857 Napoleonic era ended in 1920 something. 27, I think. Something like that. Got our cavalry divisions as well. Why are we unpausing? Hold on. Hold on. Not quite yet. Victor Emmanuel II. That's Victor Emmanuel III's grandfather, I believe. And we have Garibaldi. He's the really famous fucking Italian general who helped unite Italy. He's also an absolute beast, which is unrealistic. I mean, he was a good general. He wasn't that good. We'll get a cavalry commander as well. Defonte. All right, we're good. A number of events promoted Piedmont's prestige in Italy and abroad. In March of 1954, France and England intervened in support of the Ottoman Empire against Russia in the Crimean War. To obtain Austrian support, they were prepared to guarantee the status quo in Italy. Only Piedmont was in a position to disrupt it at the time, and Cavour negotiated an alliance with the Western powers. In May, he sent to Crimea an army that performed brilliantly. As a result, Piedmont was able to assume a place among the victors of the Congress of Paris in 1856. So the game starts right after the Crimean War. From his platform, Cavour, achieving a diplomatic coup for Piedmont and Italy, declared that the only threat to peace in Italy and the root cause of subversive plots was the burdensome Austrian overlordship. Cavour's pronouncements at the Congress increased the standing of Piedmont among the nationalists. Hello, Vittoria. So, Sardinia-Piedmont is trying to get the unification, but it will not be easy. Let me get my screen set up here. So I couldn't join the mod. I didn't want to show up with my launcher when I changed the code, the directions specify. We could have helped you, man. Well, for the last hour, all I've been doing is troubleshooting people's versions of this game, so. Who's playing which nation? I'll go over it in a moment. Didn't realize this mod was set in. Should have been 100 years of peace after Napoleonic era. Yeah, proxy wars. And scramble for Africa. There were wars like Brothers War, Crimean War, Franco-Prussian War. Yeah, true. All right, player-wise, let's take a look. We got 15 players in the game. Edward's France, Chris is GB, Schlab is Spain, I didn't know that. Tristan's Portugal, Z is Austria, Inbo's Bavaria, Quadza is Prussia, Hastening is Sweden, Charles is co-oping with someone on US, I forget who, Moist is on Canada, Earth is on, excuse me, Russia. So, yeah, mostly European-centric game. So, Note, how you doing? Let's go over our national spirits. Italian National Society. God, there's so much to read. The revolutions of 48. In 48, many revolutions struck Italy, notably having started at the autonomous city of Palermo in Sicily. Separatist movements promoting the separation of Sicily from Naples and adopting a more liberal government, the former of which was quickly suppressed by the king, but the latter was accepted, and Ferdinand II of Two Sicilies became the first of any to support a liberal constitution. Others quickly followed, including Leopold II of Tuscany, Charles Albert of Sardinia-Piedmont, our predecessor, and Pope Pius IX of the papacy. The Austrian government thought otherwise, as they did not yield to the pressure of the liberal reform on their Italian holdings. Instead, the garrisons had reinforced the border of Lombardy, Venetia, and had opposition leaders arrested in Venice and Milan. Only a few days later, a sudden wave of revolutionary insurgents swept across the Austrian Empire, while Venetian and Milanese insurgents moved to depose their Austrian overlords. Within only a few days, the Austrian army retreated, and nearly all of Lombardy, Venetia over here, was in control of the revolutionaries. It took a matter of months for the Austrian Empire to retake control of the state from the rebels and left a scar that will cripple the empire for years to come. Calamitous discord had switched swaths across European soil, and the Austrian Empire suffered the worst in its Italian land of Lombardy and Venetia. More importantly, King Charles Albert had conceded to the liberals who aimed to establish a constitutional monarchy. Following the transition, he would go on to march his army into Austrian territories to support the rebels in Venice and Milan. His army was joined by soldiers from the then liberalized governments of Duke Leopold II in Tuscany, King Ferdinand of the Two Sicilies, and volunteers from Sicily and the Papal States. Despite some success in the dawn of his campaign, King Charles's army would later be defeated at the Battle of Custazza, forcing a humiliating armistice until peace negotiations could be made. Holy shit. The defeat saw all the liberal governments but Sardinia-Piedmont crumble to the Austrian demand for the renouncement of the constitutions. Alessandra, blah, 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 not important. The Kingdom of Piedmont Sardinia stands as the last independent Italian state, still refusing to succumb to Habsburg influence. The southern King of Two Sicilies has married into the Habsburg Empire. Venetia has been given to the Austrians after the Congress of Vienna, and the smaller states are under Austrian protection. Our people support a strong and powerful government centered around our king, who vows to fulfill the dreams of a united Italy. As we stand as a barrier between Austrians and French spheres, if we play our cards right, perhaps we can topple the Austrian Tower of Cards. Our time has come. So we're in a very precarious position. Most of Italy is under the control of Austria, which is of course a player, and Austria obviously wants to control the Italian holdings. We are looking to establish Italy, essentially. It was the current king, Victor Emmanuel II, who did found Italy. So if our focus tree goes well and we don't get fucked by players, we will be able to unite Italy, but it's not easy. Are you alone in Italy with players? Yeah, there's no one else in Italy, just the Austrians. Austria's a player. So we'll want to go talk with the French very shortly. It's Napoleon III. I think most people remember him. He's the one who lost the Franco-Prussian War and resulted in the formation of Germany and the fall of the Third French Empire, I believe. Second or Third French Empire. Something like that. Okay. Legislative actions. Influence Monaco. Monaco is independent. Wow. Didn't realize that. There it is. Protectorate of Monaco. It's our protectorate. Okay. Traditions and celebrations. All right, we're gonna go do some diplomacy in just a moment, but I want to make sure that we're in good shape here. We have a surplus of most of what we need. Just a reminder, when I first started playing this mod, I didn't think uniforms were important. That's where all of your organization comes from for your divisions. If you don't have uniforms, your soldiers will just fucking lay down and die. So, yeah. So I almost lost the Civil War last time. You got everyone playing the newest version of the GitHub version, right? Yes, no, it's the latest one. It's funny because when I play Austria, my Vicky 2 HFM games, the 1948 crisis is a great thing because the events allow you to force ruling party only decision, which allows you to close the borders to not lose people to the USA. You can get people mad enough for social reforms. That makes sense. John, have you seen anything out of the leaked Vicky 3 version? Like their reform system for laws? It's so fucking wild. Last thing I want to read. Camilo Benso de Cavour Genevieve, by birth, his mother brought into the Cavour family the influence of Geneva, a city open to all the political, religious, and social movements of the period. The French Revolution imperialed the possession of the Cavours because of their close ties with ancient regime, but Camillo's father reestablished the family as an eminent position in Napoleonic society. As a younger son who could not hope for the economic and social position that would fall to his elder brother, Camillo saw a brilliant career open up before him under the protection of the court of Charles Albert, Prince of Savoy. His lack of enthusiasm for the court position and his open ridicule of the page boy's uniform he was obliged to wear created controversy and confirmed the growing suspicions of rebellious intent in the young Camillo. He was influenced by the liberal ideas of the French writers Benjamin Constant and Francois Guizot, I'm saying that wrong, and his adversaries remained those of his childhood: paternalistic absolutism, legitimist reactionaries representing the landed interests, the aristocracy, and the clergy, and the union of throne and altar. His father got him appointed mayor of a village south of Turin. Social interests began to absorb him. The problems of poverty and prisoner education, became the subject of his research. This dude is fucking interesting. In 1834, he wrote a memoir on poverty in Piedmont, which was published the following year in London in the Report to His Majesty's Commissars for the Inquiring, the Administration and Practical Operation of the Poor Laws. A second pamphlet on the history of the poor laws in England was edited and published by Cavour in 1835 in Turin. His transition into politics was completed when King Charles Albert decided to embark on measures to reform and to concede a certain amount of freedom to the press. This prompted Cavour to offer his services as a volunteer until, on being elected a deputy in the Third Legislative, he began to fight for the approval of a peace treaty with Austria, although the extremists of the left wanted to continue a war that was, in effect, already lost. In October of 1850, he was offered the post of Minister of Agriculture and soon became the most active and influential member of the cabinet. The European drama into which Cavour was drawn against his will began in 1854 with the Crimean War. After the combined efforts of France, Great Britain, and Piedmont to secure prosperity of the Ottoman Empire against the encroaching Russian Empire, Cavour advocates a complete anti-Austrian movement across the Piedmontese lands to fulfill the Risorgimento and the United Italian lands, a promise he is willing to keep. Wow, this guy's fucking interesting. He's a social reformer. Camillo Cavour holds a speech today, on this day on which Camillo Cavour is going to give a speech to our people. The procedure is expected to go smoothly. This is a generic event. We don't need to read that. What's up, Admiral? How's it going? Our main goal is to form Italy and try not to get invaded by Austria. Yep, exactly. Hammurabae, do you have Africa united to reduce lag? Yes, absolutely. Yeah, we united Africa to decrease the lag. If Austria takes you over, he will make Lombardy, Piedmont, and take direct control of Venice. So I know. What the poor laws responsible for the workhouses? Were they, Admiral? I'm not too sure. Glad you're doing good, man. All right, let's go talk with the French. If my Discord will let me connect, that'd be lovely. Hello there, Your Majesty.
Oh, what brings you in Paris?
I am Camillo Benzo de Cavour, the leader of Sardinia-Piedmont. I am here to speak with you about the existential threat posed to my lands and those of my brothers in the peninsula from the Austrian Empire.
I'm listening.
I know that you are not a fan of the Austrians. Their influence in the kingdom of Lombardy, Venetia, as well as the puppet states that they now control in Italy, is an existential threat to both the French and the Sardinians. We both know that Ferdinand II is nothing more than a puppet of the Austrians, and if they have their way, all of this peninsula will be turned into a part of their empire. I know, Napoleon, that you are a reasonable man, and a man who understands the threat the Austrians have on Europe as it has been for centuries. I hope that we can work together in order to push them out of Lombardy and the other regions, working together in exchange for, obviously, very close relations between our peoples and perhaps some minor territorial concessions.
This seems a really interesting offer and a good way to stop the Austrians for getting more power. And I'll talk with my with the assembly.
Of course. You will have to talk to your parliament. I'm sure your wife, I know that she is a great woman and who you seek her counsel. My own wife I speak with about all things, Your Majesty. So take your time, and when you have a decision, send me a telegraph in Torino, and I will return to Paris to discuss this at length.
Then I shall think about it and see you maybe later.
Thank you, Your Majesty. You as well. France is our only hope. If we don't get France on our side, we're fucked. Demal looks interesting and cool, Bastidos, honestly. Hell yeah, what's up, Almost? So what happened to the Victoria 3 decisions? They're a lot different now. It's run in like it's kind of like Vicky 2, but it's really different. It's hard to describe. Have you seen any of the footage, John? I'm gonna play this mod and make the Ottomans great again. That's a lot of fun. I don't need a cane as much as I did the last few days. That's good to hear, Admiral. Hell yeah. Use a cane? I hope it has a sword in it. If you have a cane, you gotta have a sword, man. Come on. Did you hear about that guy who got almost arrested by airport security because he was using a cane with a sword in it? But he said that he didn't know that the cane had a sword in it. Anyway. The mod looks interesting.
Just asking, this is out of roleplay. Is there like any channel where you can like do news or something?
Yeah, let's make one. Let me do that. Underneath Hearts of Iron MP, I'm going to create a In a New Beginning press releases, okay?
Alright.
Yeah, and if you can, please tell everyone else about it when you talk to them. Alright, do we have a channel for press releases now? We're getting some really bad lag, apparently. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let me go find Tristan. Who all is lagging? We could try relaunching with the no lag mod. That would be an option.
Yes.
Yep, we can give that a go.
This is terrible. I have to resume the game.
Who's lagging really badly? Is it one person or everyone?
Multiple, like 4 people every time. 4 or 5 people. So that's actually too much to say. Like, it's not. I don't think it's their fault. I think it's just the mod.
We do have a lot of players who always lag behind a lot, but then they'll catch up. But it's because we normally use the no lag mod, which we don't have right now. Yeah. We could get let's get the save and relaunch with the no lag mod. Let's try that.
Yep, okay. That sounds good.
Yep, cool. Yep. All right, let's have everyone. Okay, we're getting. Hold on, let me drag everyone in here. Why the fuck is Schlob down here? You know what? He's not here. We're gonna have to do. A couple more people. We're gonna relaunch with a no lag mod because there's a couple folks who are lagging the game out to pod like all the time, so we're gonna have to relaunch with a no lag mod and try that.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
Okay. Problems.
Yeah, it's lag issues from folks.
It's basically auto pause.
This is why we always use the no lag mod, because like this happens if you don't use that mod.
I just want to say that this war in the Caucasus,
man. Have a good one, Animal.
God damn it! I was shooting some natives. You interrupted me.
I just want to
killed a few people for
I thought putting down
I was reporting the law. No.
Oh yeah, by the way,
we are plotting out here in Turin. We were plotting. Also, I made a press releases channel for In a New Beginning in the Hearts of Iron multiplayer channel grouping. Just heads up.
Cool.
Yeah.
Alright guys, I just want to say, look at your like advisor, because like I was looking at my advisor and what I could get. I saw the funniest shit possible. Like, there was just one guy spinning. It was pretty good. Like there's just one advisor, like in the portrait. He's just spinning. That's how.
You're launching with only the mod and then the no slowdown for lagging players. Yep.
Right. Yep. Nice.
No slowdown.
Yes.
It is a complicated download process, Cosmos. You have to get it from the GitHub. Yeah, so it's not easy.
Whole US
yeah, it's gonna take too long to reinstall.
Yeah, if you wanted to join, you needed to do it a while ago. So yeah.
Yeah.
They likely at this point wouldn't be able to join to start with due to the fact that GitHub
also that yeah,
it's probably changed.
Yeah, they're definitely committing.
Again.
Again, yeah, I figured.
Yeah. It has changed.
I mean,
we can always send people the files themselves, but I don't see a reason to do that.
It's no slowdown.
This was never supposed to be a big game. Like I said, we kept it at 20.
Also, we're already lagging, so like the more people.
That's because we don't have the no lag mod, and there's always laggers.
What's the mod? Is it no slowdown?
It's no lag.
Laggers.
It's the one we always use for our games, the no lag one. You should have it downloaded.
That's because you have debuffs.
Yeah, if it doesn't work out, we will do a Road to 56 game, but I'm hoping not.
Spain is.
You gotta remember that.
Spain.
You gotta remember that everyone.
The new checksum is now at 3.6. Guys, 1 second. Hold on. The new ID is 3.6F6, by the way.
Yep.
Tristan, let me know when the host is up.
Yeah, Spain is cocked, man.
It's a verified RP channel.
Alright, verified RP has the ID.
I mean, Stop, just be friends with
Most
friends,
countries
you
in
know?
the world at this point
Just
are
be
pre-industrial, and
Yep.
that's why
Hey.
you've got.
We're
very
still
negative
agrarian, so we can't
output.
industrialize at all.
Hey, Ottomans, I hear
I
you.
think,
I don't know what it is.
I think only like a few nations can actually start industrializing.
Ottomans,
why
I
did
hear
it bug
you're,
out for
I
me?
hear you're quite a
United
stick.
Kingdom, the vassals.
All right, I'm gonna meet this chat. I've been in a fucking Discord VC for the last 2 hours getting everyone's versions to work, and I'm so tired of people talking over each other. Like, it's gonna give me a fucking brain aneurysm, I swear. I might join the R56 games when that happens. Yeah, for sure. I'm really hoping it doesn't, but we'll see. This is like a GitHub version, so it is very sketch. And that there's a lot that could go wrong. We'll see. Well, anyway, hope everyone's having a good day. This is very experimental. I didn't know if this would work or not, but I really love this mod, and I was hoping that we could get an MP out of it, so we'll see. We will see. But I'm also not unrealistic enough to realize that there's a good chance this won't work. What Road to 56 mod do you use now? The normal one or the beta? The normal one. Alright, let's hope no slowdown works for us.
You know.
All I'm gonna say is,
We're gonna head back to Rome. Because goddamn, the fucking roleplay you could get with this mod. Oh god, so good. It's really good music. Yeah, this mod has fantastic classical on it. Only if this game fails, Burnt. Only if this game fails. If this game fails, we will do a Road to 56 game. But I'm praying to Jesus that that don't happen. I could see one of the laggers right there. Look at that. Look at him. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, I do really like the music. Let me turn it up a little bit too. It's a little bit quiet. I love this mod. It's very slow. Yeah, it is. It is. Even in single player. What's up with the colors? They just added a different tint on it. How's it going, Calpacita? How you doing? We're gonna have to write a shit talking letter on the Austrians in a little while here if this game keeps going. So our main goals as Sardinia are to push the Austrians out of Italy and force a unification. We have a really good general, and we historically had the backing of the French. We'll see if we can get that Alpha Napoleon. We're gonna go talk with the Prussians and the Spanish as well. We're basically gonna get all of Europe to hopefully back us in the reunification, or not reunification, in the pushing out of Austria and the uniting of their puppets. We'll see. If there's a Spain player, they might have claims to the southern kingdoms. Yeah, I want to be careful that they don't start trying to claim like Sicily and stuff, because they historically have a claim on it. At one point, Spain owned all of Naples. All this purple, they used to own all that. Spain did for a while. So yeah, they do have a claim on it. Have a good one, John Siren. Yeah, Moist is lagging so bad. Also, now that we have the no lag on, if players are lagging the game out real bad, like Moist does all the time, we will have to kick him. So. Yep. Same with Schwab. He does lag a lot too. Fuck, my screen just froze. No! Come on! I think it's my computer. My hard drive's just been so shitty lately. I'm running an 8-year-old hard drive on my computer. Like, my computer parts are mostly upgraded, but I still have this, like, 8-year-old hard drive. It's so bad. Tristan's from the Netherlands, Kala. He's got the best internet in the server. One of them, I think. Well, fuck. Wait, I see it moving. It is moving. I think the lobby may have bugged out. Oh, no, we're good. Holy shit, we're good. What are your opinion on the Russian Democratic Focus Stream Millennium Dawn? Mediocre. Jesus Christ, the Spaniard tree, they can take their Equatorial Guinea colony and island of death. I mean, that's accurate. All right, we're just waiting on Schlob. He was lagging this out earlier. It was one of them. Do you think the Prussians will unite the German kingdoms? He'll try. He'll definitely try and do it, but whether that will happen or not, we'll see. What's up, Jeff? This date sucks arse. It's a really interesting time period, man. Was all the trouble worth it in the end? Yes. Even if we get a little bit of roleplay out of this, it'll be fucking nice, so. God, fucking Schwab. He's gonna lag out immediately. We'll have to kick Schwab because his internet's fucking pre-industrial. Like fuck. Jeff, do you say that because China was a shit show? Is that why you don't like this starting date? When the Qing were just a fucking train wreck? Ban Hammer? Why do I need to get banned? Is it the toxicity? It's probably the toxicity. Christ, Schwab. As the Ottomans, I plan to have my empire stretch from Vienna to Delhi. Good luck. It's not easy. You got a lot of work to do as the Ottomans. Goddamn, I hate that I have to go tell them to ready up. Jesus fuck. Yo, ready up. Everyone ready up in here. Come on.
Charles and Tank Roy ready up.
Yeah, come on, guys.
UK ready
Oh,
up.
shit.
Come
Right,
on.
Ready up.
Schlob? Where's Schlob? Swear to God. Schlob, ready up?
I gotta wait for the fucking game to respond.
Sounds good. Also, turn off your porn download, Doc. We need that internet.
The only thing I've got open is Discord in the background.
Fuck. All right. Rip. It'd be like that. His potato PC's trying to load it. Get a minute. Schwab's gonna get kicked. There's no way that we can run this game with a minute, but we'll see. We'll try. Hydrate? I just hydrated with coffee. That counts. What's he downloading? That's a very good question. Schwab considered an emergency tweet to Elon Musk and beg for Starlink connection. Just like compliment Elon Musk a lot. He's a narcissist. That's all you got to do. Schwab, I swear to Jesus. When do you want the other 825 hydration? See, that's why there's a cooldown timer. If I were Austria, I would try to get good relations with Russia since they have alliance until the Crimean War where Austria didn't back Russia. Yep. That would be a very dangerous alliance. Schwab, I swear to Jesus. Fucking finally. All right, come on. Schwab. How are you doing, battle? My day's going all right. How's yours going? Getting people to properly download this mod and play it has been like my last couple hours, and it's been pain. But we're kind of here, so it's good. No one's in the Far East, no. The Far East has basically no content in it in this mod. It's all European and North American. All right. I need everyone watching to pray to whatever god you hold sacred that this fucking game will work, all right? So that's what I need. I have everyone watching right now. Oh. Got so fucking hot in my room, my damn windows are open, but it does not help the sun so strong. Fuck the sun. Yeah, it's hot here too. I got my fan on right now. It's the only thing saving my ass right now. All right, let's see how this goes. Yeah, we already have Schlob's already fucking... No, he's actually keeping up, kind of. We'll see. Okay. Work in progress. Do Cavor's plan. Prime Minister and Count of Cavour Camillo Benzo has big plans for the future of Sardinia-Piedmont. A staunch supporter of the unification movement, Benzo has avoided relying on radical sentiments of the 1848 revolutions and rather pulls on the strength of Sardinia-Piedmont combined with nationalist movements in order to organize a Sardinia-led unification. They give us a political stability, which you'll recognize from EU4. This mod has basically incorporated elements from Victoria 2, EU4, and obviously Hearts of Iron. So you'll see a lot of stuff in this game you'll recognize from Vicky 2 or from EU4. Just heads up. Goes faster than MD, I feel like. We'll see, Call. We'll see. What's the next update for this mod? They're constantly updating on the GitHub. It's all open source, so you can always play the latest version, which is what we're doing right now. So you just have to get the GitHub, which I can link to you guys, actually. If you would like to play the mod that we are currently playing, you can do so here. They haven't done demographics. They're going to add a population system to this game, to this mod, because they're fucking crazy. Roman Catholic, Italian culture. Pastiglione. In the town of Alba Luigi... Oh, that's a Boer War. Have found a candy company under the name the Pastiglione. Mr. Cavour has taken a special liking to the company's products and has even eaten them while giving speeches. Ponza Island prison break. Over 300 prisoners have escaped from the prison on Ponza Island after they were assisted in a prison break. Many of the prisoners were political prisoners, including many notorious figures from the revolutions of '48. The Neapolitan authorities have since reestablished order in the penitentiary and deployed the Rio Marina to survey the surrounding waters for vessels that could be harboring the fugitives. Failed expedition from Two Sicilies. There was an attempted insurrection to Sicilies that just failed. Ferdinand is held strong. All right, let's keep reading our national focuses. Italian National Society. The Italian National Society is an organization originally established to promote and spread nationalism to political moderates in Piedmont. Since its foundation, it's raised a large sum of funds through a multitude of fundraisers, planned events, and won over the support of a multitude of middle class. The National Society has begun a wildly popular propaganda campaign in advocacy for unification of Piedmont and Lombardy, and even as far as the expulsion of the Austrian influence from Italy. Hold on. I just linked it, Brick. I can do it again for you, though. An expedition led by Mazzinian Carlo Piscante into Sapri, Campania has been put down. Much of the work to apprehend the criminals involved was done by the local populace, having been informed probably by a prison break on the island of Ponza prior. Local peasants massacred over 20 of the conspirators and handed 150 over to the gendarmes. Following clashes with the local peasants, Piscante and the rest of the band retreated to Sanza, where they were attacked again by the local populace, losing on... Okay, so there's a failed revolution in Sicily. Dog, I'm not gonna show you how to like get this mod together. You needed to be here in the beginning, but we start in 46, I think. No, 57. But you needed to be here before to help me for me to help you set it up, and yeah, so. Yeah, man.
I'm so pissed how you guys double.
What? God damn it, Demon. Oh. Dog, you gotta show up beforehand for these games. You can't show up an hour late and be like, where ID? All right, spearheading the Risorgimento. While nationalism destroys empires, it also builds nations. Italy will be one of the countries to form from the territory of crumbling empires. Between 1815 and 1848, fewer and fewer Italians have been content to live under foreign rulers. Public outrage over foreign monopolies, standard of living, we're running at speed 4, Jesus Christ, and political divide has reached an all-time high. Most Italian nationalists look for leadership from the Kingdom of Sardinia-Piedmont, the most powerful and politically connected of the states, as well as the only Italian nation with the Italian native royalty. Sardinia has surged from the ashes of its attempt at unification and regained its respect in the Crimean War to the majority within the Sardinian middle class. Sardinia-Piedmont holds the future of Italy in its hands. All right, Britain started to do prison ships. That's not depressing at all. All right. Cavour has approved Sardinian agents to measure the activities of the Italian nationalist movements throughout the peninsula and assist them wherever possible. The hope being that these movements would eventually support us to the leaders of the unification movement in Italy. Wonderful. Perfect Fusion. In 1947, a segment of Sardinian elites from Cagliari and Sassari, led by the unionist Giovanni Scioto Pintor, demanded the so-called Perfect Fusion, making it so that Sardinia would get the liberal reforms that were not available for the island because of its separate legal system. A new legal system entered into force in Sardinia, and the last viceroy, Claudio Gabriele di Lonne, left Cagliari on 48. The island was divided into 3 provinces ruled by their prefects, following the system already used in Piedmont since 1815. Sardinia in question. Sardinians lost their former powers of taxation and autonomous representation in exchange for the Piedmontese parliament taking over legislative responsibility on the island, and some seats in Congress following the so-called Perfect Fusion. While the centralization allowed for the stabilization of economic growth, improved national coherency, and eased difficulty of passing new legislations, it also left Sardinia being an even less significant overseas department of the Savoyard domains, angering many native Sardinian intellectuals. If left unchecked, tensions between Sardinia and the mainland could develop. Oh boy, all right. Have you seen the Pax Britannia mod? I've seen it on the workshop. Yeah, I haven't played it yet. Hey, dude, put up that video yesterday yet in Barcelona airport, chilling out and dying to finish it, lol. I didn't, man. I did not. I put up a different one that it took a while, but I haven't put that one up, Hughes. I'll have it up. I made a note of it. I just didn't put it up last night. I was doing something else. I apologize about that. So much to read here. Give me a second, guys. I love this mod, but there's so much. Our influence has spread throughout the north of the Italian peninsula through cooperation with local national societies and hunting clubs. Our agents have been able to build a network of resistance to the autocratic governments of the north. The network spreads support for our unification movement while arming resistance movements. Wonderful. There's resistance in all the different Italian areas now. Let's get French backing. After getting our support in the Crimean War, many European nations view favorably upon our nation, especially in our struggle against the Austrians and the greater unification. Cavour has announced that diplomatic channels will be utilized to negotiate and create deals with the major European nations who might support our goals. Alright, we have to go do some more roleplay, but I want to read through all these things. There's so much in this fucking mod. Piedmontese militarism. The chauvinistic militarism of Piedmont, Sardinia has inspired fear and respect among other European states and peoples, showing its ferocious efficiency at the Battle of Chernoya during the Crimean War. The Piedmontese forces are held among the highest regard in both equality and skill among their contemporaries. Dependency on the artisan industry. Sardinia is, on paper, the most industrialized and economically fit nation of the Italian peninsula. And while this is partially true, the existing industry is primarily artisan-based, producing consumer products such as clothing, food, processed foods, and other vanities. This limits the production capacity of state necessities such as the production of arms, rations, and military equipment. We're also having a baby boom, nice, and a minor economic boom. No worries, watching the new mod looks cool. Hell yeah. We'll get that up there. I promise you. Did you find the link to my VOD channel, by the way? Does Matt run Speed Force? I didn't know that. I haven't played any of his games. All right, we're looking good. I think it's time to go talk to the Spanish. Hello there. This is Camilo Cavour on Sardinia-Piedmont. How are you doing today, sir?
I am doing quite well. How are you doing?
Not too bad, not too bad. Though unfortunately things in Italy are growing more concerning by the day. I assume that you keep abreast of the situation in the peninsula in regards to the Austria's unhindered influence.
Indeed, we definitely do, as it is very close to our homeland in Spain.
Indeed, indeed it is. The Mediterranean is a shared issue that both yourself, I, the French, and all others must be concerned with. I had hoped to talk to you today about the dreams and goals of His Majesty Victor Emmanuel II and myself, Camilo Cavour, and of the unification of the peninsula under a singular Italian nation. Is this something that you would be at all interested in supporting? As I know that you are not a fan of the Austrian Empire.
Yes, as Italy is a very unstable region, we would be very happy to support a state nation of the peninsula and of the government.
Wonderful. It is my opinion that as the last nation on the Italian peninsula not under the influence of Vienna, I apologize, that it should be us and our Italian king, Victor Emmanuel II, who is to push forward and spearhead the unification of our peoples. Ferdinand II in Sicily is a leftover from foreign powers. I respect the man, but he is not an Italian, and as such is not fit to lead this new nation. As you know, I am a political liberal and moderate, and I seek a constitutional monarchy in Italy. So with the backing of yourself and other leaders in Europe, I hope that we will be able to push out the Austrian influence in Italy, which creates an existential threat to both the Italian peninsula and Europe herself.
Yes, we will toss our backing behind your king here.
Wonderful. In that case, I expect in any sort of tense situation with Austria that we will have the backing of Madrid in such a situation.
You most certainly will.
Fuck. I clicked the wrong button. Fuck. Wonderful. Well, thank you. I am very grateful for Spain for backing us. We will not forget the situation. It is of pinnacle importance that an Italian nation is created so that we can offset the Austrian power base. So I'm glad that you understand this, Mr. Narvaez.
Yes, we believe that Austria is most definitely a threat to major European stability, as they have continued ceaselessly to push their influence upon the Italian peninsula and upon the southern German states, which is already, as we both know, quite the mess.
It is a very dangerous position. Austria, for hundreds of years, has acted as the bully and power in Central Europe. Only now, with the rise of Prussia, Bavaria, and other states, do they have anyone who can offset their power, yet it does remain largely unchecked. As you know, they exercise great influence over Lombardy, Venetia, as well as the other states in Italy, as well as many of the states still in southern Germany. If we can push them back and isolate the empire, it will allow for a decrease in Austrian influence, something I'm sure that you would support greatly.
Indeed. Indeed.
Wonderful. In that case, I know you're a busy man. I am glad that we will have your support in the unification, and I look forward to working with you in your future, Prime Minister.
You too.
Wonderful. Spain will kind of support us, I think. There's one of these that's really good to do. All right, so we're social liberals. We're a constitutional monarchy, but Camilo Cavour is a social liberalizer. So we're probably going to want to do some of these. Sardinia-Piedmont, the up-and-coming kingdom in Italy, was until recently a lesser nation with little to no diplomatic power. Known only for its failure to defeat the Austrians in the past, the entrance and performance of Sardinia into the Crimean War changed this completely. Now that Sardinians hope to undertake new steps towards unification, they have been insistent that Europe not forget their actions in this war. He'll have to do a focus for that. We'll go talk with the British in just a second. Read this though really quickly. Sardinia is the most industrialized nation in Italy. Unfortunately, the status is far less grand than it may seem due to our reliance on artisans for much of our production. To truly be able... Hold on. To take our rightful place first in Italy, then in Europe, we must begin to expand and modernize our industrial capacity. Why are these so short? Jesus. Christ. We'll work on... We'll do that, I guess, in the meanwhile. Sardinia-Piedmont has come a long way since Camilo Cavour's appointment in 50. Cavour immediately began working constructing a modern economy for our nation, closing excessive monasteries, reducing the amount of beneficiaries, and correcting the nation's lopsided spending deficit in order to finance major public work projects and extensive industrial expansion, as well as to pay off war indemnities to Austria acquired after the War of 48. Cavour masterfully floated vast internal and international loans, particularly from France and the UK. The subsequent subsidization of private railway companies in Sardinia-Piedmont, diverse artisan base, and why are we going speed 4? This is too fast! Tristan, Jesus Christ, speed 3, please.
Well, it works.
I don't give a shit, I can't do anything, there's so much happening.
Yeah, but it works.
Go to speed 3. Holy Christ. But he's lost all those events. God damn, man. I get he wants to go fast, but Jesus Christ. Ain't gonna follow Thom. What was I doing? We need to go talk about Britain. Didn't find the link to your channel, but found and joined the Discord. Name is Tayup88. Must join you in the HOI4 RP game sometime. Oh, definitely, Hughes. I'd love to have you. Let me get you the link of my VOD channel, so that'll be where I will upload it. I think it's really hard to find because I only just made it recently, but let me find. It's not the right one. That's the VOD channel. That's where all my VODs will go, because Twitch only keeps them for 2 weeks. All right, anyway. We need to go talk with the British now. I mean, he's probably very busy, but still. Yep.
Sure. But, like, just find a way to diss the French, please.
Hello there!
Greetings, sir.
Lord Palmerston, this is Camillo Cavour, representing His Majesty Victor Emmanuel II's government from Torino.
And welcome to you, sir. And what can Her Majesty's Empire do for you today, sir?
Thank you very much. As we know, we are very thankful for the United Kingdom for floating our economy with their loans and for working together to beat back the Russians in the Crimean War. As you know, the Austrian Empire has encroached heavily upon the Italian peninsula for quite some time, and the failed revolutions in the past couple decades have been unsuccessful. It is the position of His Majesty's government that we must ensure that the Austrians are pushed out of Lombardy, Venetia, and that a greater Italian nation is unified. Obviously, as the only truly Italian monarchy, Victor Emmanuel is in a special place to do this. I had hoped to approach His Majesty's government in London and speak with you about the possibility of getting British backing for the unification of Italy and the pushing out of the Austrians, who I know you hold no special place in your heart for.
We wish not to be involved in any further conflicts in the mainland of Europe, you know, since we, I believe this would be the second or third time we will have bailed out the continent again.
Sir, I would like to say that we do not wish a war here. We are seeking to get diplomatic backing from the major powers of Europe in order to have a diplomatic solution to this issue. I suspect if Austria has some pressure put upon it, we will be able to solve this without the need for bloodshed.
And that is something we can both agree to, sir. The loss of blood is an awful thing that, we wish not to spill any more English blood on the, mainland continent. The French took way too much of that than what it was worth in the end.
Indeed. We are in agreement. We do not wish to cause more death and destruction in Italy for our brothers and sisters. We seek only to push out the Austrians diplomatically. And I hope that Her Majesty's government, or His Majesty's government, I apologize, will back us in this matter.
That we will, sir. That we will.
Wonderful. In that case, I hope that we will soon have the backing of several major powers and can have a conference with the Austrians in order to discuss this in diplomatic manner, in order to have a peaceful, non-violent unification of the Italian peninsula under His Majesty. I thank you for your cooperation, Lord Palmerston.
And on that, before you leave, sir...
Of course.
We were hoping that, it involves, the mailing ships, sir. And it's a matter of, we were wanting to send, get more communications with, the colonies in India, sir. You see, at the moment we are fighting down quite the mutiny.
A mutiny? Where exactly is this mutiny?
In the peninsula of Ireland itself. On India, sir, sorry.
Oh,
I
India.
apologize, sir.
India. Ah, yes. It's over there in Asia, I believe. Yes. I am impressed with the situation. I believe your East India Company is in the projects of subjugating the princes there.
That is correct, sir. They seem to get uppity every now and then and believe that their way would be best for the natives.
Well, conquered people tend to not like being conquered. That's understandable. But how can we help with this situation, Lord Palmerston?
Give me one read. I'm just double checking I'm reading the event correctly.
No worries.
See, here's the thing though about.
Damn it! Not right now. It's this roleplay cheese.
What's up?
No, it's disappeared. Basically, you'll get an event about a mailing ship, I believe.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, if I get it, we will obviously do whatever you wish, Lord Palmerston. Is there anything else? Because there's much I need to do in Turin.
Austrian leader, dear leader of Sardinia-Piedmont, Austria has always possessed influence over Italy ever since the Treaty of Vienna.
Is this one of your diplomats, Lord Palmerston?
He is, sir. He's an
Indeed.
advisor, sir.
Ah, yes, of course. Go on.
Well, you see, it was in the treaty that northern Italy would be ruled over by puppets of the Austrian Emperor.
Indeed,
it is
they
simply
did
how
force
it was
that upon
agreed,
the
so
Italian
Austrians would
peninsula.
agreed. Can you repeat what you said, sorry?
That was forced upon the Italian peninsula, despite the many people across the Italian peninsula not wishing for this. We are not Austrians here. Ever since the days of the HRE, Austria has forced their power upon Italy. The people here do not wish for that. And I suspect the British government, despite not wanting to be involved in any wars, does not seek more Austrian influence in Germany and Italy, which already makes them even more powerful.
That is correct, sir. There'd be no love lost for sending acute diplomatic insults to the Austrians.
Indeed.
I'm just simply worried on the Sardinian ambassador's part that other nations may not, how do you say, feel that it is legitimate of Sardinia's
but that is why we are
claims.
talking with the major powers of Europe, for legitimacy is only gained by getting the backup of our world powers, is it not, Ambassador?
Oh, of course it is. I'm just simply trying to say that you may find trouble in your attempts.
I don't doubt we will try and find trouble, but Italy is not a nation, and Sardinia is not a nation that backs down from a hard fight, you understand? We stand ready and prepared, but we will always pursue a diplomatic course of action before anything else.
Very good, sir. So, as it stands, yes, you have our backing as the current as the current strides currently. If there are any changes in the situation, we wish you to run by us immediately, sir, to see if our opinion on such matters would change, sir.
Wonderful. I will keep you abreast of the situation, Lord Palmerston, and I thank you for seeing me. I will be returning home to Torino, and I wish you the best.
And you, sir.
Wonderful. Well, you have partial diplomatic backing from the British. That's good. We gotta read a couple of these. This game's going so... Why is he back on speed 4? Dog, Tristan. Tristan, please. This is a roleplay game, dog.
Yes.
Can we please stay on speed 3?
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Fuck. Alright, what was I doing? There's just so much happening at the same time. We'll read the one we just did. While Sardinia may not be the most wealthy, we have the credentials of standing internationally to find investors for a modernization of our economy. By relying on our own treasury, the rich release of Sardinia, and both foreign investors and loans, we can possess enough funds to begin a modernization of our economy. We will begin this process by moving away from the traditional agrarian orientation of our national economy. So we no longer are an agrarian society, which is here. We were an agrarian society, we're now industrializing, so we can do our industrial researches, which we will switch over to right now. Wonderful. Tuscany holds a lot of democratic sentiment given the failures of our Grand Duke and his predecessors in the agricultural sector. With our support, the democracy in Tuscany might just win against the autocratic Bourbons. Is it a Bourbon royal family in Tuscany? Casta, Degli, Aspergo. I don't think they're Bourbons. Might be wrong, though. What's up, Tingle? What's up, TARDIS? How you doing? 57, there should be Queen Victoria. Is it Queen Victoria? I'll take it all. Sure. Hello there. Who am I speaking with?
Hello, I'm Jacob de Geer, an ambassador and emissary from His Royal Majesty Oscar I of Sweden-Norway.
Ah, welcome, Ambassador to Torino. I am, of course, representing His Majesty Victor Emmanuel II. I am Camilo Cavour. What can I do for you?
Yes. We'd like to... Our Royal Highness, of course, comes from regions very close to yourself, as you well may know. We should discuss, perhaps initially, matters of trade. Sweden is currently producing very much timber. I'd like to discuss trading with operate in such matters, you of course.
We will have need of this in the future. As I'm sure you know, Italy has been an agrarian society for quite some time, and we are in the process of industrializing properly. As such, we will have a need for raw resources in the future. But as of now, we are in no need of timber. If this changes in the future, we would be happy to come to terms with the Swedish government if obviously a good deal could be made for such imports.
Yes. Indeed. Yes.
While I have you here, I do have another question I wish to ask you about. Well, what is your opinion on the Austrian situation in Lombardy and their control over the Italian peninsula?
The Swedish government does not have a firm position, although our close ties with the Prussians perhaps put us somewhat at odds with the Austrians. Although I believe the opinion of our royal government would be to take the position of the Prussians, I believe.
Indeed.
So Sweden will not form a position on its own at this very moment.
Very well. I would ask that you stay abreast of the issue, and obviously do not back the Austrians too heavily. His Majesty Victor Emmanuel is seeking unification of the Italian peninsula and the pushing out of the Austrians from these territories. So I hope that you will relay that message to His Royal Majesty in Sweden.
Yes, of course.
Wonderful.
Perhaps you've misheard me, but the support of the Swedish government is that of Prussia, not that of...
I am aware, but Prussia is not too heavily involved in this issue. So I hope that does mean that you will not be, you will be against the Austrians and their attempts to dominate all of Europe.
Indeed.
Wonderful. In that case, is there anything else, Ambassador? I'll be happy to discuss imports with you after we have it industrialized.
At this moment, not very much. I believe, although our king has some sons, and as he is himself from your region, perhaps some sort of marriage proposals.
We can discuss that in the future. For now, I do have many matters I need to attend to, and I cannot focus on that. I do apologize.
I see. Good day. And,
good day, Ambassador. Victor Emmanuel has long waited to create a new military code with war seemingly... God, so many events. Seemingly on the horizon, the need for a new law has finally been brought into fruition. All right, so the king has reformed our military. We need to go speak with the Russians. Oh, wait. France did the focus. Oh, shit. Oh, there was the attack on Napoleon III. Fuck. Did he survive? All right, they survived. They're fine. They haven't decided to support us, so we're in bad shape here. As you are seeing fear, and the French people are more hesitant to join in our cause, but Napoleon III has not been deterred. In order to gain them as our ally, we will need to prepare to make some more concessions to them politically. A meeting will take place in Plombiers between Cavour and Napoleon III to discuss a plan for war against Austria in the future of the Italian peninsula. Let's go make that meeting happen.
I wouldn't directly say they're bad.
Your Majesty, is this a bad time?
Maybe almost died and I'm talking to Austria.
Very well. When you have a moment, would you mind telegramming me?
Oh.
Perfect. Or what to do other stuff then? We'll do our industrial stuff for now then. Our infrastructure is far more developed than most of Italy, but we must continue to improve to maintain the position to properly support our industry and our military. Once our infrastructure is further improved, we will show all of Italy our greatness. Sardinia-Piedmont began subsidizing broad rail projects in the mid-40s, connecting many major economic sectors throughout the nation, such as Genoa and Turin, while in turn lowering the cost of transportation of goods and persons, as well as providing a broad array of occupations to support middle-class Piedmontese citizens. Cavour's cabinet has identified connecting Turin to French and Swedish economic centers, such as Geneva, Lyon, and the primary economic concern. right, we'll build a rail line. Does Brazil have a focus tree? Yeah, a really big one, twins, actually. So they have a really good one. Brazil has a very solid focus tree. Check press releases when you're available. Will do. Escape, this is the End of a New Beginning mod. All right, let's check press releases.
Yes, hello?
Your Majesty. I'm very glad to hear that you survived that assassination attempt. That is a very nasty business.
Yes, I was talking on my way to go to Vienna almost died.
It's a tragedy. These goddamn rapscallions are everywhere. They do not wish our monarchies to remain strong.
This is totally unacceptable, and I'm trying to stop this from happening. Try to not die.
Indeed. Indeed.
Really bad thing.
Well, you have survived, Your Majesty.
What did you want to talk about?
I wish to ask if you had considered at all our proposal in the past with the Austrians. I know you met with the Emperor, but I hope that he has not managed to sway you to his side.
And I was talking about to you said about not told something else, and I was not talking about Italy. If you want to know, it's just that thinking about Italy. Yes.
I have a specific offer for you. We would be willing to offer you the Savoy region, which I know France has desired for quite some time. If you were to help us push out the Austrians in Italy and unify the peninsula, we would give you the Savoy region of Italy to France.
This seems like an incredible deal. I think this is not no matter to refuse.
Wonderful. It will strengthen the French nation and will allow for the unification of Italy.
And I'm currently trying to send you guns, I think. I hope this focus does that.
Wonderful. In that case, we will have the conference and hope to push them out. We have received the backing diplomatically of both Spain and the United Kingdom in this matter, and I will go speak with the Prussians. I hope that if enough pressure can be put upon Austria, we will not have a war here. But I hope, if that is necessary, you will stand firm with us.
I shall warn you about Prussia. They seem really aggressive to everyone.
They have been quite aggressive for a long time, but that could be useful for us in regards to the Austrians, you understand?
I must say, right now, they're really aggressive.
They have been for a long time now. They are attempting to get total power in the northern Germanic region.
Yes, and then try to expand them more into the other region. That's what...
Indeed. We are very wary of them, but if they can be used to put pressure on the Austrians and avoid a war, I think that would be very useful.
I shall go back to Paris and I hope...
Thank you, Your Majesty. We will speak soon. Thank you for the sub, Ashy. I appreciate that. Thank you for that. And thank you for the follow, too. I appreciate that. Very nice of you. I'm missing out on a pretty interesting RP right now. Yeah, it's actually kind of working. Knock on wood. It's kind of working. Fuck. End of a New Beginning roleplay viable? Maybe. All right, let's go talk with the Prussians.
Tag.
Sorry, 1 second. It's very loud German music playing. Hello there. Is this Otto Manteuffel of Prussia?
Yes. This is Otto Theodor von Manteuffel from Prussia. Yes.
Wonderful. You are speaking with Camilo Cavour. I've traveled here for Berlin, representing His Majesty Victor Emmanuel II's government in Sardinia-Piedmont. How are you today, sir?
I'm quite good. However, the French had the insolence to say that Alsace-Lorraine does not contain any German-speaking people.
I am not here to discuss the French. I am here to discuss your old and new enemy, the Austrians, who I know you hold no great respect for.
We do not,
Indeed.
sir. We do absolutely not.
They encroach upon your power and sovereignty over the Germanic states, do they not?
They do.
Indeed.
I spoke with them recently. They said that they do not want to see a German reunification.
Of course they don't. They wish to control all of Germany and Italy. Sir, we have much in common. I know you wish to unify the Northern German Confederation, and we seek to unify the Italian peninsula and push out the Austrian influence here, which has been for generations. I was hoping that perhaps we could have the backing of each other to work together in order to stop the Austrians from getting influence over regions that they have no right to be in.
Of course, of course. That will be mostly appreciated. We are seeking of allies, and I would also advise you to speak maybe with Russia, because Russia is also interested in pushing back Austrian influence.
My next trip, as soon as I'm done talking here with you in Berlin, sir, I will be taking a train and a carriage to Moscow, or I apologize, St. Petersburg, to discuss it with His Majesty's government as well. But I had hoped that we could come to an understanding in regards to Austria. They have bullied Middle Europe for too long, and we must stand firm and united against them. Chancellor, I hope you understand and agree with this.
I do understand and agree, and we should work together. I agree fully with this.
Wonderful. In that case, I propose Sardinian and soon Italian backing of Prussia's unification in northern Germany in exchange for Prussian backing of Italian unification in the peninsula and the pushing out of the Austrians. Is this reasonable?
This is more than reasonable.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chancellor. Is there anything else you wish to discuss before I move on and go to St. Petersburg?
Yes, one more thing about the French. Is there any possibility that the people of Piedmont could be backing the Prussian claim on Alsace-Lorraine and tell the French maybe...
Until such time as we have unified Italy, I am going to have to stay out of that situation, you understand. France is a very powerful nation. To a strong nation like Prussia, perhaps, you must not fear them. But you must understand Sardinia-Piedmont does not have the armies or the modern military strength you have, so we must appease the French, or else there is an existential threat to our soon-to-be nation. I hope you understand that.
I do understand. I do understand.
As soon as we unify Italy, Sardinia will be happy to discuss the situation with your government and to decide upon that issue. You know that I do not hold any great love for any of my neighbors, and I hope that we can work together.
Of course we can. I'm glad you came here.
Wonderful.
To Berlin.
You as well, Chancellor. I will head to St. Petersburg, and I hope to see your backing in regards to the Italian question. Thank you for your time.
You will. Thank you for your time. Have a good trip.
You as well.
Thank you.
All right, very briefly, found you through your YouTube channel just now. I called in sick for work today, so thanks for providing entertainment and fun geopolitical commentary on your MD vids. Glad you enjoyed the match, G. Glad you enjoyed, man. Hell yeah. And thank you again for the sub. I appreciate it. Can you show the player list? Yes, just one moment. We got to go talk to the Russians.
God, I have no idea where he is.
Hello there.
Hello, who's speaking?
This is Camilo Benzo de Cavoy, representing His Majesty Victor Emmanuel II from Sardinia-Piedmont. How are you, Your Majesty?
Sardinia. How are you doing? Yes, I'm doing great. I've just been busy dealing with other legislative issues. But how can Russia help you today?
Well, as you know, I see you were just speaking with Napoleon III. There is a very dangerous situation in the Italian peninsula regarding the Austrians, who I have heard from the Prussians that you do not find to be particularly reasonable, I hope.
Well, I'm not currently at war with them, if that's any consolation for anyone.
Of course. We had hoped to receive diplomatic backing from Russia in regards to pushing out Austrian influence in the Italian peninsula. As you know, they have Lombardy, Venetia as a puppet, and the other states in Italy besides Sardinia are nothing more than propped up governments backed by Austria. It's been the dream of my people and many of the people in this peninsula in order to form a united Italy. But we cannot do this while Austria remains controlling of these regions. We have gotten the backing of many great European nations for us to form our great nation, and I hope that Russia will also stand by such a proposal.
Russia will remain open to this proposal. I can't give you any cast iron guarantees at the moment.
I understand.
I have more internal issues at the moment than dealing with the European politics.
Of course.
I have currently inherited my father's ideal of isolationism politically at the moment.
I understand, and it's not easy to change that very quickly in Russia, but I'm not asking for an invasion. I'm not asking for any great actions. I simply wish for the diplomatic backing of yourself, Your Majesty, for this issue. You are a great man, and you lead a great nation. Even a simple word of Russian support for Sardinia and a united Italy would be, I suspect, very powerful in getting the Austrians to agree to such terms.
Yes, very well. Then I can give you my backing in that regard.
Thank you, Your Majesty. It is greatly appreciated to hear. I hope that we can build a new era of relations between our countries after our recent issues.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it.
Wonderful.
Yes. That's great.
Thank you, Your Majesty. You have much to attend to. I will leave you be. Thank you for your time, and thank you for backing our unification.
Thank you. You have a safe journey returning home.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Greetings. This
Hello.
is the Interior Minister of
Minister Bach.
Habsburg Monarchy.
Welcome, welcome to Torino. Take a seat.
Thank you.
Well, I just got back from a long trip. What can I do for you? Would you like some brandy? I got some from the British. It's very good. I don't know if you drink, Minister.
Yes. One. Give me one.
Of course. Let me pour you one. There you go. What can I do for you?
Cheers.
Cheers.
We are not blind. We have noticed your open statements.
Of course.
Noticed you traveled to France, to Russia, to the United Kingdom, and so on.
And you know why that is, Minister. I will not lie. You know what we seek.
We suspect the reason for this.
I have gotten the backing of many nations for this issue. Minister, I must ask, I know we have had a lot of tension in the past. The Empire's attempts to dominate the Italian peninsula are understandable. You are a great empire. You seek power. I understand that. But you must understand that the Italian people cry out for unification. The people in Lombardy and Venetia, they do not wish to be under the control of the Austrians. We are seeking, as I'm sure you have heard from your informants throughout the many palaces of Europe, a diplomatic solution to this issue. I do not wish to drag nations into a war of you or fight Austria. That's not what we desire here. But His Majesty's government stands firm in their desire to have a unified Italy.
We respect this decision, and we believe that the kingdom of Lombardia Venetia is in fact the righteous heir to an Italian state. In fact, we believe that the very idea of one claiming to be the claimant of millions of people is very questionable when there are indeed more legitimate successors. On top
More
of
legitimate,
that,
such as...
in integration of Italy would mean the partial destruction of the papal states, and we as devout Christians cannot stand by that.
As you are well aware, I am also a Roman Catholic, sir. So I would ask you to watch your tone on that.
How can you justify that with your...
I am a religious man. The papal states are, they have run their country in this manner in order to bring stability to Middle Italy, and we respect them for that. We would always give them their independence. The Vatican is the seat of His Holiness and God's chosen mouthpiece on earth. The Vatican will always remain papal. They have watched over central Italy for quite some time, but I have spoken with His Holiness, and he does not oppose, for he knows that many of his good religious flock in Italy seek this unification, and he will not stand against it.
This is something that we will have to discuss with the Pope separately.
Of course.
With His Holiness separately. I don't believe that something like this can still happen just like that. We personally also believe that the Kingdom of Lombardy Venetia is on the right path. They are loosening their stance. They're becoming more and more of an ally than a what you call puppet state.
But we know why that is. I mean, you have instituted an Austrian-backed government there, which does rule with an iron fist. And although perhaps that government backs you, that is because they are Austrians. That is an Austrian government ruling over Italians, or Lombardy and Venetian people.
Excuse me, can you repeat it again?
I said that the government there is an Austrian-run government ruling over Lombardian and Italian people. You know this.
But same can be said about the French people living in Savoy and in Nizza.
Indeed,
and we are about dozens of ruling nations and of ruling dynasties. We're not here.
That is correct, and we can get caught up in the semantics of who owns what. But the facts are, Minister, that we have the backing of much of Europe. And there are certain nations that are prepared for more concrete action if a diplomatic solution cannot be reached. I am a liberal. I am not a warmonger. I am a man who has risen to power due to my liberal beliefs and the reforms I have instituted. I do not seek war, but I, my generals, my government, my allies, and the Italian people will stand for nothing more than the unification of Italy. I hope that Austria understands, in a real politics sense, what situation is currently happening here, and that they will see reason.
I am mostly just confused by the goals of your campaign. Is it the unification of all Italians?
It
is
is.
it the unification of the Italian states? If so,
from Piedmont to Venetia all the way to Sicily. Except for Corsica, which is of course French.
But what about the Italians in Ticino? What about the Italians in Tyrol? What about the Italians in Dalmatia? If we include all those, then this
we do not. The Austrian territories that you control, we will not.
Threatening our state.
Minister, let me speak, please. We acknowledge Austrians' claims over Trient, Südtirol, and Tyrol. The only regions that we will seek to be unified, that you have concrete influence over and not soft power over, is Lombardy-Venetia, which, as you know, is historical, truly historical Italian territory. The regions that you hold in your own state, we will not contest. That I promise you. I'm sure you know enough about me to know I'm not a liar, and I stand behind the words I say.
We appreciate those words of assurance. I will have to discuss this with my higher-ups.
Of course, this is a major policy shift for Austria and a major change for all of Europe. Before you leave, Minister, let me just say, we are taking the actions, the diplomatic moves, and the preparations in order for this situation to happen. But understand this. I hold no great ill will against your empire. I seek only the unification of Italy. After that is done, I am willing to wipe the board with the relations between Sardinia, Italy, and Austria. There is no reason that we cannot cooperate and, in fact, build very good relations after this unification. However, if you do stand in our way, our resolute is strong, and we will stand behind our beliefs, Minister. So, I wish you a safe trip back to Vienna, and I hope, God willing, that you will choose the right path.
Yes, I will just telegram that real quick.
It's a very quiet telegraph you have there. I'll have to get my hands on one of those. Mine's much louder.
Yes. This is the newest one, developed from the smartest engineers in Vienna. Thank you.
I mean, Vienna does create all manner of marvels. Of course, Minister, I look forward to speaking with you in the future.
So do I.
Hey, out of roleplay for a second. My game crashed.
Shit, let's try Hot Jordan. Go tell Tristan, let's try it. We haven't tried it yet.
Alright, sure, I'll ask him.
Grassini Reali. Yeah, let your flagship be called that. Yeah, for our fleet, we could do that. I'm not going to rename the flagship. I will rename one of our major frigates, though. Grassini Reali. Roman Catholic virtue fight off. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. You can check the culture of the province and tell him he's wrong. I know. You can click on it. We'll do that in a minute. See how this hot one goes. Well, knock on wood. We've actually gotten over a year. So, wow. This is actually pretty wild. Grassino? I'll switch it in a minute. It's louder because it's bigger. That makes sense. Well, we've negotiated a very strong position against the Austrians here. I'm hoping that we can get a diplomatic solution to this crisis. But if not, the French stand behind us, as do the Spanish, and diplomatically, as do the British and Russians. Prussia's the wild card here. We all know that Prussia and the Austrians have had bad blood for hundreds of years. And there is the possibility that if France and Sardinia goes to war with Austria, the Prussians will enter on a second front, in which case the Austrian Empire cannot withstand. So I hope that Vienna understands their position and will choose the right path here. I will stand by my words with the minister. If they allow the unification peacefully, we will hold no ill will against Vienna. But if they stand against us, they are creating an enemy permanently. Is that the Vicky timeline mod? Yeah, more or less, Escobar. I would just give up Italy for Italian support against Prussia. All right, here we go. We're gonna have to resync everyone. Fuck. If this mod can actually be like stable for MP, and even if getting a roleplay is gonna be fucking fantastic. So I hope this works out. Royal breadstick. God damn it, Cosmos. God damn it! Breadsticks are delicious. I will say that though. God, it's gonna take forever. I'm loading so fucking slow. See if I can kill some programs here. Yeah, there we go. Kill all my processes. Guys, I'm really so fucking happy this worked. Like, if we can actually get into a new beginning roleplay to start working consistently, can you imagine how fucking cool that will be? Like, this is so perfect for roleplay. It's such an interesting time period, and with the additions that they want to add to this mod, like, Jesus Christ, man. Should have been a royal bathtub toy. I'm making the Ottoman Empire the worst place to live. Yeah, but that's kind of like the norm there, to be fair. I've shot so many Cuban protesters. Hey, can either of you, you or a mod, give me the files to put into my HOI4 folder so I can play this updated mod after the stream? John, just go to the, I have the link for you. It's not it.
Amo.
Yep.
We have a problem.
What's happening?
There's no main US player now. So, I had the suggestion that if Charles leaves, Tankroy gets back on the US, then he will be the main.
They'll have to, yeah, they'll have to both exit and come back in is what they'll have to do right here. Yep. Really
okay.
fine.
Well, Charles and tell him to leave real quick and then come back.
Yeah, I did wonder about like the issues we might have with co-oping on this mod, but still.
Charles needs
he's
to
in.
leave too. Yeah.
It's not he's not a main. You'll both have to leave at the same time. Both of you will have to leave and join back. That's the only way. I've seen this issue before in mods. Yep. So it's your only option.
Yep. Yeah, sure.
There's an event chain for unification too. I know I have looked through the focus tree and like gone through it really quickly with Insta focuses before in the past when I was looking over what nations to play, and there is like a diplomatic peaceful unification of Italy that is an option here. The other option is there's a scripted war between us and the Austrians which we have to fight, which is brutal, so we'll see. And it's a brutal war. The only way we'd win that is either France rushes good military tech or the Prussians open up a second front, which is actually in the cards because we have a very aggressive Prussia in this game. So we'll see how this goes. So it does appear as though the Prussians are more interested in Alsace-Lorraine, but we'll see. We're still in 10 factories. Once we unify Italy, we get a very strong economy though, so we'll become one of the great powers at that point. We're not. We're a secondary power right now. They added the primary and secondary power mechanics from Victoria 2 into this mod too, which is fucking bonkers. So you get a score based on your industry, your prestige, your armies, and then your tech, I think, I want to say. Yeah, cool. They got a main on the US now. Historically, Prussia attacked Austria over a piece of Denmark. Yeah, it's Schleswig-Holstein, right? When Denmark refused to cede it, I think. Creative. Is there any code I have to change with this new version, like the old GitHub I tried? Or is it just did download and place in the mods folder? Download and place in the mods folder, and then you need to copy the TOI file into the mod folder, and then you'll need to change the pathway on both TOI mods files to the correct one. I'll explain it to you after the stream, John. I can explain it to you. Giving people healthcare? Wow, even the Ottoman Empire has healthcare, but the US still doesn't. That's about right. We might have to do a rehost here. Looks like hot joins don't work too well. We'll see how this goes. Can't say I'm surprised. I really wish they hadn't co-opted the US. I knew this would create problems, but that's what it is. Yeah, I'll explain it to you later, John. Says me that this worked. I wanted to play today, lol. Well, you could have joined the game, Cosmos. You have verified roleplay. But for the like the big games where we're using a new mod, you got to show up early. Like we had a couple people who showed up after, and we're just like, how do I join? It's like I spent like I'd say an hour and a half before the start of this game, like helping everyone get their versions to work. So yeah. It froze, but it'll load. It is loading. Just gonna have to catch up in a minute. Man, it is really hot today. What is the weather like? Yeah, it is warm and it is humid. That's about right. Oh, it's a loading sound. Hopefully. Hopefully? Yeah, there we go. Was ist des Deutschland Wasserland? Fuck. Yeah, we had the two German guys, like the two hardcore German role players playing Prussia and Bavaria. Enbo's role-playing Bavaria, Quas role-playing Prussia, so we'll see how this goes. I bet they're gonna unify it to the German Empire in co-op. That's what they're gonna do. I'm calling it right now. If we get that far. The Seychelles is a small archipelago in the Indian Ocean that has free of charge healthcare compared to America. Dog, you don't have to remind me. It's so painful. I don't have healthcare. I haven't had healthcare in fucking forever, man. It fucking sucks. Not fun. Wo am Rhein die Rebe. I can't say that. It's way too German. Yeah, there's a Bavaria and a Prussia. Then we got a France, a UK, a Portugal, a Spain, an Austria, a Sweden, obviously Sardinia-Piedmont, a Russia, a USA, a Canada, and then I think there's another player too. Actually, I can look right here, can I? Well, there is an Ottoman Empire. There is an Ottomans, and then there's a. We have a Hawaii. We have a Hawaii. Okay. And a Hawaii, because why not? Hemo, you need to somehow move to the EU. Dog. It is hard to move there. You need like a job or something to live in the EU to do that, and I don't know. I studied politics in the US. That doesn't really apply to Europe, so that's not happening. Don't move to rural areas though. Now, I'm living in a rural town right now. This is the last rural town I'm gonna live in, hopefully ever. Like, I've sworn to myself I will never not live in a big city again. I don't like small town life. Some people like it. Maybe when I'm really old and I retire and I just like smoke pot and play video games in retirement, maybe I'll move to a rural town. But until then, I want to live in fucking cities, man. It's just more interesting. There's more stuff to do. The nice thing about rural areas, depending on where you live, is you have like this small town atmosphere, which if they're not racist is nice, and you're closer to nature, which is good, but there's just so much more to do in cities, you know? I think. I've lived in cities a lot. I've lived in rural areas a lot, and every time I prefer cities. It comes with its own problems, but generally it's good. Where in the States where are you from in the States? I'm in Wisconsin. Nice, actually. Oh, Wisconsin. That's a pretty good state from what I heard. I've got friends from there. I'm originally from Idaho, of all places. I lived most of my life in California, and I currently live in Ohio. So, yeah. You never lived in a rural area? Don't bother, John. It's not worth it. Suburb is the best of both. Suburbs can be nice, but you got to be, you know, pretty wealthy for that. All right, the game's loading for Tank, then we'll be back in. I prefer smaller towns because there are not as many loud things. Yeah, I guess. I don't mind loud sounds, so eh. But you are right. Cities are very noisy. That is true. Yeah, rural areas I don't love. I really don't. It's a very particular vibe. All right, we're back. We're back. Praise be. Praise be. We need more manpower. We'll do military draft laws. We'll establish the Sons Brigade. We'll build a military hospital and enlarge the barracks. We got to prepare for the eventuality of a war with Austria. We'll do the coastal signal laws with the English. A new law has been signed with the English regarding the construction of signals for dangerous parts of the Italian coast, and naval cooperation and trade between our nations has increased, so incidents and accidents could be avoided. Wonderful. Ever since the Congress of Vienna in 1850, Monaco has been designated as a protectorate of Sardinia-Piedmont. Their position in this arrangement has always been more beneficial to us than them. Ever since the revolutions of 48, much of Monaco has been in rebellion in favor of united with our nation, and eventually the new Italian nation. The future of Monaco is unsure. As we move forward, it may be likely that Monaco would be ceded with Nice and Savoy, and we seek an alliance with the French. Though it might be possible to use the Congress of Vienna and the rebellions of Monaco as justification to integrate them into our nation, or at the very least keep the status quo as the protectorate. We're going to try and incorporate them. We're going to court. We'll encourage rebels, and we'll decrease autonomy. Maybe my battery's running low. I have it plugged in, don't I? Fuck up the cord. Hold on. Ah, there was a cord that was fucked up. There we go. People in rural areas are the worst. I grew up in rural areas, not a fan. There's a lot of racism. There's a lot of racism. I lived in a rural town now for almost 2 years. I've worked a lot of fast food jobs and like basic jobs here. Oh, they added the fucking doctrine. Fuck yeah. And yeah, people are really racist here. I have heard the N-word so many times at the jobs I've worked in this town, dude. Like, it's ridiculous. Hello, who is this?
Oh, this is Napoleon III.
Oh, Your Majesty. Welcome to Torino. What can I do for you?
Yes, I wanted to talk about the Italian unification you were planning.
Of course.
May
Fuck! What? Hold on, Your Majesty, I apologize. The negotiations with the Monacoans did not go well. They are rebelling.
My god, I cannot even see Monaco, this is ports.
I know, it's so hard to see. Fuck! Now, we were negotiating with Charles III in Monaco as to annexation, and it appears that he was not a fan of that proposal. Anyway, I apologize. We can speak. My general is underway. Garibaldi's on his way.
I think Monaco is not a great enemy. My god. This is not the base for RP. But yes, I wanted to know how the unification is going to proceed. So
we are in talks with the Vienna government, and we are hopeful that they will choose a diplomatic solution. We've made it clear that we will not obviously infringe upon any of their territories, but with the Lombardy, Venetia, and their propped-up governments throughout Italy must be conceded in Italian unification. The minister, Alexander Bach, is currently in discussions with the cabinet in Vienna and His Majesty the government, and I am hopeful that we will have a diplomatic solution to this crisis. Beyond that, we have secured the support of the Spanish, the United Kingdom, the Prussians, and the Russians, as well as yourself, in order to have a diplomatic solution here.
You mean, as we are on the border with you, the French are offering great support to the Italians in their
and we are very thankful.
For unification.
Even if a diplomatic solution is done, we stand by our word to transfer you Savoy for your support diplomatically and, if necessary, militarily.
Non-RP, I'm actually curious because I did focuses to give you stuff. Did you receive it, or did?
Yes, the alliance. If that's what you mean.
There's also I think there's like one that gives you some guns too.
I did not receive those.
My god.
Why are we hot joining? Did someone crash? Yeah, both of the American players crashed. This is what they should not be co-oping. I'm gonna go talk to them. I'll be right back. Did they both crash?
What was that, sorry?
Did both of the US players crash?
No. What happened was Tankroy crashed, but then Panzer didn't have the main of USA, so he needed to leave.
Yeah. In the future, I'm gonna say in a new beginning, no co-oping. It's too unstable. So.
Yeah.
Because this is so unstable.
It seems like it would take like at least 50 years to get anywhere.
I mean.
There we go.
Panzer, we'll give you guys one hot join, but if you guys crash again and we have to hot join you.
I'm the official US now. The other player left. His game kept crashing on him.
He's the one who keeps crashing.
Tank raged. All right, cool. Sounds good.
I'm just waiting to game touch all.
Sounds good. I apologize that, Your Majesty. I'm back.
Oh, this is. as I was saying, you must know that you can ask the French anything. The French are ready to give equipment, help, and support to the Italians.
Wonderful.
And I tried to do a focus to give you guys, didn't work. So if you need guys, just ask.
I appreciate it, Your Majesty. We are very grateful to our French allies.
I shall go back in Paris and
Of course.
hope you finish with Monaco.
Oh, we will deal with that uppity King Charles III. He thinks that he can fight Sardinia-Piedmont, the fool.
I shall go back in Paris.
Of course. Is there any way to do a rehost? We could do a rehost if we have to, but we're not going to allow new players into the game. For the verified roleplay games, you have to show up early and you have to be willing to play in it. So we don't do like late joins for these. Verified roleplay, we're going to be a lot more strict than our regular games. If you want to show up, you got to show up on time beforehand. So yeah. Well, Tank War, the co-op for the USA has left, so there's only one player in the USA. That'll stabilize this a lot, so we'll be fine. We're only having issues from the co-ops right now, so with that being dealt with, we should be fine, hopefully. Hopefully. We'll see. Manigu is hot joining to mess your stuff up. 1v12, let's go. Who is? Mampy with this mod sounds horrible. This game is so slow and unstable. I enjoy it, but I always care more about the roleplay. It's not for everyone. For the non-committed role players or casual players, this would be absolutely horrible. But for role players, I mean, it's worth it because it's an interesting setting. It looks so damn fun. Yeah, this is a lot of fun. I know we're having so many technical issues, but the roleplay is so good. For like the casual players who like start screaming "eat host" when the game doesn't start in 5 minutes, this is not for them. But yeah, to be fair, what is? Manigu, the capital of the small upstart Charles III. We'll deal with him. We'll deal with him. I would play the anime horse mod at this point. I just want to play. Sure, Cosmos, you knew when the game was today, and you're a verified role player, so you could have showed up for it. Let's hope it loads here in a second. Come on, baby. Here we go. I heard the loading sound. Yep, there we go. What's up, Cooper? How you doing? I would have followed British for you. Yeah, I know the plan was to go to a party today, but that did not work since I'm sick, so I had the time after all. That sucks, dude. Sorry to hear that you're sick, man. You're not fun. Never fun. There's always HOI when you're sick, though. There is always that, so. We're dropping people. Okay, so hot joins are not gonna work for this mod. Let me go see if he meant to leave. Was that hold on, was that intentional?
I'm coming in. I needed to place it because
Why did you leave?
I had like to circle.
Yeah, you just don't click.
You just have to
don't
wait
click.
it out.
You just wait it out.
Literally. I'm gonna be playing this music, so.
Roleplay.
Blame me the song of your people.
Okay.
Like, I wish I'd overruled the co-op. All these technical issues are from the co-oping. Did they update the mod? I looked at it a few weeks ago and people on Steam said it wasn't working. Yeah, so the Steam version is outdated. We're using the GitHub version, which I can link to you right now, which is updated. That's the one we're using. If you download that and you have to do it manually, it's a pain in the ass, but if you can get it to work, it's really good. Yeah, man. God damn it. Back to new beginning music. Here we go. Those uppity Monacoans. We shall put them in their place. So the negotiations with Charles III for the annexation of Monaco was refused, and as such, we have been forced to occupy Munigu and the Monacoan nation. Let's hope that it doesn't bug here. Wonderful. They have capitulated. That was weird. Their army just completely disappeared. It didn't have any equipment, no. Monaco was not ready for a war, so it is scripted though, I think. Are we gonna get a peace deal? We can't do that. We don't have supplies for it. Let's hope that we get a peace deal and it doesn't bug. Yep. Wonderful. All right, Monaco has been annexed forcefully, unfortunately, but it had to happen. Their king did not believe in the future of Italy, and he had to be dealt with. Circassia. Okay. We'll do political concessions to the French, and then we'll do the plans for Plumbiris. As if out of the blue, a few political voices of discontent reigning through Sardinia-Piedmont. It simply is too good to be true. The political stability, the government of Sardinia-Piedmont enjoying lasted for some time, only to lose some stability later. Our stability is still alright, we're fine. It is expected that the French alliance will not be concluded, and should we refuse to concede some degree of territory coveted to the French, it is expected that the French Empire will seek to gain Nice and Savoy. Having previously occupying them briefly during the Napoleonic Wars, French authorities are well aware that without said territory, southern France will be left with a broad breach in its geographical defensibility. While Sardinia-Piedmont's ruling class believes in the principles of nationalism, in which Savoy would be undisputedly belong to the French nation, Nice has long since been a core Italian land. The loss of Nice would be an evident circumstantial dismissal of our core principles, and would likely infuriate the Piedmontese populace. Additionally, Napoleon III insists on the marriage of Prince Napoleon Bonaparte and Victor Emmanuel's eldest daughter, Maria Clotilde, to solidify our alliance. Plus, Napoleon has an egregious reputation of partying and other lewd activities, and would surely mistreat Maria. The king is not eager to see the marriage go through, but it's prepared to make the sacrifice for Italy. We're gonna give away our daughter for the future of Italy. Worth it. Worth it. What does the Navy look like in this mod? It has the same like appearances, but they're Victorian ships, so it's very different. It gets very modern too later, so. Yep. We'll overhaul our Navy in a little while. It's not important right now. This does seem like HOI4's version of Empire Total War. I might have to download it. It's a very good mod, Zodi. How are you doing? Good to see you. Hope you're well. You're about to enter? Rip. Did you talk to Tristan about it, Hastings? Do public works. Does construction speed bonuses. We should put our forces on the border with Lombard, because he's got his forces there. Look at that, sir. Look at that Austrian troop build up there on the border. I do not like that. Keep training our navy. After the plan of Plumbiris, we will have the alliance we need to move forward with our organization and unification. Yes, he said no more hot joints, but I'll come when you do one more. Sounds good. Compassion 101 with Hammer. And no more hot joints, right? Yeah, but I thought that you were gonna let Hastings rejoin, man. He was already in the game. I meant like no hot joints as in no new people, not like... I thought you were gonna let Sweden back in, dude. I'll be honest. Rip. I finally ended up getting into that Red Dead server. That's why I haven't been around so much, but I missed the HOI4 RP streams. For sure, Zodi. You got into Wild RP, dude? Congrats. That's cool as fuck, man. I hope you're having a good time. I mean, we could hot join Hastening, because he was about to join. Like, I don't want to cut him out. He waited so long to do this. Yeah, Tristan, I did mean to let Hastings back in. Let's do a hot join for him, because he spent all this time trying to get in the game with us, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll put hot join back on, but it's gonna take a long time.
I know it will, but like I thought we were gonna let him back in after he left.
I thought he left on his own.
No, he was in the chat with us.
us.
He was saying that he was about to come back in. He had a glitch, so he had to rejoin.
Yeah, I don't know that. So.
Yeah, that's my bad. I should have told you.
Oh, wait. I mean, once the game is running, it goes.
It's fine. It's just the technical issues. The issue that we have had mainly is that co-oping is too unstable and it fucks up the whole game, and hot joining is very, very slow. So those are two things to know.
The hot join menu for the hot join menu to pop up, it takes like 5 minutes.
I know, it's ridiculous.
It's so weird because I can run this game on 4-speed, but the hot join menu can't pop up. It's so weird to me.
Yeah, the speed isn't an issue. We have had no desync so far, knock on wood. So like, I think in the beginning is viable for MP, to be honest. It's just, you gotta understand that co-ops don't work and hot joins are just hell.
Terrible.
Yeah. But it does work. If you can get past the technical issues and get into the game proper, it's fine. But, you know, easier said than done.
I don't see any players in lobby.
It'll take a minute. Hot joining is just brutal.
Yeah, it takes a while for the hot join menu to pop up. And once it pops up, you'll be loading in, I think.
Yeah.
Damn, it's so fucking hot where I'm at, Jesus.
Damn.
Yeah, I think the co-op like crashes people's games as well.
It does, yep. I really wish I'd overruled that, but...
Well, you only know afterwards, so, I mean, now you know.
Yep. We're learning. That's like when we first started doing the William Dawn multiplayer games, there's all that stuff we had to learn in the beginning to, like, make them viable, so... It's gonna make everyone have to reload, too. Fuck.
So, there we go.
What's up, gamer? What the heck is the radiation symbol in the upper left? This mod is supposed to go all the way until modern times, and eventually they're going to add nukes.
Isn't it supposed to go to 2050?
Yep, they're going to add a space program and futuristic tech too, so, yeah. It's a very, 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 very ambitious mod. So, yeah. The ambition they have is kind of insane. They won't be able to do a lot of it, I think, but if they can even get the game to run up until, like, 50, that's 1950, that'd be solid. That'd be wild, honestly.
Yeah.
Not only 4 players had to rejoin, like, with the save game.
That's not bad. My screen is completely frozen until they load, so...
Yeah, that depends on what type of storage you have, like hard drive or SSD.
Yeah, I got that. I got that hard drive. Woo!
I have an M2 SSD, so... yeah.
Yep.
You need one too, man.
I'll get one day when I save up for it. Be a while. Can't imagine the lag you'll get in 2050. Oh god, that'd be insane.
Oh no,
that'd be a lot. I think that'd be only viable in single player.
One day every hour.
They should focus on earlier timelines. I agree with you, but I respect the ambition. Yeah, Tardis, Vicky 3 roleplay is going to be incredible. I've seen footage of it from the leaked version. I've seen footage of Vicky 3. I was not looking forward to it. I am super hyped for it now. I will be buying it day one. Somehow. I'll have to sell a kidney. But I'll be able to get Vicky 3 day one, and then we're going to roleplay the fuck out of that. It'll be so good for roleplay.
Oh god, I got to screen.
Oh, I heard the loading sound. I think we're loading back in. Yeah, Vicky 3 roleplay is going to be insane. I'll get to them, guys. Best patience.
Have you seen the new CK3 DLC?
Liberian one? Yeah, it looks alright.
I already have it.
Damn, son.
Not playable, but...
oh, yeah. Not yet.
Oh, yeah, you have the Royal Edition.
Yeah, I have.
You wonder if they leaked Vicky 3 on purpose? I don't think so. It would have been a smart media move. Most of the Paradox community was like not believing in Vicky 3 anymore, and I think the leaked version made a lot of people actually buy into it, including me. I was gonna release a whole video on why not to buy Vicky 3. I'd already started to write it, I'll be honest. And I am now changing that video to why you should get Vicky 3. So it's not a bad marketing move. It got me on board, and I'm sure a lot of other people are the same way. Like, I had full on planned on like telling people not to buy that game, and now I'm gonna be doing the exact opposite, so. Yeah. I hope that'll feel more feature complete when the new Paradox games that feel more feature complete after 4 to 5 years. From what I saw the leaked version, John, it already is shockingly full. Paradox has a habit of releasing incomplete alpha version games and pretending they're done. Vicky 3...
Imperator Rome.
Yes, Imperator Rome is still in a beta, as far as I'm concerned, and they abandoned the project, which is sad. But Vicky 3's features, day one, are going to be pretty impressive, so... Yeah, it won't be bad, man. It really won't.
I'm still very sad
Imperator
about
killed so much of my trust for Paradox.
You can't have any of the leaked version because Paradox will strike you on YouTube. I have no plans on putting up any footage of it, but I am going to write a video for it. And through the leaked versions, I'm also going to be able to make Victoria 3 tutorials for day one. So, well, I'll wait until day 2 because I'll have to get footage from the game after they release it so they don't fuck with me. But yeah. Anyway.
I need to be careful.
I could DM Paradox and be like, hey, I'm just some random fucker, but can I make tutorials early? Then they'll leave me on red. That's fine. We shall see. I'm cynical of the new stuff coming out nowadays. I am too. I'm always so cynical of Paradox releases, but Vicky 3 is kind of surprised me, I gotta say.
Like they scarred me with Imperator Rome. I pre-ordered that. I pre-ordered that game.
I was so psyched for Imperator, and then they released that fucking garbage. I won't even want to call it a game. Like, what the fuck even was that thing? It was a joke.
Fucking pre-alpha.
it was released in pre-alpha, and it's still currently in beta, but they abandoned the project, so it'll never be made.
Yeah.
I want my money back still. Fuck.
I'll upload footage on the hub, they won't strike you there. I'm not trying to, like, make enemies out of the fucking Paradox dev team, man. Let's not do that. That's a bad idea. It's a Paradox game, so I have good mods. The Vicky 3 mods are going to be insane. What I have prayed to Jesus for is that they make a Millennium Dawn mod for Victoria 3. Can you imagine how cool that would be? Just think about that for a little moment. Just think about that.
I'm waiting for Superpower 3, to be honest.
Superpower 3 looks good. Quatsa as a beta tester, actually, so... Hell yeah.
Yeah, but he's not allowed to say anything bad.
I know, he had to sign an NDA. It's fucking bullshit, man. I wanted him to tell me, but he can't.
Schlob! No!
Schlob! Was that on purpose, Schlob? Schlob! I think he's AFK.
Oh no.
Hey, I've gotta go to the fucking ER, dude. Like, I'm feeling fucking horrible.
Alright, good luck, man.
Yeah, see ya.
Alright, well, we lost Spain, but we gained Sweden. Good trade, I guess? Yeah. Alright, we're good, let's roll. Good luck.
Let's go.
Alright, we're actually back in. Hamu, if he would be in charge of Paradox, how about some Millennium Dawn? God, if I was in charge of Paradox even for a month, there'd be some big changes. It'd be a way better game company. Not to sound really egotistical, but whoever's running it, man. Imagine if there was like competent people, like leadership-wise in Paradox. Can you imagine what they could do? Oof. A lot of indie features like GDP will be perfect for Victoria 3. Yes, they would. We need the song request now. Give me a moment. Let me go find them. They need a new engine. They need an updated Clausewitz engine. That's for sure. They need to update it. The graphics changes they're doing are really good for Vicky 3, but the engine's still old. Nope. I'll play my Italian playlist. The songs you're requesting are mediocre. So let me get my Italian playlist. They're gonna follow Sim Buff. And thank you for the follow texting. Here we go. This is the good stuff. This is the good stuff. The Plumbiris meeting. After it was proposed by Napoleon representatives of a secret meeting at the secluded vacation town of Plumbiris les Bons. Motions to book a residence in the town for temporary residents underway. This meeting will be a milestone event that will sure to shape the future of the Italian peninsula. We'll have much to gain or lose in regards to Piedmontese and French positions alike. As the two diplomat masterminds prepare to dictate the terms of the alliance, Italia Torrida holds her breath. All right, let's go talk with Napoleon. Your Majesty, thank you for coming to this conference.
Did I join something?
I'm doing an event chain right now. We're technically in like a historical conference over the future of Italy right now. I'll read it out. Following Cavour's departure from Turin, it was well known that it would be traveling to Switzerland, following the king of the Piedmontese military commander, General La Marmora, being aware that Cavour's final destination was Plumbiris, and Cavour having rented a fine cottage on the outskirts of the small town. His meeting with Napoleon III is about to be underway, with expectations of Napoleon to arrive at Cavour's cottage by the afternoon in a carriage, in which the two statesmen will take a stroll through the quiet streets of Plumbiris, discussing the terms of the anticipated alliance, the leadership composition of the alliance's forces, a suitable casus belli against Austria, and the structure of Italy upon victory are primary concerns. Neither Napoleon III nor Cavour are able to accept the blame for causing the impending war. Napoleon has made clear his determination to support Sardinia-Piedmont with all his strength under the single condition that the war against Austria would not be fought for a revolutionary cause and can be justified in diplomatic terms. The obvious contenders for a proposal in order to soothe Napoleon's concerns about that of Austria's consistent violation of trade treaty obligations, which may be too weak a justification for use of aggression, as well as that of Austrian garrison in Bologna, to which the papacy will not be permitted to indefinitely reside. While the garrison in Bologna may prove a sufficient justification and gain favor among the European powers, French troops are currently residing in Rome, and the parallels may raise the question of French hypocrisy. Do we want to cast this belly off of trade treaty violations or the garrison in Bologna, Your Majesty?
What is the option?
The trade treaty. Austria has broken trade treaties with both yourself and my government repeatedly, or the Bologna garrison, which is Austrian troops currently in the papal territories.
This is not acceptable. Don't you understand what's happening?
Your Majesty, the Bologna garrison would be giving us a much stronger justification here.
Yes.
Very well, the garrison.
I'm sorry for being a little bit lost.
No, it's fine.
I'm doing it to other. A different.
As expected, the trade treaty violations by Austria were considered by Napoleon to be insufficient grounds for war. Napoleon also displayed reluctance to accept the use of Bologna garrison as a pretext. However, it has transpired that Napoleon has an alternative proposal that he believes could make a sufficient justification. Using the recent debacle in which the Duke of Medina and Reggio, Francis V, refused to recognize Napoleon III as the true ruler of France, if the Modenese citizens were to request protection from their Austrian allied government, it would give Sardinia-Piedmont the perfect opportunity to make a public announcement denouncing Austrian oppression in the peninsula. The subsequent outage of the proclamation might be enough to cause them to declare themselves the aggressor. As the French prepare to lay out the plan for the Italian peninsula, we must begin to rethink about whether the Confederation is something that we should go along with. Naturally, we can always give the French our searches now and see if the future allows us to change the agreement, but we are not in a good position to deny the French domination in Italy. Under the current plans for the political structure of Italy, Cavour and Napoleon agreed that Sardinia-Piedmont, under the new Italian Confederation, ought to be awarded Lombardy-Venetia, what was formerly Venetia-Istria, and the duchesses of Medina and Parma, as well as the papal legations in Romagna, to form the Kingdom of Northern Italy. This would see Austria entirely removed from the Italian peninsula and the creation of a new, powerful, independent Italian state. Central Italy would be recognized under the rule of Roberto I, Duke of Parma. Roberto, being an adolescent, currently entrusts state legislations, with Louis Marie Therese de Troyes as acting regent. Turn this music down, it's very loud. France clearly believes that Louise Duarte may be more akin to following a policy of clienthood with the French Empire due to her Francophile upbringing. And then the south of Italy will be under the Bourbon monarchs of the Two Sicilies. After long days of negotiation, promises, and signing treaties in previous day, Napoleon is due to pick up Cavour once more to discuss the proposed marriage and finalize the terms of the Franco-Sardinian Entente. So, Edward, just a heads up, historically, you were wanting basically Victor Emmanuel II's eldest daughter to marry your son, and he did not want that to happen, so it's a very contentious issue, just a heads up. so you understand what's going on.
A little bit.
Okay. The first and foremost talk of the day, perhaps might be the most dire, is that in regards to the military composition of the alliance. Given the war is over Italian soil, Cavour understands that having Sardinia-Piedmont lead the Entente forces in the conflict would constitute a symbolic vengeance for the defeat of 48. However, the French consider it important that they show dominance in Italy and use the war as a political ploy for revenge against the Congress of Vienna's terms. However, believes the military alliance will gain quite the sum of political utility post-war. Your Majesty, I hope that you will allow Sardinia to lead the assaults. It will allow the French to die much less and give much legitimacy to the Italian state after the war. You are already a greatly respected nation, Your Majesty, but Italy is not. So I would ask that you allow us to lead the attack with Austria, if that is necessary.
This is totally acceptable. You shall lead the attack, and if you're in need of French support, you just need to...
Wonderful. We will make the request.
Give the Italian comments. Yes. I need to give you a comment, right?
Wonderful. Much to our surprise, the French have agreed to allow us to lead the military composition of our joint force. This represents a great victory for the Italian military and the greater Italian people. With our generals at the helm of the armies of Austria will be easily crushed, and the Habsburgs shall be removed from the Italian peninsula once and for all. In order to consolidate the new alliance, Napoleon has insisted on having Napoleon III's rather disgraceful cousin marry the eldest daughter of King Emmanuel. These are many reasons as to why the king has been hesitant. The emperor's brother is not known for his loyalty to companions, and his age difference between the king's daughter is not to be ignored. It would not be a prestigious marriage in regards to Sardinia-Piedmont standing, but the king is willing to make the sacrifice in order to secure the nation. Your Majesty, is there any way I can convince you to not go ahead with this marriage? You understand I have several daughters, but I do not seek my eldest daughter to be married to, no offense, a very old man, such as your cousin. One who is known to cheat on many of his wives.
I'm not like that much, my cousin. I think it is acceptable.
Very well. We will protest the marriage then. Thanks to our protest, the princess has been saved from the vile marriage the French tried to propose. The king will be delighted to hear this development, as he initially professed the idea of marriage to his daughter off to Louis Bonaparte. With the final deliberations concluded, the two parties may return home from the seclusion of Palmbaris and begin preparations for the imminent war as the alliance detailed. The terms negotiated in the past few days have the capability to reshape the Italian peninsula and maybe even the entirety of the European continent. Your Majesty, I thank you for meeting me here in this village. I hope that no one will know of this meeting, and I again thank you for your support of the creation of the Italian state. I will be returning home to Torino. I thank Your Majesty for backing us yet again.
Have a good unification, sir.
Thank you. If you allow the French to take the lead, you are nothing but a French puppet, indeed. Thank you for the prime, Jordy. What's up, man? Appreciate you. Thank you for that. Process the marriage. Off to the factory of your girl, Chop Chop. She's royal. She doesn't have to work.
Sick.
What are you talking about?
I'm gonna have to report you back to Cusco.
Very well. That means as soon as this is done, we should be able to go forward. Yep, war preparations. Get the infield a little early, and we'll make some more divisions if we can here too. Make another 2 divisions in Torino. No worries, bud. I just got back from the Q&A with a comedian. How's the game? It's going very well, Jordy. It's actually, knock on fucking wood for the 10th time, stable. So this is fucking incredible. I've been hoping that we could get a new beginning roleplay going for a while, and it looks like it's going to happen, which is fucking crazy. All right, here we go. Preparations must be made for the war against Austria. The French will be sending in their troops, and Cavour hopes that there will be many nationalists who will join the fight against the Austrians. They will have an option to stand down, but we'll see if they do it or not. I'm in so much debt. I am super new to the mod law. Oh, Nigeria MD playthrough. Yeah, it's we had a lot of debt in that one. Are you trying out a game of Millennium Dawn, Ashley? I just deleted 20 Russian units because I went pulling to win in their rebellion. All right, we are preparing. Let's go make the Prussians aware. Oh, hello. Karl Anton Hohenzollern is now the minister. I think we'll be able to give the Austrians an ultimatum here, I believe. So there still is a diplomatic solution. If you get a war with Austria, what will you be demands, assuming you win, of course? The creation of a North Italian state with the annexation of Lombardy and Venetia by Sardinia-Piedmont, as well as Parma, Modena, and a withdrawal of Austrian influence and forces from the Italian peninsula. We will honor our agreement, which is that we will not obviously attempt to take any of the lands such as Trient, Tyrol, or Tyrol, as well as any of the coastal provinces in Croatia. We will stand behind our words there, but a total withdrawal is needed. Navally, we will dominate this, so that's useful at least. Because Austria does have a navy, it's just very small. Yeah, it's actually bigger than I thought, but we'll still, I think, beat it. Hello there!
Hello.
Karl von Hohenzollern. This is Camilo Cavour of Sardinia-Piedmont. How are you?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
I am quite well, though in a bit of a precarious position. I assume your predecessor made you aware of our previous talks?
Yes, yes.
I would like to formally say that Sardinia-Piedmont is preparing an ultimatum against Austria's to pull out of Lombardy and Venetia. We hope in the event of a war that we will have at least a diplomatic backing of Prussia. With Austrian troops deployed in Milan, it does give Prussia a unique opportunity in regards to Austria. I would like to make that very clear.
We of course will back Italian Piedmont claims on Milan, and we will on Lombardy. I'm sorry. And we will do type on diplomatic. How do I call it? Diplomatic backing of your actions. Protest about not protest. No. Backing of your action in Italy.
Thank you. Thank you. We are very appreciative to the Kingdom of Prussia for their support. As you support our unification, so too will we support yours in the future.
That's good. That's good to hear.
Thank you for your time, and we will be crossing the Rubicon.
Thank you for your time as well.
Wonderful. No opposition left. Given that our generals are to occupy a majority of the leadership positions during the upcoming war of Austria, it is necessary that we begin discussing strategy and tactics. Given our nation's prior experience in fighting the Austrians in Italy, there should be much to learn from the past to implement in the new campaign. Promotions in the military, we just got a new general and a new admiral. We could revise stratagems. We'll do limited conscription. Joshing around? What do you mean? Bruno, what do you mean? How's it going? We should get an event for the war soon. Oh, here we go. In order for the Risorgimento to be completed and the Italian nation to be formed, there will be battles fought and bloodshed. Enemy exists both outside and inside the Italian peninsula who would like to stop our goal of unification. If there is one thing that will decide the fate of the Italian peninsula, it is war. We'll create the Hunters of the Alps, which will give us, I think, a bunch of new soldiers. Yep, there we go. Hunter's Regiment. We have a new admiral. We'll see if he's any better. He is not. We'll keep Carlo. Ixia, we'll take him. He's got good tactics. Messing around, but it's Josh. How's it going? All right. Is there a way for us to trigger the war, or can we not do that? Well, we will see. The longer he waits, the more conscription laws and stuff we can do here. Austrians are massing troops on our border. Glad you're doing good, man. Do the National Guard next as well. I think he has to do I think an event or a focus or something. Russia's the military, Sardinia troop movements, activate mission, Austrian demand demobilization war in a minute. I didn't get anything. I'm gonna go ask him at a roleplay. Yo, out of roleplay really briefly, I'm doing the event chain for the Northern Italian stuff. Did you get a focus regarding Sardinia?
No.
Alright, can you go to your missions and check your decisions?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Because I think it's something that the Austrian AI normally fires.
Looking at it right now, there's nothing regarding Italy.
At all?
No, there's like maybe uproar in Italy, but it's like constant. No, nothing regarding Italy.
Fuck, I hope it didn't bug. I've seen the AI done this so many times, so let me see what the focus says one more time. It says Austria gets activate mission, Austrian demands demobilization war in a minute. Did you get like an event or something?
I got like a thing that's like demand demobilization.
What?
Like Sardinian forces amassed on our border demand demobilization.
What did you choose?
There was no choose. There's just the thing.
Okay, it must fire historically then. All right, appreciate it, man. We'll see what happens. Institute the National Guard. Oh, 63 days. Okay, I see. 63 days. It'll happen automatically. We're good. It's probably meant to be in single player, so the only sensible thing to do is change to RT56. Gonna be hard to push that river. It will. It will be very difficult. That's why we're gonna try and go through Parma. In a New Beginning, battles are very different than in vanilla. Only one army could fight one other army at the same time, so it's gonna be really odd, I warn you.
Greetings, sir.
Oh, hello there. Am I speaking with Lord Palmerston? Good to see you again.
Indeed you are, sir. I've come for an update in your unification of Italy dream, sir.
We have been working with many of the European powers. We have the backing of the Spanish, the French, the Prussians, and the Russians, and the Swedes in regards to this crisis. We have issued an ultimatum to the Austrians, and with the backing of the French, we stand resolute. I had hoped that my talks with the Minister Bach of Austria would be useful, but I've heard nothing back from him after our talks. Well, I hoped that he would concede Lombardy and Venetia to a united Italian state. We have given a formal request for them to pull out of Italy, and I'm hoping that they will choose the diplomatic solution. If not, our troops stand ready.
Oh, we see, sir. Well, I'd imagine, having heard from my intelligence agencies, sir, that you would find a staunch ally in both Prussia and Bavaria.
Indeed.
I believe they have a grief of their own with the Austrian Empire, sir.
We have discussed at length the Prussians, and they have our backing. I'm not sure if they intend to fight a war of Austria in the event of one with us, but they do back us. So we will see how this proceeds. I hope that Austria will choose the lesser of their options and allow us to unite Italy peacefully. But if not, it could spell their ruin.
Indeed, sir, indeed. I believe the Prussians and the Bavarians will potentially just be waiting for any chance of instability within Austria to seize on their claims upon...
Indeed.
On their dreams of a unified German country for themselves.
They are seeking the unification. We have had extensive talks with them, and we do back the Prussians in that regard as they back us in our own unification. I hope that both of our nations will allow for a greater future for both Germany and Italy. What is the British opinion of the Prussian situation and their Northern German Confederation?
We'll stand by the Prussians as they stood by us during the Napoleonic Wars.
Indeed.
We do not wish to involve any forces of our own. It is more of a political allegiance rather than a militarical allegiance.
I understand, of course.
Relations with the French have started to get better over the years. We have established trade routes amongst ourselves, and this current Napoleon isn't as bad as his two predecessors.
We found him to be very reasonable, to be quite frank with you. I hope that you find a similar situation.
We have indeed, sir. We have indeed. But other than looking for a brief update on the situation of Italy, that is all really under the.
I am hopeful for a diplomatic solution, but if not, you may see a war in the northern Italian peninsula very soon. So we will see. We hope for the diplomatic solution, but as you know, we stand prepared for anything.
No, we wish you well, sir.
Thank you, Lord Palmerston. You as well. Well, we are ready. I suspect the Austrians will fight us, but they may find themselves not willing to fight a two-front war, so we will see. Hello there. This is an ambassador sent from Camillo Cavour and His Majesty's government in Torino.
Good day. What is your purpose of visiting?
As I am aware and have been made aware by Minister Cavour, you had returned home to Austria to discuss our discussion of northern Italy. As you know,
we have. Since then, things have happened.
Indeed.
The king in Lombardia, one of our emperor's relatives, has been couped. We obviously respect this decision. For now, General Ferenc Gyulai is taking control of Lombardia Veneto.
Indeed.
And the process of a democratic system in there is bound to happen.
Indeed.
However,
I would hope that he would unify with the Northern Italian Confederation that we are going to build.
The main issue is that not all of Lombardia Veneto is as willing to side with Sardinia-Piedmont, especially since the recent reforms.
Many Austrian immigrants have moved there.
Human rights
Indeed.
being granted there. Now, obviously, you can say that this is Austrian propaganda, but
I don't doubt that, but I'm sure that many of the people who support this current government are the Austrian immigrants who have moved there since your subjugation of that region. But I do not wish to be caught up with details here. I stand firm. We had the backings of many great states in Europe behind us, both militarily and diplomatically. As you know, I really do wish to avoid a war here, but we'll stand firm.
Sadly, I don't believe that you wish to avoid a war, considering
I do.
Mobilization that is already.
Well, we will be willing to take drastic action if we can't reach a diplomatic solution, but that is our first course of action here.
I mean, the problem is your stubbornness to negotiate any other deal.
I think we've been very reasonable. We have made it clear that the Italian lands you hold in Tyrol, Trent, and Pseudo-Tyrol, as well as Croatia, will remain yours. We will not contend those.
The main issue is that in such a occurrence, our own nation will no longer function the way it does. We've already had numerous insurrections, and we have won against every insurrection.
I understand, but this is very different. This is not an insurrection. You'll be facing great powers.
We have been facing great powers before.
Indeed.
It was Napoleon who has divided our nation, who has taken lands that are rightfully Austrian from Austrian hands.
Very well, we are giving you a formal ultimatum here.
Let's see, wait, out of roleplay. Okay, now I have an ultimatum.
Oh, you should have just gotten one.
Yes.
Very well. Okay. If that is how you wish this to proceed, we shall do it this way.
So be it.
Yes.
It seems that diplomacy is not to be had here. I hope that French troops are on the way to the front lines.
They are.
Wonderful. Thank you, Your Majesty.
As it should be.
Wonderful. Tuscany has come to our aid, and they will fight with us. Our great General Garibaldi is currently engaging and fighting battles with the Austrians north of Milan. News reaches Turin today of the massacre of the Cignoli family of the Austrian military during the reconnaissance prior to the Battle of Montebello. An Austrian patrol found a gunpowder flask inside a home in Torresilo Versati in the south of Lombardy. The family was arrested and brought to Castigo, where Field Marshal Karl von Urban decided they would be shot. The Austrians have massacred one of our families. Can you help them with the offensive north of Milan? We can push them back there if you stand with us.
Get my org as well.
Wonderful.
Just want to reorg.
We're through.
Oh god, this is the worst turn.
We're gonna attempt to surround Milan here and cut their army off from Vienna. It's because they have no supply. And now we are out of supply too.
You also have like plus 35% division attack.
Yeah, we get special bonuses for the war.
That's insane.
If we can push through into Tyrol, we'll be in good shape here. Here's as though Medina will not enter the war. What just happened?
He signed the white piece and accepted it.
He's holding on to Venice, though. Napoleon!
What? I didn't do anything.
You have allowed him to control Venice! Did you not read what you signed?
I didn't have any event.
Did it automatically happen?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, okay.
Nothing.
Huh. Oh, I thought it was an option. All right, very well. Well, he surrendered. That's
okay,
weird.
I did nothing.
Oh, okay, that's very strange. I guess he gets to keep Venice or something. Interesting. Well, very well. Back in roleplay. Thank you, Your Majesty Napoleon. We appreciate you helping us in this great war. This is a great step towards the unification of Italy and pushing the Austrians out of northern Italy. I thank you.
There's nothing to thank me for. This, hope you get the. I hope you can unite the Italian people.
Indeed, and we will stand by our word. Savoy will be transferred to you very soon. Thank you, Your Majesty. Humiliated by the failure of his designs for the Italian peninsula and enraged by the backhanded change in French policy, Cavour resigned this morning despite the— yeah, he did fuck us. France fucked us. The continued general support of the Italian nation. All administration has been left in chaos. Hope that Italy unity seems to be fading amongst the ruling class. Camilla just resigned. It's now Alfonso Mamora. It's a military leader now in charge. Yeah, so he just fucked us. He agreed to a white peace and Venice was controlled by the Austrians. I'm not sure if that was him or if the game just like automatically fired it or something, but we're gonna be in bad shape.
Ferrero La Marmora. Here is Maximilian II from the Kingdom of Bavaria.
Your Majesty, welcome to Torino. What can I do for you?
Thanks. Thanks for having me here in your great country. I'm here to congratulate you officially, not only from the side of the Kingdom of Bavaria against the hostile state of Austria, but in the speaking for all of the German lands, including Prussia. We would like to congratulate you.
We thank you. This was a hard-fought victory, but in the end, the French decided to sign a white peace with the Austrians, and Venice still is in the hands of the Austrians, unfortunately. But it is a great step for the future of a united Italy.
It's a big plus for the future of your country.
It is indeed.
Very good. Very good. We would just like to inform you about some plans of the German government.
Indeed.
As you heard, I said German government because the Kingdom of Prussia and the Kingdom of Bavaria agreed on a certain deal. Let me explain. The Kingdom of Bavaria will unite the southern German states and the Kingdom of Prussia the northern German states, and we will be the closest allies ever, so Germany will stand together, but in the favorization of the biggest German states, Bavaria and Prussia.
A southern German confederation and a northern one then.
Yes, indeed. And we would like to cooperate with your government of Sardinia-Piedmont.
How exactly can we help you in achieving this?
Not by achieving this, I mean just for the future time when we achieve this, then we will work.
Your Majesty, you know I already work very closely with the Prussians, and a friend of the Prussians is a friend of mine. We will back both of your governments, both in the north and in the south of Germany, in your unification. You are firm allies as Sardinia-Piedmont and the Italian nation, which will one day be created.
Perfectly. That's music to our ears.
Indeed. And I hope that the Kingdom of Bavaria will also back the true unification of Italy.
Obviously. We back this with a public statement.
We thank you.
The German community. So thanks for having me here.
Of course, Your Majesty. Before you leave, we'll put you up in the palace. It is a long journey back to München, and we will have you fed. And do you like wine, Your Majesty?
I love wine.
Italy has some of the finest wines in the world. We would be happy to let you try some of my finest from my cellar tonight, and you're welcome to take home a few bottles for your own collection.
Vielen Dank. We bring some wine. It's not as good as yours, but some Bavarian beer too.
Very nice of you. I would be happy to try them. We will sup together tonight, and in the morning I will wish you a safe journey back to München, Your Majesty.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Meeting with Central State delegates. Following the affirmation of the Villafranca Peace from the Treaty of Zurich, King Victor Emmanuel with delegates from the Central States to discuss matters relating to possible annexation. The delegates have informed the king that they have already agreed to uniting into one unified Central State in order to co-govern and may be willing to be annexed into Sardinia-Piedmont. In order for this process to take place, we will have to negotiate further with the French in order to avoid any political messes. The Treaty of Zurich signed between our nation, the French, and the Austrians is meant to finalize the agreements of the Villafranca Peace we were absent from, stipulating the return of the monarchs to the Central States. The treaty is seen unfavorably to the new Lamora government and is not expected to be enforced in any meaningful way, at least by ourselves. So basically what ended up happening was the French and the Austrians signed a peace treaty without us. So we got backstabbed by Napoleon III. Get him drunk and take the liberties out of his borders, genius. Integrate the new lands. Now that that more Italian lands have been brought under our fold, the time has come to integrate the people and lands into a single nation. So we're about to uncore Lombardy, and we'll get to court. No vote on partial mobilization. I hope that the Parliament of Sardinia-Piedmont will understand the need for us to militarize in the face of Austrian aggression and our French supposed allies. And it failed. That is unfortunate. I cannot afford an executive order right now, so we will have to wait on that. Italian Central Provinces under Eugene Emmanuel di Savoie-Carignan. And they are a puppet of ours. So what's the premise of End of a New Beginning? You can read about it. I will link you the mod, Jordy. You're welcome to read about it. But generally, it's just kind of Victoria 2 in HOI4. Replacement of Eugenio Emmanuel di Savoia-Carignan. The new United Provinces of Central Italy have elected relative of Victor Emmanuel. Given the current tense negotiations with France, the king has requested that the prince step down from any position of leadership that feel of unsettling the French, who have already lost their initial proposal of Bonaparte king in Tuscany. Victor Emmanuel instead recommends politician Carlo Campagna di Marbello to take control of the government of the Central Provinces until they can go through the plebiscites for unification. So there's no longer a king related to us on the throne there, but that's fine. But generally speaking, it follows the Crimean and Franco-Prussian, or not Franco-Prussian, it follows the Crimean War and the state of the world during that. America hasn't fully colonized. Mexico became a kingdom, all right. And yeah, it's currently at the end of the age of colonialism, prior to the scramble for Africa and all that kind of stuff. So it's a really interesting time period. Think of it, it follows older. High Victorian era. It just covers that period, essentially. This mod wants to eventually be able to go all the way to 2050, which sounds insane, but they want to try for it. I think eventually this mod will probably go from like 1856 to like probably 1950. Even that will be rough, so we'll see. This mod team is incredibly ambitious, which I respect, but you got to be able to pull it off, so we'll see. All right, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. HOI4 will be out by then, haha. Yeah, pretty much, man, honestly. Be cool to see a New Heights of Iron game span from World War One to like the Cold War, even just interwar to Cold War. I'd love to see it, Ashy. HOI4 I know is in like the beginnings of the works for it. They have begun like general planning for it, so I'm hoping that they'll do a longer one for sure. Be nice. Okay. This is a long focus, so we're waiting on it. This will allow us to core Lombardy, and we'll get stability, and then we'll be able to hopefully annex these central states. We will see, though. We haven't industrialized, so building factories takes us forever. It's not easy. We've actually gotten through almost 4 years so far. Like, holy shit. I'm gonna say it, knock on wood, End of a New Beginning roleplay is viable. I'm gonna say it. Considering the amount of diverging paths, I don't think it's possible without scaling back the amount of paths to a more historical game, and even then the world wars would change a lot depending on who is won. Who is in the Central Powers won the World War I, while the Allies won the Second World War. There would be no Soviets and no historical Cold War. So many paths to keep track of. I know. I don't know how they'll do it. They're a little too ambitious, I think. Hopefully they'll roll back at some point, but we'll see. I just want them to improve their engines so your campaign go for longer. It'd be nice. We'll see though, actually. I hope they make a new engine. In terms of streaming, do you use OBS Studios or Streamlabs? I hear from people Streamlabs is better, but I really prefer OBS personally. Jordy? I like OBS a lot more. More customizable. We'll hold on to a little legislative power for now. I will do want to enact an executive order for partial mobilization here, due to the threats from both the east and the west right now. Despite the Treaty of Zurich outlining the return of the central states to their respective monarchs, the lands have long since been under the control of the provincial governments, allied to our cause since the first days of our War of Austria. The French have not encouraged our enforcement of the treaty due to the lack of proper annexation of the central states. This status quo has only been an upset by greater demands from the French to have had other nations submit their diplomatic stranglehold on our nation. The British have been adamant that the French demands are subversive of Italian independence. Well, they supposedly back us, so let's hope that they do. There'll be an event, I guess, in a minute. English are the foremost developers in modern naval technology. We will order 2 frigates from English dockyards to reflect this and help modernize our navy further. Once they arrive, they will help support our efforts and our position in the Mediterranean. Let's go talk with the British about that.
Ah, good day, sir.
Ah, hello there, Lord Palmerston.
Indeed, sir.
Ah, wonderful. I see that you have intervened on our behalf. We would like to formally thank you.
That is not a problem, sir.
I am here actually to discuss another matter. I am ambassador for Alfonso Mamora. We have wished to commission frigates from your great dockyards in London as Sardinia-Piedmont, and the Italian nation wishes to build a modern navy. So we wish to commission frigates, obviously paying very well for it, which will allow us to modernize our own navy. If you would allow for such an agreement.
That can be arranged, sir.
Wonderful. I am very thankful. We will write up the necessary paperwork, and of course, we'll pay absolute prime prices for those frigates. I hope that you will allow several of our naval advisors to be there during the construction of these vessels, so we may learn from the modern British naval building strategies.
That is not a problem, sir, at all, sir. Anyway, your one is most welcome in London, sir.
Wonderful. I'm very glad to hear that. Before I leave, I would like to yet again thank you for interceding on our behalf. I do not wish to speak bad in Napoleon III. He has supported us greatly, but his peace with the Austrians, with us not at the negotiating table, was frankly very disturbing. And we are left now to pick up the pieces of Italy, since the French have more or less pulled out of the situation. It is very worrying.
Indeed, sir. Indeed it is.
But I will not trouble you anymore.
Endeavors, sir.
Thank you, Lord Palmerston. We will seek more in the future.
Indeed.
I'll read what they did really quickly. In the recent turn of events, the United Kingdom, through its own motives, The King Victor Emmanuel II, hopeful with the recent changes in the status quo of the Central States, has called on Cavour to return to the government and replace the lackluster government headed by La Marmora. It is expected that Cavour will begin new negotiations with the French to prepare for a proper annexation of the Central States. Wonderful. Your Majesty, thank you for coming to Turin. Out of roleplay, this is a scripted event, so just heads up. Have you been getting the events about Italy and stuff?
But only once about the UK tournament.
Ah, very well. Well, as you know, out of roleplay, you didn't press any buttons for the peace with Austria, did you?
No.
Okay, yeah, so what ended up, out of roleplay, let me explain what happened. I don't know if it was Austria or just a scripted event, but what ended up happening was you made a separate treaty with the Austrians without us present, and I wouldn't say you backstabbed us, but you definitely, you broke the promises you made with Sardinia-Piedmont, which...
I just want to say that I didn't touch it.
I know you didn't. I'm just telling you how to roleplay what's happened, so you can obviously roleplay off of that, right? So just letting you know. But currently, you basically came to Turin to discuss like the situation with Italy with us. It's a scripted event, just a heads up. So, you good? Yeah. I know you're kind of trying to keep up here. A lot of this is scripted for single player, so...
Like everything is like...
Yeah.
Okay, I did this. How? Why? I have no idea. Am I supposed to do stuff with it? Okay, alright.
Well, Napoleon III was well known for basically partying all the time, so we'll just say that, like, you know, stuff has been happening without him knowing, you know, so. But anyway. With the powers of Europe condemning France's new exposed expansionist ambitions, Napoleon has decided to meet with Cavour to discuss the alternative accord. Having recently settled in his temporary abode, he is requested for negotiations of the new Treaty of Turin to commence. All right, we're going to have a negotiation now. So basically, we are seeking the annexation of the central provinces, the Italian central provinces, which I'm sure you can see now. And we are hoping to negotiate that with you, Your Majesty.
Yes.
I know that the war was a success, but with Austria still holding on to the Venetian territories in Lombardia, it is now even more important that we centralize and unify the remaining Italian territories. We stand by our provinces to cede you Savoy, but we will obviously, again, seek your support for the annexation of the central provinces and the Kingdom of Two Sicilies.
This is totally acceptable. The French shall support the Italians.
Wonderful. Although Napoleon has already agreed to allow us annexation of the newly formed central provinces, perhaps we can negotiate the retainment of Nice. Italian speaking for centuries and definitely loyal, the French acquisition of Nice remained questionable even since the meetings in Pomberis took place. Is it possible that we could obviously not cede you Nice? As we said in the past, we did promise you Savoy, not Nice. So, yes. Would you be agreeable to these terms?
Napoleon is totally understand the reason why Nice should remain Italian.
Wonderful. Well, then we'll offer renegotiation. Also, is there any way you could turn up your mic?
Do you not hear me well?
It's very, very hard to hear.
Alright, I'll try to do something about it.
I appreciate it, Edward. Also, thank you for bearing with me. I know you don't know most of what's happening right now.
I have no idea.
I know, man. This is all like this mod is built for single players, so yeah.
The mod is cool. I'm trying to understand what the hell is happening. Like,
I know.
I have some stuff in Africa is happening. I have some stuff.
There's a lot. This mod is very intense. There's always so much going on. So.
Like I need to do stuff in Vietnam. Then I have election stuff. I need to look at the Suez Canal being built. I need to.
I understand. And Savoy has been transferred formally to you, Your Majesty, as we promised.
And it's alright. How do I record?
I believe it's already cord.
I know not.
Is it not?
No, it's not.
You'll have a focus to do it later. I think. Let me look. Deal for Savoy, and then. Oh, I guess you don't get a court, but you get Savoy, so, I mean.
Yes, this is
yeah.
It's good.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for coming to this conference, Napoleon. We are appreciative of your continued support for the unification of the Italian nation. Thank you, Your Majesty.
The Italians are always welcome in Paris.
Thank you. We will speak soon. Poor Edward doesn't know what the fuck's happening. All these events are happening without him because it's designed for single player. Fuck. Early this week, in his letter to the ambassador of Vienna, Lord Augustus Loftus, the then foreign secretary, Lord John Russell said voting in Savoy is a farce. We are neither entertained nor edified. The inscription on the letter has since been leaked and gained notoriety, and many Frenchmen see this as a direct provocation by the British government. Let's hope we don't start a war between the French and the British. That'd be bad. Do you still help your bro not call women peasants on Tinder? Most, you've been watching my YouTube videos, haven't you? Yes. My brother doesn't call women peasants on Tinder anymore. I think I put that on one of my YouTube videos, right? When I was talking about that. Yeah, no, he doesn't do that anymore. He's gotten a lot better. USA and Russia are building a bunch of civs in me. Wonderful. You're educating Grisha, lol? About what, Jordy? What has happened in the game so far? Nerd, we've tried to get independence of Italy. Prussia is pushing for Alsace-Lorraine. There's going to be a unification of North and South Germany under Bavaria and Prussia, respectively. And yeah, there was a war of the Austrians, and the French and the Austrians signed a separate peace without the Sardinia government there. Savoy pleads for re-annexation. Protests against the French annexation of the region of Savoy have become widespread, especially in the Chambéry, where violence has broken out against the French occupation. The populace of Savoy has even gone as far as to send a declaration to both the Napoleon III and the Swiss Federal Council under the presentation of a manifesto, together with petitions to state that they did not wish to become French. Oof. Discreetly outlining the preference to remain united with His Majesty Emmanuel II or be annexed to Switzerland in the case of separation from our kingdom being unavoidable. Poor Savoy, but it was a necessary sacrifice for Italy. He thinks Ukraine used to ban Russian language. He drinks the Kool-Aid, man. It's good luck. He calls them the proletariat now instead. I hope not, God. It was an Ethiopian playful. I was literally pissing my pants when I heard that. Yeah. You know what happened? Like, you heard the story, but what happened was my brother, like, always used to, he doesn't really anymore. He used to ask for my help on, like, dating apps all the time with talking to women. And he'd bring me these, like, absolutely train wreck conversations, and he'd ask me to save them. And this one time, he's like, this girl stopped texting me. And I was like, why'd she do that? And he's like, I don't know, just read the messages. I went 3 messages back in his Tinder conversation, and what did he do? He asked her if she liked anime, and she said no. So his response to her was, well, then you're a peasant. And yeah, then he was like, well, I don't know, why did she stop responding to me? Because you called her a fucking peasant. I actually managed to save that conversation. I sent her, like, I wrote a conversation. He is very based, yes. I sent a text for my brother to her, apologizing, and, you know, I forget what I said. But she ended up keep texting him for a little while, but then she ghosted him again, so, yeah. But what a fucking Chad. You don't like anime, you goddamn peasant? Who else would send that in a fucking text conversation on Tinder? Like, Jesus Christ, man. My brother's pretty fucking based. I love that dude so much. But there's a reason he's had trouble with dating, you know? So he's a little intense. Calling women peasant, Sigma male grind set engaged. Exactly. That dude is pure Sigma male grind set, dog. It's ridiculous. All right. Here we go. It's about to happen. 2 days. The social skills of a rock. Yeah, but he's... Yes. Do you like anime? No. That would have been significantly worse. Thankfully, that did not happen. Thank the Lord. Wonderful! We have annexed Central Italian provinces underneath our United Nation. Perfection. Despite not outwardly supporting his beliefs or many of his actions, Garibaldi is a necessary and key figure for the Risorgimento. He is an unmatched military leader, and his bands of soldiers, which grow by the day, should prove to be useful assistance in the unification of Italy. We can offer him backdoor support so that our hands are clean of his actions. This happened in real life. Garibaldi started an insurrection in Sicily against the Kingdom of Two Sicilies in order to create the unification. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe I remember reading that. I read a lot of Italian history books when I was a kid. We have new divisions behind us. Wonderful. Please, Lord Emmanuel, please save Denmark and Schleswig-Holstein from the tyrannical Prussians. Lots of energy. Good to see you. Hello, this is Victoria 2 on HOI4. Yes, it is. Absolutely. You have to have a speaker in his ear if he actually goes on a date. Unironically. I've offered to wingman for him. We never done it, though. No, I did wingman him for once. Well, that's a very dark story. I'm not going to tell that on stream. Like I forgot about that. I can't watch this shit anymore. It's demoralizing. Yeah, man. I wouldn't bother. It's not worth it. Not worth it, man. Yeah, the one time I wingman for my brother, it got very dark, so. Not from him, but Jesus Christ. I'm not gonna tell it on stream. Reopen a textile mill, let's do it. Assistant for Garibaldi. Given the difficulty in justifying it casts his belly against the Kingdom of Two Sicilies, it will be more beneficial to stick with Garibaldi's plan and play dumb. Garibaldi's plan is to take some steamships in the night and land in Sicily with his volunteers. Yep, I knew it. The plan gives us the ability to deny involvement and keep our support hidden. While Garibaldi advances from the south, we can take the opportunity to advance from the north. While the world is distracted with previous events, Garibaldi leads a landing of some 1,000 soldiers at the city of Marsala on the island of Sicily. He continues north, accompanied on his way up the coast by fellow revolutionaries and soldiers against the Bourbon rule in the Kingdom of Two Sicilies. His victory shall be swift. Wonderful. I like this girl. I sent her a photo of my dying flower, and she showered my love. What do you mean by that? Is that an analogy? Thanks for reading my blog. Uh-oh. At the Paris Observatory in France this evening, renowned French astronomer Herbert Verrier announced the potential discovery of a new intermercurial object in the sky. The sighting of the planet was first recorded by French village doctor turned astronomer hobbyist Edmond Lescar-Bolt just months prior to his aged clinic. If these sightings were to be verified as Vulcan, as some of the fellow astronomers are calling it, would be the second planet to not be discovered by sighting, but whose existence was predicted by Leverrier's solar gravitational models. Interesting. And will further professionalize the use of mathematical models to make discoveries in the celestial sky. While Leverrier has been a proven standard of astrophysics in the last decade, many other astronomers are now describing this new discovery as preposterous, as worse, and faulty at best. An intermercurial object would have been discovered centuries, if not millennium earlier, as any sizable object of this close proximity to the sun would have been recorded much sooner than now. Apparently, our skies are full of planets. I don't understand it, but if an educated man says it, I'm sure there's some truth to it. Oh, we got a lot of factories too. Our consumer goods are really high right now, I think. Yep, they are. Look at that. I am going to militarize. We potentially are about to fight a war with Two Sicilies, and that could put us up against the Austrians again. As such, we will be using an executive order to mobilize. Wonderful. We pushed through partial mobilization. Are you ever gonna debate him, Amu? No. Absolutely not. I just kind of feel sad for him, man. He, like, I played with Grisha enough. He's not a bad guy. In some ways, I actually really like Grisha. But he's in way too deep in the Russian propaganda. It's really sad. So I don't want to debate him. I just kind of feel sad about the whole situation, man. As if out of nowhere, a few political voices disconnect reign throughout Sardinia-Piedmont. That's a shame. It's damaging our economy. It's regrettable, but we need to stay ready for the War of Austria. It's really in-depth energy. It's a great mod. Yeah, he's just a kid. I mean, he's a 15-year-old. I'm hoping when he gets older, he'll get more mature and he'll understand things, but we'll see. Me and you debate stream? Jordy, I wouldn't want to do you like that. I wouldn't want to do you like that, man. Also, earlier, thank you for the follow, MMGK. Thank you for the follow, MPZHT. And thank you, Zolder, for the follow. I forgot about this. I apologize. Thank you for that if you're still here. Yeah, he's 15. He might have just turned 16, but last I heard he was 15, so. We're reopening factories in Lombardy after the war. All right. Garibaldi is about to land in Sicily, where he will attempt an insurrection to overthrow the monarchy of Francesco II. If that is done, we will have enough pressure upon the Pope, who is a good man, that we will hopefully be able to form a united Italian nation. But we shall see. It's not over yet. He looks 20 to 24. Yeah. I'd reckon I'd trounce you, no offense. Maybe. I doubt it. Calling me out there, Shorty. Be careful what you ask for. I'm going to Berlin here on the 17th of May. Hell yeah, Energy. Have a good time, man. Enjoy the Brandenburg Gates. You better go see the Brandenburg Gates. I've never seen them, so you have to do it for me. Garibaldi and his army of the 1,000 have departed from Genoa to steamboats to Piedmont and Lombardo. The official story will naturally be that Garibaldi's men stole the ships for their crusade. It's still nervous of the French reaction to expedition. The risk that Garibaldi goes off course. Let's hope for the best. He stops in Talamone. Supposedly due to lack of gunpowder, Garibaldi and his expedition have stopped in the Tuscan coastal town of Talamone to resupply. From the old fort there, he was able to recover ammunition, 3 old cannons, and 100 rifles from the Sardinian garrison in the fort. Wonderful. Garibaldi and his expedition have again made a stop on a trip to Sicily, this time in Porto Santo Stefano, the capital of Monte Argentario. He obtained arms and coal under an official license due to his title of Major General of the Royal Army. Despite the seemingly necessary nature of this stop, reports are developing of another reason for the stop. According to local reports, Garibaldi ordered his colonel, Calimasco Zambianchi, and 64 of the volunteers to leave the expedition in an attempt to cause an insurrection in the Papal States. God damn it, Garibaldi! It wasn't the plan! You fuck! He betrayed us! Colonel Zambianchi was able to recruit 200 men from the region to reinforce the 64 volunteers that joined him. After bolstering his force, Zambianchi begins looting in the Papal States. Fuck, that's gonna look bad. Before being met with Pontifical Colonel Jorgis de Pumbalden and his riflemen. Much to our disappointment, the papal troops were assisted by local peasants as Zambianchi was forced to retreat. Fucking Christ. Following an unusual route and avoiding the original landing spot in Siaka, this fucking man, I swear, Garibaldi has landed in Marsala. They're not getting the reaction from the populace he expected. There's been little resistance to initial landing. Officially has joined the European nations in denouncing Garibaldi as a bandit, but in reality, we hope Garibaldi is able to succeed in Sicily. Fuck. Well, this is turning into immediate crisis. We will back them up how we can, though. Off during the guise of night, using a few steamships, Garibaldi's volunteers have landed in Palermo with the goal to invade the Kingdom of Two Sicilies. Though officially our government denies knowledge of this, the reality is we were in constant communication with Garibaldi in order to bring these lands into the new Italian nation. Good luck. We'll help how we can. The expedition was able to land in Marsala and advanced inland without much interference from the unprepared Bourbon army. After stopping in Salemi to reorganize the additional Sicilian volunteers that joined the expedition, Garibaldi's band announced a Bourbon position to hold offensive maneuver. Instead of Garibaldi and the morale of the volunteers, the Bourbons retreated in such a fashion that even Garibaldi was too stunned to order a counterattack. He took part of Sicily. Massacre of Partisino. In the advance to Palermo following the Battle of Calatafimi, there has been much witness to the destruction left by the retreating Bourbon army. The disorganized column. God damn. Fuck, Garibaldi declared himself a fucking dictator. God damn it! Garibaldi, you piece of shit! Fuck! God damn it! The son of a bitch! Rumors of the victory and the men of the expedition were superstitious forces, inspired the citizens of Partisino to prepare an ambush for the advancing Bourbon army. Once in the town center, the soldiers were fired upon by citizens and they were massacred. Fuck. Garibaldi, you piece of shit, I swear to God, don't make me interfere. We never should have put that man into this fucking mission, I swear. He's too much of a rogue cannon. He's already causing a disaster for us here. So I'm off to Berlin in May, and in summer I'm going to Normandy and Paris, so I have nice places to go to. Hell yeah, man. You'll have a great time with that trip, dude. Fuck. We're helping how we can here. He is feared by us, but he's definitely not following what we say. This is a disaster, to be frank. Let's put out a formal statement against this. Oh, there's been also a lot of formal statements. Let me read these to you guys really quickly while we're waiting for Garibaldi to hopefully not fuck this up. The Kingdom of Bavaria supports Sardinia-Piedmont's claims on Lombardy too. Italy belongs to Italians. Alexander von Bock has been dismissed from office. Berhard von Reichberg, a reformist, has been appointed as the new chancellor. The recent public unrest has shown that Republican elections has been Abraham Lincoln has won the 1860 Republican National Convention, unlike the Republican Southern Democrats have become in turmoil and unrest. The just kingdoms of Prussia and Bavaria officially denounced the French annexation of Savoy. They profiteer off their own allies, strong-arming land off the people whose right to the Italian land they fought for. Whether or not Sardinia-Piedmont agreed to this deal or not, it is not honorable for the French to take such an outrageous demand. Our support for the Italians come with no strings attached, and our condolences are extended to yet another group of non-French peoples who will be subjugated by French oppression. Make a formal statement. From the Sardinian Foreign Ministry. Fuck. Bear with me, guys. We formally denounce the actions of, how do you spell his name? Garibaldi in Sicily. Although many in the two Sicilies long for a unified government for all Italians, the actions of this rogue general are officially denounced in all terms by Sardinia-Piedmont. It is a tragedy, and we will do what we can to provide humanitarian aid to all sides. This is turning into a bit of a clusterfuck, not gonna lie. I just need 999,000 more political power and I can have the hot tub stream. Soon, Carius. Oh god, that Discord tint is horrible. I like it, Cosmos, but you're not the first to say that. Smells like a failed mission, smells like an intervention will be needed. We'll have to ditch that better Discord if you become a partnered server, you know. Really? I didn't know that, Jordy. We actually can fill out another partner application, but I'm holding off until probably the Saturday meeting tomorrow. We'll discuss it then. We can't apply for partnered service status again. Light bulbs, let's do it. He's winning. God, he has a lot of troops, look at that. We don't need to get Sicily more equipment, they'll be fine. Better Discord goes against terms of service. Really, Jordy? I didn't know that. Really? I know it's not explicitly supported, but I didn't know it was against terms of service. Well, shit, I'll have to get rid of it then. That's unfortunate. Kind of like it, but oh well. Potenza uprising. According to recent reports from the Basilicata region, Lusanian insurgents led by Niccolo Magnogna attacked and seized the Lusanian capital of Potenza from its 400 men Bourbon garrison. The proposed Bourbon provisional government, as indicated by Neapolitan Forces Flores, commander of Neapolitan Forces in Puglia, has since reported the complete rejection of Bourbon administration by the local Lazzaroni. The 400 Gendarmerie, ordered to garrison the capital city of Potenza, at first appeared to yield to the imposing popular manifestation, but directly afterwards, at the cry of "Long live the king" and "Death to the nation," set up by Captain Castagna, they fought futilely against the insurrectionist forces, but repulsed and fled, leaving 7 dead, 3 wounded, and 15 prisoners to the rebel Lusanians. Those who were dispersed surrendered, one after the other. Okay, another uprising in two Sicilies. The island of Sicily has fallen completely to the expedition of 1,000 and Garibaldi. The last Bourbon troops have signed an agreement with the Medici to cease hostilities and embarked in Naples. Now that Sicily tamed plans are being drawn for landings in Calabria, they surrounded the Bourbon army there. With the capture of Sicily, many of the volunteers, now numbering in the tens of thousands, have decided to return to their homes in hopes of rebuilding. The Southern Army is nearly 20,000 strong, but the loss of many of the volunteers will be greatly felt. Bourbon Navy defects to us. Whoa! What? The Two Sicilies Navy fucking defected. Holy shit. Holy shit, our Navy just got fucking huge. Wow. Reggio Calabria falls to the forces of Garibaldi, and Calabria-Garibaldi has found the opposition even feebler than in Sicily. Although the Neapolitan generals had 16,000 soldiers stationed at the toe of Italy, preparing to apprehend Garibaldi upon his crossing of the strait, they put up little resistance, and many submitted without firing a shot. One battalion surrendered to 6 wandering Garibaldis, who had gotten lost. According to witness accounts from Naples, the Neapolitan Minister of War announced the following morning that he would be departing to Calabria to defeat Garibaldi and retake Reggio, but then changed his mind that same afternoon due to considerations of his presence in the capital being essential to prevent disorder. They're falling! Holy shit, our Navy's fucking huge. Look at that, oh my god. We have one of the biggest navies in Europe now, I think. Yep. Yep. We have probably a top 3 navy in the world now. Top 4. Russia's got about our size too. Wow, that is insane. The landing in Cosenza. General Stucco, assisted by troops under Antonio Plutino and more. Hold on a second. Bear with me. There's a lot going on right now. Has landed in Cosenza, where Niccolo Magogna has landed with his troops in Basilicata. Bourbon General Giuseppe Gio and his army are now entrapped between the forces of Garibaldi, now crossing to Calabria, and the volunteers to the north. The Bourbon army has been unable to answer to any advancement of the Southern Army. It is an incredible series of events. Bourbon General Briganti has now been executed by his own men, who were convinced his failures to defeat the advancing armies despite numerical advantages were due to misplaced loyalties. Wow. What a series of events. We're in a good position here. All we have to worry about now is General Garibaldi. He has declared himself a dictator, so we'll have to be careful here. They're about over into Reggio. They're about to make a crossing. The Nepalese forces are surrounded. This will be close. This could be the beginnings of a unified Italy. If we stand strong and the Austrians stay out of our business, God willing, we will have a united Italy. They don't abdicate, but if he doesn't abdicate, we'll have to do it for him. Midway stand united. Our country has recently experienced a period of peace and prosperity, and our people will stand united under our flag. Wonderful. Wonderful. Garibaldi is pushing north. He's through Reggio now, pushing out of Calabria. Almost through, come on. There he goes, he got it. Keep pushing. Decrease march on Rome and Venice. Oh God, what is he doing? With much of the Bourbon forces in full retreat in the exodus of King Frances. Oh, God. Insurrection in Puglia, wonderful. Well, Garibaldi's decree that we would advance to Rome and Venice, the powers of Europe cower in fear. The movements that he could inspire, the French have proposed the Treaty of Chambray to allow us to advance into the papal marches without any foreign intervention. Let's sign that treaty. Fuck! With the invasion of the papal march, we now have a border. to invade the Kingdom of Two Sicilies. Our generals can advance from the north and can connect with Garibaldi's invasion of the south. May they meet in Naples and bring the south to its knees! Wonderful. Papal states have capitulated. Get on that border, come on. Let's go, let's go, let's go, come on. October Campaign Massacre. General Cialdini of the Northern Army has been advancing south for quite some time now, during a so-called October Campaign after the capture of Campania and the garrisoning of the two cities of Ponte Landolfo and Casalducci. The murder of 45 Piedmontese garrisons angered Cialdini, causing him to single out and execute pro-Barbarina soldiers and civilians. God damn it, these generals! What has been most embarrassing for the national government is his ruthlessness and lack of prudence in determining whether or not the victims of truly supported Bourbonism. These rogue generals are a real problem. We're gonna have to do some military reforms after this war and after our unification. The Bavarians are sitting attachés. Wonderful. The Austrians have minimal troops on our border. I expect they will not be interfering here. We're pushing them back hard. His Majesty is commandeering the men personally. There's only Napoli. Once Napoli falls, we will have terms. Assuming Garibaldi stands down, we will have a united nation. And His Majesty will ascend to the throne of all of Italy. We had them on the ropes. Have a good one, Carius. Counterattack, come on! Forward! We're on the gates of Naples, come on! Almost there. They're gonna try and counterattack. Let's hold them. Agriculture in Sardinia. Agrarianism has constituted the vast majority of the Sardinian economy for as long as we can remember. As the economies of Europe began to shift towards industrialization, and Piedmont along with it, the island of Sardinia has been left underdeveloped and to be exploited for resources to fuel mainland industries. The situation in Sardinia is considered volatile by much of the Piedmontese ruling class, hampering any efforts to change the economic and political makeup of the island any further. The question remains on whether industrialization efforts should be forwarded on the island or if we can remain strictly a strategic installment. We're gonna help industrialize Sardinia. All right, we had them surrounded in Naples. We'll siege out the city and end this war. I agree. The officers will have to be dealt with. This war has showed that there is a lack of respect for our officer corps and following the orders of His Majesty, which we cannot allow. Also, whoever made the Sardinia-Piedmont focus tree is fucking insane. Like, this is wild. It's over. It's over. We're Queen of the Two Sicilies. Germanic Queen to Francesco II of Two Sicilies, Queen Consort Maria Sophia of Bavaria, has demonstrated her valor in the heat of battle. General Garibaldi's expedition of the Thousand has proven well for our cause in unifying Italy under one banner, but his march on Naples was obstructed by the fortress of Gaeta. In the midst of the siege, the Sicilian queen was witnessing benevolently supporting her soldiers, caring for the wounded, and even taking up arms against them. It was not enough. Damn it, Garibaldi! What have you done? You fool! He stands against us. We have to negotiate with him. Now that Garibaldi has taken over the Bourbon lands and installed his own government, we can begin talks with the South to bring them into our fold. We will stand for nothing more than the standing down of this general. We have great respect for Garibaldi, but if he does not stand down, we will take the only path forward that we can. Going after his San Marino allies. Are they allies? I didn't see it. What's up, Mage? How's it going? Wonderful. We are so close to the dreams of all Italians and the dreams of His Majesty, Victor Emmanuel II. I hate that term, stand down. I mean, how do you stand down? It just means like to, I don't know, it doesn't make a lot of sense, but I think we all know the meaning. There's a biscuit named after him, how can you trust him? Is there? I've never heard of that. They go to follow Maxim. They supported and protected him in exchange for being exempted from his plans to unify Italy. Really, Cooper? Okay, so the San Marino supports him then. Standing with your weapon down, I guess. Yeah, that does sound about right. We will keep all of our units on the border. Long live Italia. Traveler and influential writer Maxime Ducamp has written many wondrous novels of his times in Italy, including his participation in Giuseppe Garibaldi's expedition of the Thousand. Maxime writes of hearing the loud crowds of Naples following the plebiscites shouting, "Long live Italy!" Afterwards, many members of the crowd asked him what Italy was, as Italy has been nothing more than a geographical region after the fall of the Romans and has been split into a multitude of smaller Italian states, not to mention many of the southern Italians' lack of formal education. They didn't know what Italy was. Well, we annexed it. Wonderful. Let's put troops back on the border. There's only one left to do. It is to demand the return of Venice. Once we form a united nation made up of Italians, not Sardinians, not Nepalese, not anyone other than Italians. A new era for our people and a new era for Europe. The time has come to claim the title of Italy for our nation. Time to de-Austrianize Venezia. I agree with you on that one. His supposed democratic reforms are nothing but propaganda. Nothing more. God, look at that fleet we have now. That's ridiculous. We'll need to refit it, though. After sending our naval advisors to London to help in the construction of those frigates, we have many new technologies to implement for our Navy, and we will need to make sure that we modernize it. For, like Rome of old, the Mediterranean will be both our hunting ground and our ability to build an economy with our industrialized nation exporting our goods all throughout Europe and the world. American Civil War? Not yet. It's close though. It looks like the US is working on incorporating all the tribes currently. Subsidized industrial ventures. Factory count is looking very solid. We'll have to talk with the Ottomans after this too. There's a lot of people I have to discuss with, since we're about to be a very powerful and respected nation. Fuck, I drank all my water. Rip. I'll have to go get more. We are on the precipice of a new era. They will build the Victory Arch in Milan for him, not the guy Emmanuel. No, it is His Majesty, Victor Emmanuel II. We are only instruments of his will. I think Italy would be better off of annexing the southern part. I mean, we're going to. I think we're going to take Rome too, because during the historical Italian unification, Rome was made the capital of Italy, and then the Papal States was relegated to the Vatican City. Oh, without, yeah. They're very, the literacy rate there is non-existent, so, yeah. They're very uneducated. There's no industry there. It's all agrarian. Because the Two Sicilies was very stagnant, to put it lightly. 5 days. There's a giant conference happening in Berlin right now. We'll go be a part of it as soon as we unify. We will go as a united nation, not a fragmented one. Here we go. The unification of Italy. After a long and bitter struggle, one without many doubted, the unification of Italy is complete. The doubts prior to our success were reasonable. For just under 2 decades ago, our brothers and sisters fought for Italy and her people and failed. But it was their image and their fight which inspired us to rise up to the challenge and unify the peoples of Italy. The fight is not yet finished, as the Austrians still rule over our people and the South goes unruly. Italy will be challenged again. Long live Italy! Wonderful. We are united and we have a new focus tree. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah! What scoundrels we would be if we did not for ourselves what we are ready to do for Italy. Politicians and citizens alike have easily adapted the thinking of the Piedmontese politicians that the South is a menace to the rest of Italy. Northern officials and peoples have always viewed the South as lagging behind the rest of the peninsula. Southern question. Fuck yeah. We will head to Berlin, a nation united.
A message, my diplomat.
Oh well, we have no need. We have the I guess the king or the president of France here.
Hello there.
We support
the Italians have arrived as well.
Unify Italy.
US would like to formally recognize the new Italian kingdom.
Thank you, President Polk, or I apologize, Buchanan. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Prussia also congratulates Italy, the new Italy, now being independent and free from Austrian influence.
Not entirely. There is still some that is not yet under our control, that they do control. In Venice.
Oh, Venice, yes. But for the most part, Austrian influence is being kicked out, I see.
Indeed.
I would appreciate it if you could destroy the Venetians one way or another.
We plan on it. We plan on it. We are making all the preparations now.
Yes. Good, good.
I feel like I shouldn't hear this.
Oh.
Yes?
Is the Austrian president here? No, you never heard any of that.
Oh
He's
no,
a good Christian
US
boy.
must,
He did nothing wrong.
US must go.
Oh my god, I just got Deutschland, Deutschland über alles by the proclamation of the United Italy. Why does it say Deutschland, Deutschland über alles?
I've got to go. US has to go
We
because we've got
stand
an election
with
coming
our
up.
brothers in Italy.
Congratulations.
And sorry, Germany. Never mind. Or Prussia, I guess.
Yep.
Hold on.
We appreciate it.
I'm like melting, guys. It's so fucking hot in this room.
Everyone's confused as
My
fuck
brain's
with
not
this
working.
button.
Guys, I can't close the Italian pop-up.
Oh. Give it a minute. It might be a bit of lag.
Yo, Ham, out of RP.
Yeah.
A lot of people said like they don't like the mod because it's like so railroaded.
It is railroaded, but there's a lot of alternative history, and once you get past the railroading, it just completely opens up. Give it a couple years.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I played long enough. In the
After-
beginning, you're very like cut into a couple paths. After the first 10 to 15 years, it's completely open. You can do whatever you want.
Okay, okay.
Yep.
That's good to know.
Just
The 1861 elections are upon us. The newly united Italian peninsula will experience the first elections today after the completion of the unifying Italy. And many look on us, wondering on who will be leading the new nation into the world. Many issues have been created by the unification, and the path of the new nation is uncertain. We're gonna manually choose. Fuck it. All right. We'll go back to our Italian playlist now. It was 19 degrees Celsius in Denmark today. Is that high or low? I'm not sure.
Mother, I'm both.
Father, mother, sibling.
Yes, I'm both. The double-headed eagle is the...
After the fall of Bernhard von Reichberg, Anton von Schmerling assumes the office. The constitutional diploma is being revised, and Landtag elections are imminent. There was an ousting of the leaders in Austria again for the second time.
Transgender Russia.
Oh my god, that's gross, no! Oh god,
I identify as a man and a woman.
Oh, that's transgender Russia.
Sorry.
We're gonna go back to Rome. I don't know what they're doing, but it's certainly not roleplay, I can tell you that. The 11 says Celsius where I live. Can you put that into Fahrenheit? I don't understand otherwise. Cold room temperature, for sure in May, thank you. I think it is time for us to demand a conference with the Austrians. They're not gonna like what we have to say, but they will need to hear it. Hello?
Greetings.
Von Schmerling. This is Camillo Cavour of the Kingdom of Italy.
We're currently in a bit of a political, how do I put it?
Crisis.
We are bound to have our first elections. It's a lot of stuff has been going on.
We have elections here, but when you have the time, I would ask that you do call upon the government in Torino, as we have much to discuss.
Very well.
Thank you. They're having a lot of internal problems, but so are we. Snowed yesterday. Damn. Yeah, it got really hot here. Guys, don't use Celsius. When talking Americans use simple words like hot and cold. Fuck. They do not understand our sophisticated ways. Imagine not using a system called the imperial system. I thought you Europeans love fucking conquering people and creating empires, but you won't use the imperial system. It makes no goddamn sense. Makes no goddamn sense at all. We can afford to do that later, but not quite yet. Keep hearing law signing sounds, but we're not doing anything, which is really worrying. We almost have enough. We need a bit more and we'll be all right. Oh, Jesus. All right, let's go speak with Napoleon. Your Majesty.
Yes. Hello.
I am here representing the United Kingdom of Italy.
What is it bugged? Discord bugged. Can you say that again?
I would like to formally thank you for your support in our wars of unification. Now that we stand united, we look forward to working with the many nations that supported us. And I would like to formally thank you at the behest of His Majesty Victor Emmanuel II for your aid in unifying Italy.
Sorry to interrupt, sorry. I would like to say congratulations as well, and hello to France as well. I hope everything is well with you. This is Russia, Alexander II. I'm just
Your
popping
Majesty.
around Europe at the moment. I thought I'd just say hello. Sorry to interrupt you if you had anything really important going on.
Not at all. We're just showing our thanks to the French for supporting our independence, and thank you to Alexander for your support diplomatically in our unification. We are very thankful, and we will not forget it.
No problem whatsoever. I mean, I'm sorry we couldn't give you any more aid, but obviously Russia is a conservative nation.
Of course.
Support things in Europe, you know.
I understand.
Yeah, congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And congratulations, France, with your increase in your economy. I see that you're doing much better than several years ago.
I've gained 2 factories.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
I've gained 2 factories in like 4 years or something.
Mate, that's better than me. I've gained no factories. I've just been building farms. So don't you know. But yeah, congratulations. And there was one other question, Harambe. Sorry, it was just a quick question about the detrimental impact system. Is that a thing? Does that actually work, or is that just broken?
Detrimental impact system? I don't even know what that is. Where do you see it?
If you go to people's, like Britain has it as well. It's called detrimental impact.
You click on the state and you see, but I have no idea how it works.
It says that it will affect you in the future, but I was wondering, since you've played.
Oh, that's not implemented yet. It's going to be part of their population dynamics that they're implementing in the game. They're going to fully simulate population dynamics in the game like Vicky 2. So.
I mean, I'm just losing common power each year because of that, personally.
It's a pain in the ass, but it is what it is.
That's cool. I will take my leave then. But thank you very much for the information, and good luck you two with future endeavours.
You as well, Your Majesty. You as well.
Take care. Take care. I'm off to London if you need me.
As we were saying.
I was just wishing to show my thanks to Your Majesty, and I hope that our governments can continue to collaborate and work together into the future.
Yes, I hope this too. I forgot what I was saying. Yeah, just for. Oh my god. Have a safe trip back to Torino, I guess.
Thank you, Your Majesty. We will speak again soon.
And
all right, we have 4. Hold up. We have 4 routes politically we'll get to choose from here, theoretically, I believe. Unless it bugged out, which it might have. I hope not. When does the election happen? Yeah, it's gonna happen in 61. We can go with the intransigence, the Great Sinner, the Third Party, or the Right Group. I don't know what any of these are, and they're not described, though. It looks like this path is not written yet, unfortunately. It's done, but it's not written. So. I don't really know. I don't know what to tell you what these guys are, so. I would do a vote for this. I would do a poll, but there's no description, so that's what it is. Racially motivated Kingdom of England. Wow, there's a lot of options here. We need to do the agricultural reforms to get rid of our agricultural economy. We need to reform the military. We can choose our foreign policy. We can move the capital. Isolation or irredentism? We'll probably go with diplomatic channels because we have a lot of friends throughout Europe. I'll go for the one with the epic mustache. Oh, this guy. He does have a very nice mustache. I mean, we can look them up. Interest signets. I'm sure there's a Wikipedia page for it.
You don't have to go to the school. Choose to make it with a beat the bambino. It's like a beano. Kid, you
Stuck, uncompromising. So they're with the far right. All right, they're starting to get unrest in southern Italy. The southern Italians do not appreciate, obviously, being a part of a unified Italy, so we'll have to deal with that in a minute. So, like, people who don't compromise, the centrists. What's the third party? Third party, Italy. I'm not sure. They need to write the fucking descriptions. Not sure. Today is the day that the government decides on the future of the Paramilitary Police Act of 1860, and it succeeded. So we now have a paramilitary police force. Wonderful. Just gave us some stability. We'll get the election in next couple months. Far right, that explains the epic mustache. Far right people and their fascination with mustaches. It is a bit of a thing, yeah. Camilo Cavour is going to give a speech to our people. Unsure about the context, Cavour asks for advice, even though the speech is expected to go smoothly. Just take a careful approach. Obviously, Cavour will be seeking to win the elections and remain in power, so we'll get the board forward. Oh, wow. Ah. The East India Company has succeeded in subjugating some of the princes. Interesting.
bells will ring, ting-a-ling-a-ling, ting-a-ling-a-ling, and you'll sing Vita Bella. Hearts will play tippy-tippy-tay, tippy-tippy-tay, like a gay tarantella. When the stars make you drool, just like a pasta.
What's up, Denise?
When you dance down the street.
This is a look at. I'm actually streaming Victoria 3. Just kidding. Paradox, I promise. But yeah, this is the End of a New Beginning mod. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a mod that combines parts of EU4 and Victoria 2 and puts it into HOI. It's a great mod. And somehow, it's actually stable, knock on wood for the 20th time, stable for multiplayer, which is fucking incredible. East India Company a player? I don't know, actually. Let's look. No, it's not. It's not a player. There is a Canada player, though. There is a Canadian player. Doing fine, or what is the East India Company? It was the precursor to the British Raj. The East India Company was British colonial, militarily, and trade entity that basically conquered all of India, Myanmar, Pakistan, among other areas, and subjugated. And then eventually they were turned into the Raj later on. Switch categories to Victoria 3. No, I don't want to have to deal with Paradox's legal team. They're a $1 billion company. I can't afford that. I can't fucking afford that. So no. That's a getting sued by a game company speedrun if I've ever fucking seen it. So no, absolutely not. Did this game start with the Hudson Bay Company in Canada? They're actually separate. The Hudson Bay Company is separate from Canada. There's also the Northwestern Territories and then Hudson Bay, Columbia. So there's a couple different ones. And Nova Scotia and the colony of Newfoundland. Let's get a sewage system going. That's probably a good idea. So any question? Unorganized army, unorganized navy, brigandage, which is basically rebels in southern Italy. Okay. Bersaglieri soldier was approached by a southern Italian woman today holding a basket of freshly baked goods. The soldier assumed that was an offer, a gift, as thanks for his service to bring the South into the fold of Italy. A nationalist by nature, he figured he was doing a great service to the South by taking out brigands and enforcing Sardinian law in the South. As the woman approached, he realized she was crying, but before he could even mouth a word of comfort, she revealed a pistol hidden in her basket and shot him. Another Bersaglieri soldier nearby instantly returned fire, killing the woman. A crowd began to surround the scene, and local news ran the story of self-defense, claiming the woman offered baked goods but was assaulted by the soldier, killing him. Fuck. We might get a revolution here. We have to be careful. Reggio Esquerto. The Royal Italian Army shall be a combination of the armies of Italy. Though it will be rough to create one, it is smoothed out. Italy shall have an army to stand the test of time. We're going to create a unified Italian army. The only bad thing that there seems to be is no information on any of the focuses. Yeah, a lot of it is they could be written better for sure. Have you ever thought about doing RPG games in alt history mods like Kaiserreich TNO, etc.? I refuse to play the TNO for obvious reasons. I do actually do RP in Kaiserreich. Kaiserreich is really unstable. It desyncs so much it's not really viable for multiplayer, sadly. We've tried to run roleplay games for Kaiserreich a couple times, but it just desyncs so badly it's unplayable. TNO I refuse to play due to the dev team and the glorification of Nazis. But yeah. Paradox legal team versus a streamer and a no one. Yeah, it'd be a shit show, so let's not do that. Let's not do that. We've invested in the opera and we're spreading Italian songs to help unify our nation. Wonderful. Speaking of Italian opera, let's play some right now. Cold War mod would be fun. It would, yeah. I mean, we did a Cold War mod last Sunday, but it desynced us within the first year so bad we couldn't play it, which is really sad. The Cold War mods need to work on making it multiplayer optimized because it doesn't work right now. What about digging out Kaiserreich for Darkest Tower? That was pretty stable. I remember running MP games for that all the time back in 2012. You mean the Darkest Hour game? I refuse to play that. Absolutely not. The brigand armies to the south have attacked the army of Enrico Calodini and defeated him in battle. This is a disaster for the Italian army, and reports are coming in that Enrico himself perished in the fight. Is a combination of ambushes and guerrilla warfare. The brigands had received support from an increasing amount of southerners who have had it with Italian rule. Shit, that's not good. Pax Britannia RP when there are more countries. That mod will be good in the future, but it's not really that developed right now. You know what would be fun? To play Road to 56 RP right now. Cosmos, you're just mad you didn't join this game earlier. It's fine. Be nice if we could have some more research slots. Let's begin to train our navy off the coast of Austria. We requested the presence of the Austrian minister like 6 months ago and he still hasn't contacted us, which is very disturbing. How are the units in this mod? Like, how do you mean? Like how they look? They have their own look. They've got like the historical one. Creation of the Reggio Esquercito. Now that the kingdoms of Italy have been finally united, the Italian nation will need an army to lead it into victory in the coming years. General Manfredo Fonti signed the creation decree which creates a new Italian army to replace the Royal Sardinian Army and the Army of the Two Sicilies. Already the army will have an assignment. The army must handle the brigands in southern Italy. These damned rebels. We'll deal with them. Many people of Sicily have turned to Brigandage to show their discontent with the new Italian state. Putting these robbers into place will do Italy good. Alright, we're gonna crack down on the insurrectionists. So the announcement, didn't click on it because I thought you were playing EU4. I haven't been streaming with the EU4 tag on, have I? No, I haven't. Okay, good. Good. What ideologies are there? A fuckload. They're nation dependent, but all the historical ones. So anything you can think of.
Greetings.
Hello.
As promised, I have returned. Although the political situation in Austria is still not optimal, we can say.
Indeed.
It has calmed down a lot. We are currently drafting our own constitution, that is the thing. Now, what did you want to talk Holy shit.
You alright?
What do you want to talk about?
We wish to talk to you about the Lombardy situation.
We believe that the peace treaty arranged with the French Empire was...
Indeed, you made a
just
separate peace with the French. We were not party to that, were we?
That is not our issue.
It is our issue.
Well, too bad. I cannot help you in that regard.
That is unfortunate.
What is your purpose of contacting me? Is
To see if we can come to a reasonable discussion on this issue and not have to go down a much darker path. As you know, I will always seek a diplomatic option for everything first. You outmaneuvered my government. You outmaneuvered the Italian nation by making a forced treaty with the French. The French have already suggested that they did not wish to truly make that. And as such, we do not acknowledge that treaty. To us, we did not ratify it. We did not sign it. You outmaneuvered us with the French on that one. And
seeing how you are a government that openly supports what can only be described as militias, as in the example of Garibaldi, assaulting entire
that was
nations,
a very unfortunate circumstance.
That we have to. Do you think that such a nation, if it was not your own, would be capable of doing diplomatic negotiations?
Tell me this. Tell me this, Minister. When have I negotiated with Austria in bad faith?
It seems you always negotiate with us in bad faith. That is sadly the truth.
Why don't you go ahead and provide an example of what you're suggesting?
The idea of saying screw the treaties that were
what treaties? The ones you made separately with the French? As we said, we know we're not invited to those talks.
No, we're talking about the Congress of Vienna. You are openly disobeying the Congress of Vienna.
Which the Italian people were not a part of either.
Of course, you were supporting Napoleon.
We had a emperor from his family forced upon the dynasties here, if that's what you're suggesting. And yes, we were occupied, much like the rest of Europe, by Napoleon.
Unlike in Sicily, there was no militia group taking power. You obeyed it.
We were forced and subjugated by the French. Frankly, Minister, I do not care for your tone on this matter. We were subjugated while you hid behind your peace treaty with Napoleon. We have read history here too. And then, when it behooved you, you fought with the rest of Europe to depose him. But only when it was in your interest. So do not high horse Napoleon with me.
Take those words back.
I will not.
Italian.
They are true and you know it. You hid behind your peace treaties while the Prussians fought on, as did the United Kingdom. So do not claim that we acted in bad faith, Minister.
We were defeated just as the Prussians were. You cannot compare us with the Prussians. We had the same faith. We lost to Napoleon. We fought Napoleon several times and we have been defeated.
Indeed.
How can you say that?
And you quit in fear behind him while the United Kingdom and Prussia won the war.
You did not even try to fight him. We had to protect you.
How could we fight him when our political sovereignty was taken with us? That is something that Vienna never had.
Because you can
Minister,
repeat it again.
I invited you here in good faith, hoping that we would have a new era for Austrian and Italian relations. But I can see that the only thing you want here is to take more of our lands.
What do you mean? You only want to
your
take
occupation of Lombardy, your claims that we do not honor the Conference of Vienna is unacceptable, sir.
Meine Güte, du, meine Fresse, ey. It's not possible. It's not. It seems that negotiations with the Italians are just not possible.
This is a shame. I'd hoped the Austrians would be reasonable, but I see you're nothing more the incestuous creatures that we knew you to be. I spit at you and your family and your incestuous rulers. Well, that got heated. Anyway, it appears that there has been a breakdown of diplomatic relations with the Austrian government. Bye. And on that note, the Civil War just happened in America. Abraham Lincoln has insurrectionists. This Jefferson Davis is claiming independence. We have to go speak on the Prussians immediately. This is just unacceptable.
Let me click on this.
Gentlemen.
Interesting.
Hello?
Good day to you, Mr. Camilio Benso di Cavo.
Thank you. I come here under very unfortunate circumstances. Unfortunately, we just had a meeting with Minister Schmerling from Austrian Empire to discuss the peace treaty that he negotiated with Paris without us present. He claimed that we must follow this treaty, even though we did not sign it. And after we pressed him on the Lombardian occupation, he suggested that we were nothing more than a pushover to Napoleon. I'll be honest, things got very tense, and as such, the Austrians stormed out. They have refused to even negotiate on the Lombardy issue after they outmaneuvered the legitimate government in Sardinia and now Italy to make a deal with the French. This situation is very troubling to us, and we hope that the Prussians will take this as a very dangerous situation for all neighbors of this bad actor in Vienna.
This is indeed quite concerning to us Prussians, and we see this as a, well, great escalation, quite frankly.
It is.
We will support Italy in any circumstances, especially against the French. The French have been very rude to Prussia recently, and quite frankly, all the time. And we have a single policy here in Prussia. We condemn everything France says, because the French are.
I'll be honest, we have made our deals with the French, and frankly, they do not concern us. The nation that concerns us is this dangerous, expansionist, bad actor in Austro-Hungary, or the Austrian Empire. I apologize.
Yes.
Perhaps I can speak with my king before he makes any decisions.
Of course.
Discuss this matter.
Of course.
Is the leader of Prussia available quite?
Is it urgently? Because I have something urgent to discuss right now with my advisor.
Yes, I wish to marry my daughter to Prince Albert.
Hi, I have sons.
That's not urgent enough, I guess. But can you comment later?
My eldest daughter is also available after I refused to let her be married to the cousin of Napoleon III. So I'm just gonna throw that out there.
It's quite urgent, and we do have the Prince of Orange knocking, so this deal will last forever.
The Crown Prince of Prussia is currently engaged to my sister, may I add. So it's not possible at the moment.
Yes, but it is the daughter of the Queen. The Queen. I don't mean to belittle you at all, Sweden, but
She can marry one of my members if she wants.
Well, anyway, when you have decided King Hohenzollern wants to talk, oh my.
Oh, hold on a sec.
Implement my favorite implement. Prefer condemnation.
We will take our leave. Prussia, we stand with you. Well, that's spicy. Well, that's some deep RP. What's up, Taco? Thank you for the follow, and thank you for the follow. JSUSU, all those letters. Thank you for that. Are we going to see a French-Italian alliance or a Prussian-Italian alliance? We'll have to see here. We'll have to see. The important thing now is to centralize our power in Italy. We must get a united military before all else, as Austria is nothing more than an existential threat to our nation. We already have Austria rivaled. Wonderful. There's a rule to turn on war goals and justification. Next time around, we can turn that on. I know some people have talked about not wanting to be able to just like attack everyone around them, so we can turn on war goals for the next time. We'll be continuous next Friday, by the way, guys. Why not do a referendum in Lombardy? It would not be legitimate. It would not be legitimate in Venice. The Austrians would simply fudge the numbers. They could. I was open to working. Hello.
This is again the Austrian delegate. I apologize. I may have drank a little bit too much booze before entering.
I'll be honest with you. I was a little bit plastered myself during those discussions. But it's what we do as statesmen, you understand? We can't be expected to handle the stress of leadership without a good gin and tonic. Or a good glass of Italian wine.
I prefer Jägermeister. But enough of that. I think that in the terms of Lombardia, we can probably come to an agreement.
Indeed.
seeing how we are currently stabilizing our nation, it is very possible that we may federalize soon, and the Italians, obviously, unlike other minorities in our nation, have a, how do I put it, like a father nation essentially. And we could probably arrange etwas so in dieser Linie, so Lombardien, Venetien, you know?
Indeed. I don't roleplay. Without like the mods for territorial transfer and stuff like that, we won't be able to do it. So it'll have to happen next game session because, you know, you can't just transfer
I think out of
territory.
roleplay, you're scripted to go to war with me anyways over that.
I believe so too. But
so we could just like make it, I don't know, you push it into Lombardia.
Next time when we continue this next Friday, we're going to turn on the war goal option so people can justify manually, and we're also going to probably try and see if we can work with state transfer MP. We're going to see if that works for next week too. So we could have a diplomatic option if it's possible.
Yes. I give you this. You hear this? This is some quality.
I can hear the sounds of alcoholism. Yes.
Yeah. I hand you this as a parting gift.
Thank you. I hope you don't mind if I have it tested first. No offense.
What?
Nothing. Don't worry about it. Thank you for this very noble gift. We are very appreciative.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, thank you for your time, Minister. Hello there.
King of Italy. I apologize, I not have your name on file.
I am Camillo Cavour, Minister of the Kingdom of Italy to His Majesty's government, and you're an ambassador from the Kingdom of Prussia, I believe?
Yes.
What can I do for
I
you?
speak on behalf of the German peoples in this regard. Specifically regarding the situation with Austria.
Indeed.
I understand that you have a very tenuous relationship with them, and that the tensions are spiking up over.
It has. The opinion of Vienna changes like the tides, you understand. And not so long ago, they exited talks dramatically and angrily. But just now, I received a call from their minister claiming that we could make a deal over Lombardy. So frankly, at this point, we don't know who we're negotiating with, and it seems that the Austrian government is frankly not very cohesive. So we're unsure about the situation with Austria. But we do know this: they have troops on our border, and they outmaneuvered us with their peace treaty with the French, which to us was unacceptable.
I see. Well, there's been a lot of that going around, where the major nations of our region simply have completely incoherent and deaf diplomacy.
Indeed.
When it comes to most things. What we need to establish with your kingdom, which again we fully have supported your unification, is exactly what your stance is on world affairs. I must be honest with you. There are some people in the German territories that believe that Italy is nothing more than a further French puppet state. I'm sure you would disagree with this, correct?
Although we are not hostile to the French, there are many ministers and officers in the military who frankly hate them after the peace treaty they negotiated with Vienna. I'm sure you're aware of the situation wherein we had claimed both Lombardy and Venetia. And during that war, a treaty was made between the Austrians and the French without any of the Italians or Sardinians present. And as such, there's much bad blood with the French that we definitely do not seek a war with them, as we already have to worry about the threat of Austria in Lombardy and on our border.
I must say that we were aware of this, and if I may speak personally, I was not at all surprised. This is clearly the actions of France. It's imperialistic is not the correct word. They simply do not care for states they don't recognize to be dangerous to them. They don't respect the autonomy and the independence of people. They only care about their corrupt. They're morally corrupt.
Napoleon is a man who takes action only based on what he will gain out of it. When it benefited him to support us for the return of Savoy, which he pushed upon us, he helped us. But as soon as he can make a better deal with the Austrians, he did so. So are we a puppet of the French, to answer your question? Of course not. Italy is a sovereign nation who will pursue her own brand of diplomacy and politics. And there are many in this country and many parties who are attempting to take power who are very hostile with the French. Though, as you know, I am a more moderate man myself.
Now, my friend, you must understand that we completely support Italy's unification, and we believe that all Italian territory should be returned to Italy, much like all German territory must be returned to a German state of some kind.
Indeed.
And clearly there are countries around us that do not agree with this.
There are many who do not seek the power.
Prussia is not France. Prussia is not an ally that will abandon our allies in their most dire time of need and simply make deals in back channels to undermine the influence or the success of our ally nations. If we were to support you in any endeavor, we would support you. Additionally, we would also be in a much more vulnerable position than France would be, who shares no land border with Vienna or with Austria.
I'm gonna have to
we
report
would
you
be
back.
militarily ready to support you in any cause.
Indeed, I would have a few questions about that, though. Last I heard, there would be a creation of a Norman-German confederation under the Prussians and a Southern confederation under the Bavarian royal family. Has that changed since last we spoke?
As far as I'm aware, this has not changed.
So would an alliance with Germany include an alliance with both Prussia and the Bavarians, or do they operate separately?
I speak directly for the king in Prussia at this time. However, in my past dealings, the Bavarian king has also seconded any motions that we have, or that I've been instructed to carry out. I do believe that this would perhaps include Bavarians. However, until I can confirm this, we are speaking directly for the Prussians with the heavy implication that the Bavarians will follow suit.
If you allow me to speak candidly, we do not seek to remain frankly friendly with the French. There are many very powerful factions in my country which are calling for the return of Savoy militarily, as well as their holdings of Corsica. I do not wish to gain the ire of both the Austrians and the French, for I doubt could hold back both, but we are looking for a new ally, and Prussia has shown us nothing but support throughout all of our endeavors to unify. You can return to your king. I would ask for a formal conference in München to discuss things with the Prussian king and the king of Bavaria jointly, as I would hope that but since both wish to unify, that we could discuss this together. And I, of course, Victor Emmanuel II himself will be attending, not myself, for I am not able to make such great decisions.
Yes. May I inform them that the Italians are at least interested in distancing themselves from the French in return for a formal or informal alliance with the Prussians and the Bavarians?
Yes, you may.
All right. I will inform them promptly.
Very well. Thank you, Ambassador, and I look forward to speaking with you and your king very soon. We have a lot of dockyards. Jesus. We got to work on getting a lot better naval tech, because our ships are really far behind right now. We only get 3 research slots, though, so it's brutal. All right, the American Civil War just happened, so we do got to respond to that when we get enough political power. It's just that we don't make a lot right now. We got to do a reaction to the Civil War and support either side. All right, thank you for the sub, Unbelievable Bob. Thank you for that. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. The Austrians and Italians are getting along. Then the cops came to crash the party. This has been amazing. The players make an effort to, with voice acting, they're peeing the mob. Even Mrs. TARDIS isn't all. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Glad you and Mrs. TARDIS are enjoying it. This has been a lot of fun. I've been wanting us to do it into a New Beginning roleplay for so long, and I'm so fucking happy that it's actually stable. Like, I've been wanting to do this for a while, so this is fucking awesome. All you need are rafts and a cannon and some canoe oars. That's all we need. We have a lot of very old school ships, so although we have a very large and powerful navy, it is very, very outdated, so a lot to see here. I'm frankly really not sure what to think about the Austrians. I mean, the first conversation we had about Lombardy, we ended up just insulting each other's families and leaving. But then he came back and he wants to work with us, so I'm really unsure. I suspect Austria is under a lot of pressure, obviously, due to the hostility of Prussia, Bavaria, and the Russians. The one nation we have heard very little from is the Ottomans, though, so I suspect we will need to send an ambassador there very shortly to discuss the Mediterranean situation with them. It's a very complicated issue. We are rank 10 now. We're almost in the Great Powers. We're getting very close. Officer Corps, wonderful. Also, guys, take a look at the fucking officer. Like, look at the where is it? God damn it. The what's it called? The military doctrine in this mod is fucking wild. I'm gonna show it to you guys in a second here. As soon as they finish this treaty, East India Company is annexing even more territory in India. One moment. But anyway, take a look at the doctrine. Starting doctrine, secondary doctrine, semi-modern doctrine, modern doctrine, all the way up to modern arms. Look at the amount of doctrine options you have in this mod. It's fucking ridiculous.
I come on behalf of Germany.
Hello there.
We formally invite your king to Berlin to discuss these situations.
I will inform him, and he will be on his way shortly.
Wonderful.
Hello there.
May I welcome the King of Italy.
Welcome to Berlin.
Welcome to Berlin.
Thank you. Thank you, my fellow monarchs. Thank you for inviting me here to Berlin. I was very glad to hear of your proposal from my minister, Camillo Cavour. As I know many of you know as well, I do not take a lot of the day-to-day proceedings for Italy, but for such a major foreign policy shift for the new nation of Italy, I wish to make the journey myself and to decide for the future of my nation. So thank you for inviting me here. I look forward to very fruitful talks with your governments.
We do the same, Mr. Caviar. We are very excited to invite you and show you around in Berlin and solidify this alliance and the shift in your providing.
I must say,
basics.
on the carriage into the city proper, the amount of industry and factories here in Berlin is frankly amazing. I have heard much about Berlin and in London, and I've taken trips there in the past, but I must say, since my last trip to Berlin, the amount of industrialization that has happened here is truly mind-blowing. I hope that we will learn from you and do it ourselves in Lombardy and in Italy.
Thank you. This is quite flattering.
Indeed.
Mr. Caviar, it's quite flattering. And we could also discuss the economic help to Italy as well.
That would be greatly appreciated. You are aware that we were not able to industrialize like many of the European nations such as yourself and the British. Until very recently, we were entirely an agrarian nation. And although the north, near the capital of Torino, and my ancestral homeland has begun to industrialize, the south is steeped in their agrarian traditions, and we are struggling to properly industrialize. Advisors from Prussia, as well as economic help in that regard, would spell a new era for industry, economic power in Italy, making us a much stronger and more useful ally.
Indeed.
But let me first ask a question to yourself and to King Maximilian II. You seek an alliance with Italy. I know you do not hold any great respect for Austria nor France, but let me ask you plainly, is this an alliance for a war with either of these nations? Or is this an attempt to build a future for ourselves and Europe together?
It is the second part. So it is a alliance to build a common future for all of our countries and to be prepared for everything the future will offer.
Yes, we
For or
are
against us.
Yes, Prussia sees the same. Prussia, this alliance, quite frankly, hope that it will shape the future of Europe and that we can build a strong framework in European matters and build a strong alliance and friendship with the Kingdom of Italy. And
indeed,
finally to flush out the quite hostile nations of France and Austria.
We are glad to hear that. The one worry many of my advisors had was this would be nothing more than an alliance of convenience in order to fight a war with the French or the Austrians. But I'm very glad to hear that this is a long-term commitment, which is what I am here for. So you have eased my mind in that regard.
Glad to hear this.
Glad to hear this, Mr. Caviar. Glad to hear this.
Now, my second question
Yes.
will be the Lombardy situation. In an alliance between our countries, I would hope to have the full support of your nations in regards to the return of Lombardy, Venetia to a united Italy. And in response, of course, we will support your unification, both for the Northern Confederation and the South, against either French or Austrian claims of otherwise.
I think we both agree that this is a part of land which belongs to Italy as the rightful owner.
Yes,
Indeed.
Prussia supports also this claim on Lombardy, since this is rightful clay of the Italian nation.
Indeed. That is great to hear. Well, my two great worries have been laid to rest, so I am all ears now for anything else you wish to discuss in this manner.
That's great to hear. That's really great to hear, and I hope that our relationship in the future will prosper and we overcome many crises like this one together.
Indeed. Indeed.
Long term, the Kingdom of Sweden and Prussia will start a campaign against the Kingdom of Denmark, partitioning it in two. I believe you have no protests against
The Baltic situation is of little interest to the Kingdom of Italy. You will do as you require, and as your allies, we will of course back you.
All right. In a potential war with Austria, though, Italy, I have to ask, what kind of land would you consider Italian still? I guess you will consider Trient, South Tyrol as whole. As
In the
Italian
event
claim.
of Austria's inability to negotiate for Lombardy, we will have to fight an all-out war with them. In that case, the peace treaty terms will not be the ones we propose diplomatically. And in such a peace treaty, we would demand Trient, Pseudo-Tyrol, as well as the Venetian territories next to Lika, Istrian, and the Croatian coastline.
I see.
The rest of Austria is a little concern, although of course we would wish to see some resemblance of their empire to survive, and not total annexation, of course.
Of course. The Prussian Empire will push for releasing Czechoslovakia, and also
Bohemia.
Bohemia. Sorry, I was in modern day. Bohemia and annexation of Krakow and West Galley. I will go to Prussia.
Yes, West Galicia, yes, exactly.
Yeah, West Galicia, yeah.
Bavaria would obviously take the regions of Oberösterreich and the southern Sudetenland, with eventually Niederösterreich.
That would be reasonable, but I would like to formally say that the Kingdom of Italy does wish to seek the diplomatic option first and foremost.
Of course.
So
We also seek it.
diplomacy is prioritization number
Yes.
one.
Sweden makes no claims in Austria-Hungary, although we of course make our claims in Denmark.
Indeed.
And Iceland.
Of course.
Although United States has at least the previous administration demanded Greenland for America. A matter concerning these heretics in Utah was taken up. I believe that the previous president wanted to send the Mormons to Greenland instead of having them in mainland America.
I've never heard of these Mormons you speak of, but getting rid of dangerous groups and sending them to the far-flung reaches of the world is a great idea. They work for the British in Australia, I mean.
Yes.
Also, one last thing.
Although I do not know what Abraham Lincoln.
I have not met with the man, and I know nothing of him personally.
Me neither, actually. I believe he's quite preoccupied in the Civil War.
Well, we had some rather unpleasant dealings with Mr. Lincoln, or the America as a
Really?
whole. They sold guns to Denmark, which is seen as a
Yes.
provocation.
That is unfortunate.
Even though he knew of our plans to partition
Yeah.
Denmark, he has
Yeah.
been selling quite substantial amounts to the Danish kingdom.
Prussia, of course, has retaliated and sold guns to the Confederates as
An
retaliation.
escalation. That is very dangerous.
Of course, yes, but it had to be done.
I understand, but let us not if we wish to bind our destiny to yours, I would ask that we do not seek to provocate the Americans, although they are weak now. We both know that that nation has the potential to become very strong one day, and we'll just not make enemies out of them.
Of course not. It is a sleeping giant. We know that.
There are many in this world, and that is one of the ones I know that Italy does not seek to anger.
I can understand this. I can understand fully. One last thing I wanted to ask you, if to solidify our agreement, I would send you a non-aggression pact.
Indeed. I had actually another proposal in that regard. Are there any members of your royal family that are currently male members of your family that would be able to do a royal marriage? Or the Kingdom of Bavaria, as my eldest daughter is in need of a husband, and that would cement this alliance.
We would have the Bavarian Crown Prince, Ludwig II, for an offer.
Of course. This is your first son, I assume?
Yes, he's my oldest son.
My eldest daughter...
Born in 1845, so he is...
16.
16 years.
He is almost of age. My eldest daughter is a little bit older, but not too much so. And she is, of course, a good woman. She'll make a good wife for him. So I would propose to cement this agreement and our alliance here today, that the Crown Prince of Bavaria be wedded to my eldest daughter, for she was not married to the cousin of Napoleon III. We would refuse that, so she is of capacity for marriage.
Perfect. We appreciate this. This is a very historical step.
Indeed. I look forward to tying our family of yours, Maximilian, and in lieu of that, cementing our relationship with the Germanic kings.
Perfect. Glad to hear this.
We are very glad to hear this, and we look forward to further cooperation with the Italian Empire.
Indeed. We shall forge a future together. I look forward to working with you. In the future, you will be hearing from my minister, Cavour, as again, I do not like to be too involved with the politics of Italy, now that we are a constitutional monarchy. But of course, this was too historic for me to not be here. So thank you, gentlemen, and I look forward to our newfound alliance.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you too.
Yes, thank you too.
Excuse me, Mr.
Camillo Benso Conte de Devor was a passionate and violent politician. During a cabinet session, he overturned the office, giving the traitor to the king. True story. But even if I leave the post, he was the only one able to hold the majority. He gave himself to politics out of necessity. He had gambling problems. Holy shit. And several times he said that he wanted to see Garibaldi dead, a true Italian hero. I mean, in our timeline of this game, Garibaldi declared himself a dictator, so yeah. I think he also, in this timeline, threatened the life of Garibaldi, so yeah. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Saluti. Fuck. She has some miles, but she still starts. Fuck. When marrying your daughters sounds like car salesmanship, you know that you're in the olden times. I did not know that. He sounds like a really interesting guy. Like, I read the little history section of him here. Let me actually Google him so I can like read about him tonight. Because we are going to continue this game and I want to know more about him. He seems like a really interesting guy, to be honest. Like, his history is fucking wild.
Hey, Hamu?
Yes.
I don't know how long you want to continue this game, but I have to go like 50 minutes, half an hour. So.
We were going to go for another 40 minutes, but if we can just do a half hour if you want. Or,
yeah, I can do to 12.
Okay, yeah, we're going to go to the hour because we do 5-hour sessions for these games, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I'll go to my hour 12, so that's in about 40 minutes.
Sounds good. I appreciate it, Tristan.
Yes, yes.
Our legendary host there. Alright, diminished clerical importance. We'll do that. We're trying to deal with the Southern question right now and the rebels that are currently working against us there. We must be very careful to deal with them. Time to sleep for me. Enjoy the stream. Have a good night, Custard. Have a good night, man. Before the Austrian attack, he commands to his servants to sell the cow? Well, how do you mean sell the cow? What do you mean by that, Unbelievable? We'll give you many grandchildren. Man, I fucking love Verdi, dude. Verdi is one of my favorite classical musicians, and also my favorite type of Dorito. So, there's a connection there, I guess. Kind of. That's a connection, right? All right, our industry's looking pretty good. 31 factories, very nice. Piedmonte, Shanina. What's up, man? Channel's been growing so fast. I'm happy for you. Appreciate it, man. Hell yeah. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you as always. So he wanted to sell Piedmont? Oh, he wanted to sell a very expensive cow, like in order to like fund the war of Austria, or is it like it's like an analogy that I don't understand? You mean just like in order to like fund the war? Am I following you there? I hope I am. I turned Verity up too loud. I apologize. It's just too good. It's been quite a while since we've talked with the British. Let's go speak with them.
Basic human rights. Do I employ them?
The king of
Greetings.
Italy.
I hope I am not interrupting anything.
You are not, sir.
Very well. My formal greetings to the ambassador from the Ottoman Empire.
Hello.
Hello. Lord Palmerston, I am here to have a discussion with you. It has been quite some time, and we have obviously fulfilled our dreams of the United Italy, thanks in part to your own nation, who helped to put pressure on the Austrians and our enemies. So let me formally thank you as the new Italian government from the Kingdom of Italy. We formally thank you.
Yeah, welcome, sir. It's great to see another great European power to trade with take rise.
Indeed. On that matter, I was here to discuss the possibility of formalizing some more direct trade between the Kingdom of Italy and the United Kingdom. And also, I wish to discuss with you the whole colonial business. There are many factions within my country who are suggesting that Italy too should claim her place in the sun. And I wish to defer to obviously the successes and opulence of the United Kingdom in this regard, as we have built up a navy and have now, I believe, many of the capacities in order to build our own empire.
Well, you see, sir, well, as you may know that most of the, how should we put it, prime real estate of the world has already been claimed.
Oh, we are well aware, and we will never contend the British holdings. But there are many other less valuable places on Earth that are yet under Her Majesty's government, as you know.
That is correct, sir. But so, if you wish to ask us about advice for...
I have two
colonizers-
proposals I would ask of you, if you would have them. Number one, our Navy has gotten even more behind. Though we have one of the greatest fleets in the world, it is very lacking in terms of technology. I would hope that your government would allow several naval advisors to reside in London for the next year and study the ships and shipbuilding techniques as we did before with your great nation. And in addition, when Italy finds the time to build her own non-European holdings, we would ask for advisors from Her Majesty's government and working cooperation with the United Kingdom so that we do not obviously step on your toes and cause any insult, and so that we will have the expertise of your own nation.
This can be arranged, sir. As I said, it would be great to have another strong European power to make trade with.
Absolutely. We are seeking to build a grand navy and have overseas territory, and we see the only nation for us to cooperate with and learn from as being that of yourself, of course.
Of course, sir. Yes, this can be arranged, sir. Again, if you wish to see the way we build our ships, you are more than welcome, sir.
We are very grateful, and we will do so. We will send those to your country shortly, and we thank you for working with us. That being said, we just wish to work very closely with your government in London, and we hope that as an aspiring naval power, that we will not come into conflict.
Agreed, sir. Agreed.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for your time as always, Lord Palmerston, and we would be happy to sign a non-aggression pact with your country. Thank you for your time, and we will speak again soon. It is always a pleasure.
And you as well, sir.
Fantastic. Out of roleplay, we are going to be done in 35 minutes, just heads up, so if you would.
Also, Hammurabi, out of roleplay, obviously, the modern day mods game, is that a continuation or?
Tomorrow is a continuation, it's the second session.
Are we going to continue this?
Yes, next Friday. Next week, we're going to try to incorporate the state transfer in Piedmont. We're also going to turn on the war goal. So the second session, you'll be able to justify in other people without scripts. So, yep. Very expensive cow. No, he knows they were going to lose, so he sells his cows. He was rich with family and has property in the state. I got you. And I can't read that because I don't know Italian. So I used the singular, had several cow farms at Piedmont, and shortly after the end of the treaties with the Austrians, gave orders to the servants to sell the cows. Oh, I get you. Okay, I get it. God damn it. I'm gonna do single player tonight. I never role play or call day. I haven't decided actually, twins. We can play some single player. We can go with the Nigeria game. I'm down for that. It's just really fucking hot. If you guys don't mind like watching me fucking sweat while I'm playing, then yeah, we'll keep going. It's very fucking hot and I need to get my AC working. We can do some Roleplay 65 feet. No, I'm not gonna host an MP game after this. Cosmos, you should have showed up earlier. Oh, Tripitania. This is all controlled by the Ottomans. We'll have to see what we can do about that. That is unacceptable. Man, they're puppeting fucking everything. Jesus. Yeah, so when we continue next Friday, we'll have justifications on, so we'll be able to build a colonial empire for Italy, which we'll do next time. Bankroll Africa. Nigeria playthrough would be interesting. Yeah, I already started it. We can keep going with that. We'll do that later. Our Ottomans doing okay. They're doing very solid. They have a huge empire. All the green they've subjugated, so they're fucking huge right now. It's just most of them are puppet states, not directly ruled by Constantinople. No, I will not be organizing an MP game today, nor playing in one, so that's a no-no for me. If I keep streaming, which I probably will, we'll continue the Nigeria single-player William Dunn game. That's what we'll do, so, yeah. Almost done. Speed is really slow now. No surprises. What is the name of the Padisa? You mean the leader? It's Hamza Atli. Hamza Atli. They don't have the troops for it, Bert. Combat in this is too difficult for them. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab some water because it is so fucking hot. I don't have any. All right, I'm back. Water and not a long sleeve shirt. That'll help. There was a revolt in Korea. Interesting. Piedmontization. I'll read that in just a moment. Actually, no, I can't because they haven't written these yet. Which means I think we're just going to prioritize industrializing the north and creating the economic and political divide that happened in Italy. So we're basically currently subjugating southern Italy. What's up, Calisita? I did, yeah. Mostly. Oh, okay, how much revolt desire do we have in the south? Let's look. I know there's a number for it. Southern less 57. Okay. They're in full rebellion, more or less, right now, so we have to deal with this aggressively. Well, we have troops stationed in Napoli, so it'll be fun. If they revolt, the army's ready. Did the Ottomans choose a different path? I actually don't know what path they went. It won't tell us either. I think they went reformist, but I could be wrong. I don't know. I'm not sure what route they went. But yeah, the Pope is still independent. Venice and Lombardy is still under the Austrians because we kind of more or less got backstabbed by the French. Edward didn't do it on purpose. It just, I think, was a random event. So, yeah. Do you like this mod? Yeah, it's a fantastic mod. And it is stable for multiplayer. So that's really good to know. We can start doing more of these multiplayer games of this. So that's really cool. I'd love to do more of this. I don't know if other people will be interested in doing this, but I find it to be a really interesting mod for roleplay. Abdulaziz, nah, not yet. It's too early for him. The Al-Sads are around, but it's one of the really early ones. There is a lot of content, yeah. They're really ambitious. It's ridiculous. All right, we're gonna go to free trade here. Then we'll transfer the economic power to the north, and then we'll limit the southern economic power. And then we'll be able to get rid of the rebellion in the south. Maybe I actually spoke with the Ottomans all game. If they're not busy, we'll talk to them. Oh, they're hanging out with the Brits. I think we'll probably just coast the last little bit of this. We've done most of what we wanted to do, reform-wise. We'll just work on cementing our rule in Italy and be prepared to build a colonial empire and take back Lombardy next Friday when we continue this. See if we can do any political reforms here. Now have free trade. Let's, we can encourage growth. We can see what these things do here. Oh, here it is. I think we need to work on the education issue, so we'll go for that next, because Southern Italy has, like, basically a non-existent literacy rate. So I think I'm gonna do an executive order to enforce public schooling across the country. Where's that? Yep. Well, we'll have to do a vote, but we'll vote on compulsory education. Hopefully we can get that pushed through Congress, or the Parliament, rather. Worker rights is not the best, but with all the rebellion lately, it'd probably be a good idea to not piss off our people even more. We can pressure Congress to agree to our proposal on mandatory schooling. It pulls really well the centrists and the social egalitarians, but the autocrats really are opposed to it. We'll let it happen. I think it'll pass. There's enough support from the egalitarians and the centrists, which make up most of our parliament, that I think we'll get it pushed through. So that's good. Uniform production methods. And we now have more modern uniforms too, which is fantastic. Southern Italy is such an issue right now. You know what we also need to work on that I haven't been working on? Navy. We can't go into ironclads yet. So we'll work on better corvettes. We need to get more modern vessels. We need to modernize our Navy. That's a really big issue. All of our Navy is pretty outdated right now. Like, we have a lot, and in a pinch, we could probably win a naval battle, but if it's a modern Navy we're fighting, we will get sunk in mass. Joy's gonna start the stream. Yeah, I know, Jay. Jay, you better start streaming too. I swear to Jesus. I'm gonna keep nagging you until you stream too, man. So I know you'll enjoy it. I mean, you used to, so you know. Let's react to the American Civil War. We'll give the Union our support. Let's offer an attaché as well. We have good relations with Abraham Lincoln, though I know our allies in Prussia don't care for him too much. Obviously, slavery is absolutely barbaric, so we will support him in his attempt to deal with these secessionists. Look up in the chat. He's one of my favorite rulers of the empire. Abdulaziz is supposed to be on the throne. He's one of my favorite rulers of the empire. Admiral Abdulaziz, grandfather Abdul Hamid. Yep. He was the Aziz family never got on the Ottoman throne though. That didn't happen. If I started helping Jordy, I might do it again since I'd basically be setting it up all again to show him. Yeah, definitely. I know he messaged me. He wants help from me after this stream, setting up streaming stuff with him, which I'll do. But I also gotta move some equipment for my aunt tonight and go to the gym, so I'll have to be quick. My aunt used to have this dog that basically like burrowed holes all throughout her yard, in her backyard, so it's really uneven. It's like kind of almost dangerous to walk on. So she got this machine that basically flattens out the soil, which is what I'm gonna be doing tomorrow. I'm gonna probably be up at like 6 or 7 a.m. tomorrow so that I can basically till the entire backyard before our Millennium Dawn game tomorrow. So, yeah. It'll be a long day. Hello!
This is Vice President... I can't pronounce his name. Hannibal Hamelin.
Good to be speaking with you. I thank you for taking a trip all the way to Torino. It is very far, and you are locked in an existential conflict.
Yes. Yes, it seems to be that the French are somewhat show sympathies towards the Confederates, which is why we're a bit worried about
the French are supporting the slavers.
Yeah, they said they are sympathetic towards the South, which is
that is very disturbing. Although I am not fully abreast of the issues of this insurrection, my understanding it is primarily an issue on slavery, correct?
Yes, I was voted in to settle the slavery matter, as we cannot have
something like serious.
Is this out of roleplay?
A little bit, because I'm getting annoyed.
Yeah, what's happening?
Man, every damn time, like, there's people... I mean, the roleplay is really not fun today for me. I would say it, because everyone say stuff that I'm doing, but I actually, like... I'm doing stuff, and I'm doing very little in this game.
That's
the
France?
most chill friends ever, but right now, there's just everyone, like, RPing in my... saying that I'm doing stuff, but I'm actually not doing it.
I know the Prussians out of roleplay are trying to antagonize you into a war so they can take Alsace-Lorraine, so that's probably what that is.
Now the thing with the Prussian, first thing I entered the game, like 1 month after, the Prussian just asked me to give Alsace-Lorraine when I
mean, it was historically, that was a contentious issue during this time period, so it makes sense, but they are going to push for a war with you because it's an expansionist Prussia, so you just have to,
I also want to say, like, there's a lot of stuff that I'm...
We can discuss this after the stream. Sound good, Edward?
Yeah.
Till later tonight? Yep. I understand.
Yes, right now we'll give you a little sit rep that's saying that right now the battles are very much bloody in all occurrences between the Confederate forces
Indeed.
and the Union forces. But we have heard reports that Prussia, the Germans, have sent guns to the Confederacy, which
They
we're
said that
currently
you
at
sent
odds.
guns to the Danes, so I believe it was in response to that.
Yes, but they might be a bit angry to know that we have seized.
As someone who is working very closely with the Prussians, I can say that they are fairly hostile towards your government. Vice President, I would suggest a trip to Berlin after your stay here in Torino would be very good for your government, as I think you have much work to do to ease relations with the Prussians and Bavarians after the Denmark issue.
We have, yes, we will be, as we also have, yes, that was left over from the Buchanan presidency, we believe. In other news, we have also enacted a full blockade of the Confederates. They will not be allowed, we will have agreed in gentlemanly to only allow diplomats and food and that exports out of the Confederacy.
Indeed.
Other than that, no ammunition or no cotton will be allowed to leave the South.
If you have cut them off, then it seems to me that you are playing a war of attrition, and over time you should be able to rout them.
Yes,
We're dealing with a similar situation in the south of Italy right now, though they have not formally declared their independence. We have our own insurrectionists that we are currently dealing with, so I understand your struggles.
Yes, we also, as the new government, recognize the Kingdom of Italy. We also recognize your control. I know it's. We also recognize you as the sole Italian nation of Italy.
We are thankful. You are, I believe, the first nation to recognize the Kingdom of Italy, and we will never forget that.
Yes, we are. We know that you are somewhat at odds with Austria. If you ever need to mediate a peace talk with Austria,
It's a very odd situation. We made it clear that Lombardy is Italian, and they go back and forth between wanting to make a deal and wanting to not make a deal. So we are very unsure, frankly, who we're dealing with. At this point, it seems that Austria is little more than a confederation of local municipalities pretending to be a nation.
Yes, if you need to offer peace talks, the US is not probably the place, but I can send envoys to both of you to see if you guys can maybe make an agreement.
We are appreciative.
If you need anything else, I'll be in DC while trying to...
Vice President, I would suggest you go to Berlin. It is pinnacle that you talk with them, so that is not an exacerbated issue. Because we have close ties with them, and we would not wish to see a conflict, obviously.
Sure, we will head there right now then.
Wonderful. Thank you, Vice President. I look forward to working continuously with a victorious American once you've dealt with these slavers.
We hope so.
Indeed. Clay is connecting. God damn it. We're gonna talk to the Swedes about a trade deal.
You do know that these guns...
Claes Gunther, do you have a moment? I wish to speak to you.
To me?
No, to Sweden.
Yes.
Minister Gunther, long ago, you approached Sardinia-Piedmont many years ago regarding a potential deal on lumber. I told you that our nation was industrializing, and when the time would come and we need it, we would talk to you. Well, sir, that time has come. Italy is industrializing, and we need lots of timber in order to fuel our industrialization. And of course, as promised, we approach you first.
Yes, that's very, very gracious of you, sir.
What manner of deal do you have in mind?
I'm thinking what type of, what exactly you're exporting, or what type of other deals we can make. We're currently...
We export steel, lots of coal, much timber of our own that does not compensate, and fabric.
Fabric, I guess we can import fabric, although we don't have a deficit as of now. I believe fabric will be a need in future, especially when we make more uniforms and such.
Indeed.
Although we're currently building a mine up in Falun, which will give about 5 more coal and iron, and we also have a steel industry. So we're currently having rather large exports of that as well.
Well,
so,
Minister, I do wish to negotiate a peace deal with you, but obviously we can't run a trade deficit. My parliament would be up in arms about such a proposal, as we are attempting to be a self-sufficient government, you understand.
Yes, of course, but perhaps some licenses from Sweden would like, or I can. Wait, let me see here. I could license equipment at FRP to compensate you back. So if you perhaps for each 2 units you buy, I'll license 1, which would give you civilian factories.
That would be reasonable.
Yes, I believe so as well.
One moment, just doing something. In that case, we will import 1 factory worth of timber from Sweden, and in response, actually, sorry, I will need more. We will import 3 factories worth of timber, and if you could import 3 factories worth of goods from us, we would be able to match that.
I said 2 for 1, but I can license produce 2 different lines from you.
Very well. In that case, we will import 2 factories from you in timber.
Yes. Let's see here. I license the early convoys and horses on track. That's very novel technology for Sweden.
Indeed. I hope you will use them. We do have modern uniforms if you would prefer those. I'm sure that they are better than the ones you currently have.
Oh, yes. Perhaps deny that and let me license produce something.
We do have modern militaries.
Yes, of course. You mean the 1864 uniform?
Indeed.
And early steam. Wait. The early steam train would cost 72. That's a bit much. And perhaps
we have infield rifles, but I assume that you do as well, as they are no longer cutting edge.
Yes, indeed. Sweden has been focusing mostly on artillery because we have.
We are attempting to modernize our own howitzers as well.
Yes. My military. My military has been focusing quite a lot on the 30 Years' War, and thusly they have focused on artillery.
I understand, but that was quite some time ago.
Yes, but they have had this renaissance in artillery thinking, giving me about 20% bonuses for artillery, which is quite...
Artillery is definitely in the future. It was what allowed us to win the War of the Austrians when we formed the Kingdom of Italy.
Yes, indeed.
Well, I am very glad to be working with Sweden, and glad that we could honor our promises to make a trade treaty with you. And I look forward to cooperating with your government in the future.
Likewise. It was
very well.
Good to speak with you.
You as well. We will speak again soon.
Yes, we will.
I missed a bunch of chat. What's up, Quindale Dingle? If you're still here, how's it going? Welcome back, Bruno. I am back. Oh God, we're Italy. Oh God, why? Well, because we united Italy. We united the Kingdom of Italy. Because of course we did. It was always where we were headed. I am not playing the Austrian Empire anthem. That is absolutely not happening, John. Not happening. There are enemies. We will not play their goddamn anthem. It will not happen. Industrializing Victorian era, Victorian army. Oh shit, man. Thank you for the gifted subs. I appreciate that. Very nice of you. Thank you, Unbelievable Bulb. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And all the times the Italians have lost and had bad tech and can't even make tanks, they had tankettes. But this game, you will find that Italy will be a very ferocious beast. We will be very powerful this game. I promise you that, or my name is not Camilo Bonzo de Cavour. Austrian intelligence service has taken away control of this USSR. Always wanted to play this mod. Did it get updated? Yes, it did, Innate. Let me send you a link to it. You have to use the GitHub version. Just download the zip and then put it in your mods folder and you can play it. The updated version's fantastic. Not enough steel or coal for machine part manufacturing. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that is really bad. We had to close one of our factories. We need more coal and iron. We don't have the resources needed for industrialization. I feel like at some point we'll probably have to get out of free trade. We're exporting too much of our resources. They can't win wars. I guess I have to play the Soviet anthem now. Absolutely not. The one thing I realized with strategy games like Paradox games, which makes every nation so strong compared to real life, is it just takes out the human aspect and every country is working for its best interest. True. They're not inefficient like they are in real life. That's the big issue. And thank you for the follow, Nate. Yep. Enjoy it, man. It's a great mod. It's a fantastic fucking mod, so. All right, we'll do a poll for this one. Extreme wing victory, left wing victory, or right wing victory. So that's, we can basically have a general takeover government. We can have a liberal reforms, or we can go with basically the creation of, I think, a non-monarchy republic government. So congratulations, everyone in chat is now a member of the Kingdom of Italy. You are all citizens now. So you will get to decide the future for our next year. Congratulations, you are all now voters. So you can go to the polls and decide the next election for us. We're gonna work on the agricultural focus while we do that. Agriculture has been a key part of the Italian life since the beginning of time. Though there are still many issues the farmers of Italy face, there are many opportunities for improvement to their lives. Hell yeah. We need to work on moving away from an agricultural economy and industrialize. Super militaristic warrior Italy. Well, show it in the polls then. I think this is the end of Cavour's leadership. It is, yeah. Our tree bugged out, so we don't get to do this stuff, which is gonna kind of fuck us a little bit, but it'll be fun. A synonymous agreement. Yeah, I think everyone here wants a right-wing victory, so. What's up, Emanon? Hope you're doing well. How'd that test go, Emanon? I hope you did well on it, man. I'm sure you did, but hope everything's good after that test. Takes so long to build factories, it's absolutely ridiculous. I remember that 1940 super militaristic Italy didn't work out so well. Yeah, but to be fair, there was the competition between the incompetent generals and admirals, and Mussolini was not the most competent leader of Italy ever. The vote is rigged and the Austrian observers don't approve of this unfair referendum. Thankfully, Italy doesn't give a fuck about what the Austrians think, so let me counter with that. John and his usual bias towards the Austrians. Good to see that that's still in full effect. The vote doesn't care about Austrians. We are military boys. Agreed. Fuck the Austrians. The centrists and the conservatives are very powerful. I'm trying to think what we can even do at this point. Oh, we can get an advisor. Consumer good reduction and research feed, absolutely. We have appointed Luigi Cabrario to our cabinet. He's a numismatist. I don't know what that is, but apparently he's very smart, and that's what matters. Let him with Lasciamo Camillo con le suoi amanti finalmente in pace. Which means I live there, but fuck them. Like, yeah, that's about right, man. We got Luigi, boys. We leave Camillo with his mistresses, finally in peace. Did he have a bunch of mistresses? Wait, was he like a... Hold up, let me go to his Wikipedia page. Right wing. Yeah, no surprises there. Fucking Goomba stomped their skulls. Nice. Nice. He was a count, actually. I didn't realize that. All right, mistress. Let's look it up. Oh, yeah. Cavourse is Karamazin, the famous beauty photographic artist and secret agent, to further interest in the Italian unification with the emperor by whatever means possible. And by all accounts, she succeeded, famously becoming the mistress of Napoleon. We had a This man got his cousin to become Napoleon III's fucking mistress so that he could get him to... I need to read about this man. He seems ridiculous. Bro, what? Anyway, 69% of the vote voted right wing. Nice. Hell yeah. Those are some good numbers. We'll get to do a right wing victory before the end of this game, and we'll continue it next week. We can move towards a war of the Austrians. I think it's actually almost required that we go to war of Austria, so we'll see. We have a lot more soldiers than they do, I think. Let's look. Tough to say. They actually looks like they probably do have more soldiers than us. Let's get some more divisions out then. Get some light infantry. We'll recruit 10 divisions of light infantry in preparation for a possible war of the Austrians. We need to obviously militarize and be prepared for anything. We can make steel mills when we're done with that. We're making blast furnaces. After agricultural focus, we'll do right-wing victory, and then we'll do the general takes his place, and then we'll finish our agricultural overhaul before we go into industrialization, which will make us very powerful. I forgot how hot this Thai food is. I mean, Austrian food, yes. A true Austrian intelligence agent in Italy must go to the Austrian restaurants instead of the disgusting Italian food in occupied Lombardy. Disgusting Italian food. This man has lost his mind. Why is the right-wing focus left at the left side compared to the left-wing focus? Don't question it. We shall hand the criminals with spaghettis. We shall bomb them with meatballs. Oh, a Polish insurrection. Wow. The January uprising. Let's hope Alexander II is ready. We'll get Urbano Ratazzi as well on our cabinet. He's an experienced minister, so we'll do that. Polska Goromi. Wonderful. Howitzers. Let's go for improved howitzers. We'll do rifled howitzers next. We need better, more modern artillery for our divisions. And howitzers are very powerful in this mod. Did you look at Austria's military? Do you feel that they have a better military? It's tough to say because division count doesn't necessarily mean division quality, but for the most part, I think that they are a little bit superior than us. Then again, in an event of a war of Austria, they'd be fighting the Bavarians and the Prussians too, who are obviously quite strong. So we'll see. Given another 10 years, we'll be much stronger militarily than the Austrians though. Also, our navy will absolutely destroy them, allowing for naval invasions if we want to do that as well. So we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. I mean, the Brothers' War should be coming up. Yeah, not too long. All right, right-wing victory. Let's do it. All right, we're gonna do another poll too. Everyone in chat is now an advisor to the king and the government of Italy. So you'll have to give advice and vote on the future in one regard. Do you ever host public HOI games? Yeah, all the time. All the games we host in the server, including this one, are public. You just needed to show up for it today. So yeah, we run multiplayer games every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and sometimes more than that too. So yeah, all the info is in the Discord server, !Discord to get the link. And yeah, all the games are open. We just ask that you read the rule set and you roleplay. Those are only 2 requirements. You don't have to be good at the games. You just have to try and roleplay. That's it. But yeah, all right. Everyone is an advisor for the government of Italy right now, so feel free to speak your mind to the leaders of Italy in regards to our future and our ambitions. And the Austrian spies should be presented before the new Italian police commissar. Take the positioning bonus. You will never catch me, Copper. Buongiorno, what's up, Rinbei? How's it going? Man, Ottoman Empire has so many puppets, it's ridiculous. If we want to go after Northern Africa, we'd have to contend the Ottomans, which would be very brutal. If we go after Southern Africa, we'd have to contend the British to a degree. There's some open territory there. South America would put us up against the Brazilians, who was a player, but I guess he left. The Caribbean would gain the ire of the Americans. And Asia, we'd probably be pretty open. There's not a lot of contention for Asia, except obviously the Spanish and the British and the Dutch, I guess, but, you know. There's already been a lot of colonization. Hello there!
I'm going to end the game right here.
Sounds good. Let's call it.
Yes.
I'm gonna grab the save too, just in case.
Yep.
Hammer.
Yep.
Look who sent volunteers to CSA. Look who it is. Look what nation it is.
Liberia sent volunteers to the Confederate States of America. That is so fucking cursed. That is so fucking cursed.
So Liberia had. I got an option to like financially help them. I financially helped them, hoping they would maybe send like a regiment to, you know, fight for the North. You know what Lincoln's fighting for. No, they send it to the South. It's cursed because you know that Liberia was like a place where US, like, you know,
Christ,
put a lot, like, dumped free slaves in. It was meant to be like, you know.
Well, that's depressing and a horrible note to end on, but wonderful. All right, we will continue this next Friday. Just a heads up.
Yes.
Let me show you the funniest thing in this game.
How you go top brand.
Sounds good.
Look at this.
I'm gonna get a $1 million launched up. We're gonna keep going with that Nigeria single player game, guys, next. So let me change that.
Hammurabi, before you leave. Look at my screen.
Let's see. That's a rotating portrait. What the fuck? Hold on, let me show this to stream really quickly. Guys, look at this advisor the French get. Can you see it?
That man is spinning.
He's just spinning, man.
He's been spinning for the whole game.
God damn it.
Dude, like I freaking at the start of the game, okay, fuck. I pick friends. I look at the advisor and then I see this.
Fuck.
I have no idea what that is, but man.
That's fucking hilarious. Alright, I'm gonna dip. I'm gonna go continue single player. Tristan, thank you for hosting. I appreciate it as always, man.
No problem. See you later, man.
See you, man. Alright. We're gonna switch gear and continue with our Millennium Dawn single player game as Nigeria. We changed the title. And for folks who are interested, we will continue this next Friday. If you have the verified roleplay role in the Discord, you're able to join this game. This is like our first game that is going to be only for verified role players. Normally all our games are open to everyone, but this is the first verified roleplay only game, and I think it went pretty fucking well. So this was awesome. All right, Nigeria, Millennium Dawn. There we go. And we need to switch music. That advisor looks dizzy. Yeah, he's been spinning for like 10 years, or about as long as we played, so yeah. I'm sure he's very, very dizzy. Let's find a new playlist of music. We can play the Millennium Dawn music for the beginning while I find something. As I played last time around. Okay. Northern Africa. All right. When we return next Friday and continue this game, we are going to have to contend the Ottoman Empire and try and take holdings in Northern Africa. It'll be very difficult, but theoretically possible. So we're going to be going up against the Ottomans. That'll be interesting. And Napoli, right, Imina? I think it was Napoli. Yeah, I had a pizza in Napoli when I visited there, when I traveled in Europe. It was horrible because it made like all pizza I've had since just fucking not taste good. Like the difference between a good Napoli pizza and whatever the fuck it is we make here is just, it's ridiculous. I kind of almost regret having that pizza because like now I know what it can be. I know it sounds like so like, oh, you went to Italy and you love the food. Dude, it's just so fucking good. Like that pizza I had in Napoli, I dream about that shit, dude. Like, it sounds very fat ass, and it probably is, but holy shit, it was just so fucking good, dude. It's one of those like, what's it called, brick oven fired pizzas. It was just on another level, man. Kinda, not for sure. Want to go to Italy and Europe in general. Yeah, John, Europe's fantastic. I love Italy. Italy is expensive to travel in, but the food is amazing. The people are like fairly friendly. They're not like the most friendly, but they're friendly enough. And obviously the history is just incredible, including the culture. So Italy's fantastic, but it is very expensive to travel there. When I've done a lot of traveling, and the place I spent the most money per day was in Italy ever. Partly because like I would always eat out because it was Italy, and like the food was just so fucking good. And normally I don't do that, but still. It was expensive as fuck, man. I have no regrets at all, but it was expensive. Not yet, prototype. We're close. We are close. We're currently role-playing a democratic Nigeria, but we are going to let Boko Haram take power. So the ending of this game is going to be very dark, I do warn you. Come to Wales? We'll feed you too much and have many ales. Wait, TARDIS, you live in Wales? I thought you lived in England. I know that's going to be very insulting if you're Welsh, but for some reason I thought you lived in England. I didn't know you were Welsh, man. What part of Wales do you live in? Wales is fucking nice. I went to Cardiff. That was really cool. People in Wales are super fucking friendly, but I don't know. I had one meal there and it was not that good, but it's not like I have a large sample size. Damn, historical RP of this mode would be awesome. For what, Proto? For Millennium Dawn? We do Millennium Dawn multiplayer roleplays every Saturday. We'll be continuing our latest game tomorrow at 12:15 Eastern. So, yeah. Southern Welsh Valley is just north of Swansea near Neath. Oh, nice, Tardis. I have a friend. Well, I used to have a friend. She's a good friend of mine, Chloe. She was from Swansea. And I never actually went there. I went with her to Cardiff. We hung out there for a day, but I never got to go into the Wales proper. Next time I go and visit my dad's a professor. He lives in Edinburgh. Next time I go there, I want to take a trip down and go hike in Snowdonia. Have you ever been out to Snowdonia? I assume you have. It's your national park there. It looks fucking nice. I would love to hike there. It looks so pretty. Yeah, Proto, we do Millennium Dawn role-playing multiplayer games every Saturday. So, yes, we do those. And in my single-player games for Millennium Dawn, I do like a light amount of roleplay. I do a little bit, but it's not too intense. But if you want to see some good Millennium Dawn roleplay, watch the Saturday games. Those are very, very solid. So we get a solid amount of people. We get some great role players. It's a lot of fun. And you're of course always welcome to participate if you'd like. They're open to everyone. So yeah, Millennium Dawn takes forever to load now. The hotfix that they did made Millennium Dawn load so slowly for me now. I had a friend from Basel, Switzerland. Nice. Who will win, Red Sox or Tampa Bay? Oh, I don't follow baseball enough to know what teams are good anymore. The entire place is gorgeous. The national parks are famous for good reason, but Wales is one of those places where you'll turn a corner and just go, whoa, yeah. Yeah, the pictures I've seen of Snowdonia and what like I heard from like my Welsh friends was just, it sounds incredible. So next time I take a trip to Europe, or next time I go visit my dad in Scotland, I'm going to definitely take a trip down there. It'd be a lot of fun. I planned on doing it last time I went to Europe on my last European trip a couple of years ago, but I ended up doing the, what's it called? The Hadrian's Wall Trail. So that's where you hike along Hadrian's Wall. I did that instead of going to Snowdonia, which it was great, but I need to actually go there. Alrighty. Where were we? There we go, Nigeria. Do you have any good recommendations for flights to Europe? They're so expensive now. Yeah, I mean, like the cost of them are going up. Always use, the site I always used to use is Skyscanner, but I know it's not so good now. It used to be that Skyscanner was like the best place to get tickets, but I know that's not the case anymore, so it's been a while, man, I'll be honest. I'm Italian. In winter I go to Trentino to ski. In summer I go to Maratea on beaches. I feel very lucky. I mean, Italy's got a bit of everything, you know. What's the skiing like up in the north of Italy? I'd love to do that. I used to be really good at skiing. I just can't afford to do it anymore. It's really expensive. Like when I was younger, I skied a lot. My dad and my mother, actually my parents met skiing, funnily enough. They met on a ski trip together, so we skied a lot when I was a kid. I was pretty good. It's been so long since I've done it, probably 5 or 6 years, but I don't know if I'd still have that muscle memory. Welsh people love American tourists too. It's all good fun trying to get you to speak the language and to try our traditions out. When I visited my Welsh buddies, they were living in, what's it called? Bristol at the time. Was it Bristol? Yeah, Bristol. They did that. They tried to get me to say Welsh words. It didn't go very well, as you, I am sure, very well know. I mean, I can barely pronounce, like, weird American words, let alone fucking the Welsh language, so I'm sure it was very entertaining for them. 1 day, €60 Sky Pass. That's not bad. But what a mountain? Hell yeah. That's up in the, what's your mountain range called in the north? I mean, obviously the Alps, but do you have like you have your own name for like your mountain range in Italy? I forget what it is though. So we move at D, right? I forget. If you fly from a European country to another European country, it's cheap, but getting outside is a lot. Yep, absolutely. All right. Just to update you on what we were doing last time. When we left off last time, Muhammadu Buhari's strongman government had replaced the previous one under Obasanjo. Buhari has chosen to go down the rapid industrialization route, leading to widespread water shortages and very dangerous situation for the Delta. Although the pirates have been dealt with to the south of Abuja in the Delta rivers, our nation is quickly going close to a humanitarian crisis as our water supplies dwindle, as we increase our farming lands, which we cannot sustain, and we continue to rapidly industrialize our country. As such, there has been a falling out with the northern region of Nigeria, and the extremist forces there are beginning to organize, which could spell many issues for our government in the future. So we are walking a tightrope here, and we'll need to be very careful. The pirates will never be dealt with. We shall come back, arg. John, are you just like everything who's against me today? I swear. Like you were last time you played Austria and lost me die to that giant European gangbang alliance in that fucking casual game when you just watched me almost die like that, I assume. Solomon Islands did dirty? How do you mean, Frodo? We have all the powerful rum? John's just role-playing a pirate today. Like he was role-playing those Austrian pirates earlier. Alright, I'm trying to remember what I was doing last time. We are starting to militarize a little bit to deal with the rebels, so we will get a couple military advisors here. We'll get an org advisor, and then we'll get a combat training advisor. Since we want our army to be ready for any insurrectionists we might have to deal with. Let's work a bit on de-radicalization. I was defending Europe against the Soviet hordes that we all agreed to. Indeed. All All right, so in a minute, when we're done with our current focus, we'll go down the religious divide. We'll go to a new wave of extremism, and then we're going to go with Boko Haram when they rise, which will be pretty depressing. Or declare a West African caliphate. We voted on the political pass last time we were playing this save, and everyone voted on going Boko Haram, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to end up getting killed probably by the US or Europe, so we'll see how this ends up going. Maybe a very sad ending. They signed defending pacts with China. Interesting. Yeah, we're gonna go down that route, John. It was voted for last time. And I need to get my AC working tonight. This is gonna be brutal. Is the weather gonna get warmer or colder? I really hope that we go cold again for a little while. It's gonna go up tomorrow. Oh my god, that's gonna be horrible. I need to get my yard work done in the morning before it gets too hot. Otherwise, that'll be brutal. Yeah, I miss the cold too, John. I mean, when it gets, I'd rather be really cold than really hot, because heat you can't get rid of unless you got good AC. Unfortunately. More ghost subs. Those aren't real. That's a ghost. I keep getting those fake notifications. I do not know why. As you can see, I'm just sweating horrendously right now. I would highly suggest shaving. Fuck no. Maybe you just want to see me without a beard. I will suffer through all of summer with this fucking beard. You're not gonna get me to shave that easily. I want a giant beard like actual Hammurabi had. That's what I'm going for. So nothing will stop me from doing that. That's from YouTube? What's from YouTube, Innate? What do we want to do with our political power right now? We did most of our reforms, so we got rid of all of our corruption. One of the biggest projects for Buhari, which we actually completed before the end of our last session of this game, was our anti-corruption campaign. We started out with level 9 corruption. We got it down to 1, which is fantastic. We're in an economic boom. We've basically funded most of what we want to fund for now. We're not going to obviously increase social spending, because we do have the money for it, but Buhari is a strong man, so he won't do things like that. Oh, the sub. Really? Is that a thing? That can't be a thing, because like whenever I get those notifications, they're not often enough. Like my YouTube channel is growing fast enough. We'd be getting those notifications a lot more often. So I don't think that's what it is. I don't think. Because some days like I'll get like a ridiculous amount of YouTube subs, and then like I'll only hear 1 or 2 of those notifications. So that can't be what it is. I don't think, at least. Well, Millennium Dawn just crashed. Fuck. Keeping corruption at 3, that does give you a nice little bit of political power, to be fair, so I understand. Hold on a sec, let me relaunch Millennium Dawn. It just crashed. You know, the 1.6.2 update, which just came out, it was supposed to be like a stability patch, but it honestly made the game more unstable from what I've noticed, which is interesting. I mean, there's no way the mods would, I'm sure the devs would have known that, but it is unfortunate. That's because my government name that just popped up. Really, it ain't? Huh. That's strange. Huh, well, okay. Well, thank you for the YouTube sub, I guess, but that's weird. I wonder what makes that happen. I've looked it up a couple times. I can't find anything on it. We'll see now. I subbed in YouTube. All right, let's see if we hear it. Nope. Nope. So that must not be it. That's weird. Government name like real name? Yes, that's what he means. Should load quicker this time since we've already loaded it today. Hopefully. Oh, Oh, wait. I heard it. Did it go? I can't see the screen. I'm locked into Millennium Dawn screen right now. Did it pop up? I heard the sound, so that must be what it is. That's weird. It doesn't do all of them then. Okay, we're back in. That's me. Swear to God, Mage. All right, well, I guess it is YouTube substance. That's interesting. It doesn't compensate for all of them though. So I wonder if it's like when you go from Twitch to YouTube and then you sub, maybe that's what it does or something. I don't know, but it's odd. We're working on new IFEs. We're currently modernizing the military. Buhari is working on doing major military reforms in Nigeria to combat the rising terrorist organizations in the north of Nigeria. So we are making preparations to deal with that. You need a refund on my Wi-Fi. How come, photographers, are not working for you? Looking good. We're doing a lot of foreign investment. Let's do this one. I like this playlist a little bit more. Investment offer from Germany. Wonderful. More investment from the Germans. Under, I believe, Merkel. No, Schroeder's still in power. It's 2004. Boko Haram is up to 17% support. That's not good to hear. There is a lot of rebellious action currently in the northern provinces, which is leading to Buhari continuing to militarize. Let's increase police funding to compensate for this. I believe we can afford it. Yep, we're running a very solid surplus here. All right, now that the northern factories are done, we are ready to begin to deal with the religious divide. Nigeria is fraught with religious tension and violence. The people remain split between the Christian and Islamic faiths. The division in the country needs a solution, or we may face serious consequences. The decision we will define generations to come, and we're going to side with the Muslim group so that we can put Boko Haram in power, because that is what folks voted for last time. Yep. Yeah, demand a refund. I'm sure the corporation definitely will accept that. Source Overlord will be released May 12th. Hell yeah. That's cool. Hopefully we get an MP game for that, because I definitely can't afford that DLC. So hopefully we can run some MP games for that so I can play it. That'd be cool. Fuck yeah. There's an Iberian flavor pack coming out for CK3 in the end of May as well. The Iberian one, which will be right before our grand campaign. So hopefully we'll have to figure out how to deal with that. Hopefully the translator can update before them. Just a reminder, we are doing a grand campaign this summer starting June 4th. I know a lot of you know that already, but we will be doing a roleplay multiplayer grand campaign from CK3 all the way through Stellaris, including obviously HOI4, Victoria 2, and HOI. So if you're interested, details are in the Discord. But the issue with the Iberian culture update is that it might cause issues with the translator from CK3 to EU4. So I'm hoping that the culture pack won't absolutely destroy the save translator. Otherwise, we'll have some problems with that grand campaign. So fingers crossed that that's all right. Investment offer from the UK as well. Wonderful. We're getting a lot of investment right now, which is exactly what we need with our developing our economy. Apparently, those countries do not see the radicalization issues that we're facing as enough of a deterrent to not invest with us, which is fantastic. We've got enough income right now that we've been doing a lot of forward investment, but we've been all doing it in our neighbors. So we've been investing in Benin, Cameroon, places like that. So we'll continue to do that. Speaking of which, let's do some investments into Ghana. We're developing Western Africa. Now that our economy has grown so much, as we are one of the quickest growing economies on the planet, it is our duty as a democratically elected nation that is responsible for much of the Western Africa's economic development, that we invest in Western Africa and in our neighboring countries, both for stability in the region and for the future of Nigeria's to be powered as one of Africa's greatest economies. Wow, we're getting so much international investment. That's ridiculous. I almost don't want to build a nuclear program, because if we're playing Boko Haram and I keep saying buzzwords, I'm gonna get another fucking NSA agent watching me, and there's already so many. So kind of don't want to do that, you know. Don't want to poke the bear, so to speak. We deployed a unit in Kano. I think at this point we need to deploy units in all of the major cities in the north. Deploy them in all the major cities so we have garrisons to deal with any rebels that might happen there. Creation of Greater Syria. So Syria went with Maher al-Assad this game, and it looks like they have formed Greater Syria. Did they take Iraq? No, they didn't. He hasn't taken anything yet, but he has gone with the Greater Syria path, which will allow him to invade basically all of the Middle East. I played that path before. It's a lot of fun. It's very difficult, though, especially if Iraq got puppeted by the Americans, which in this timeline, I believe it did. Let's take a look. Yeah, it's puppeted by the Americans. We can't get any vehicle companies because they're all really mediocre. So work on getting better military schools. That's a good step since we are modernizing our military, obviously. Make sure we get up to modern officer schools. I mentioned how hot it is. Fuck. Actually don't have the trucks we need. Are we not producing trucks? I could have sworn we were. No, we only have one mill, so we can't. Okay. We will have to build some military factories soon. I had avoided doing them for quite some time, but it is necessary now, after we built the dockyards that we need, of course. I wanted us to build a navy as Nigeria, and we will attempt to do that, though it is not easy, because we have none to start off. Well, we have 2 ships, I think, right? Yeah, we have 2 ships, so not much to build a navy off of, to be honest. We'll be going with decentralized warfare. We don't really have the industry to do metric-centric warfare, so we'll do the middle path, which is a little bit easier on our resources. Good. Process of building those up. Okay. Now we wait. So we'll do Nigerian sects, teach the Quran, we'll contract Boko Haram, we'll convert the Christians, and then we'll get a new wave of extremism. It'll take us a couple of years, though. This doesn't happen quickly. Oh my god, hell nah. What the fuck, man? Get your ass out of here. What do you mean photographer? What are you talking about? I would have liked to have helped in that game, but I was worried the Soviets were going to try to push if everyone in Europe was distracted in the war and started RP going to fight Poland, which is under the Austrian king. Also, I had good relations with both sides until the US started threatening my country and defending Europe against the Soviets. To be fair, John, that wasn't a roleplay game, though. Like, Germany wasn't really roleplaying. Like, they just, like, hyper-fixated and warred me with, like, a huge faction. So, it's not like there was really much roleplaying going at the end of that game. Like, the first hour of that game, we roleplayed, but after that, John, the roleplay wasn't really there. If we're being real. It turned into a casual game. Here we go. This is when the NSA agents are going to join, so hello there. The Quran is a timeless book. It was given to humanity to illustrate the proper way of living and the harsh reality if we are not to live to the book. The younger generation must know its teachings. So we're going to be pushing the Quran onto people. It's a meme. Oh, I gotcha. I guess, but I try to roleplay when I can. That's fair. I tried to too, but when games degenerate into casual games, like I stopped typically roleplaying. Like, I mean, I kind of stopped roleplaying in that France game because there wasn't really any roleplay there. I mean, to be fair. I mean, like, the UK kept roleplaying, you kept roleplaying, but like the German section stopped roleplaying, and like Panzer stopped roleplaying too. So, yeah, it happens though. We're building a lot of factories in our neighbors. We're getting a lot of investment into us. It's a shame that the war between you and Germany took up pretty much the entire game. I didn't really like that. That's not what I wanted out of that game. Like, it was interesting in the end because I managed to hold off of Germany's whole fucking faction, which was ridiculous. I held off a medium tank Germany of a united Poland, Lithuania, a united Scandinavian Empire, and Italy on their back, while also fighting off United Kingdom with only a strong navy and a strong air force. I had basic infantry the whole game, so it was kind of cool in that I actually managed to like not die, but like it was supposed to be a roleplay game and it wasn't, and yeah, I didn't love that. Okay, we'll do more investments in our neighbors. We can fund some more stuff. The first thing to do is increase the social safety net and provide free emergency treatment for our citizens, which will increase the quality of life. After that, let's invest some more into our neighbors. Some more of these. We have modern trains. At least we have modern trains. That's something, I guess. We have 1995 trains. That's only 10 years behind, when all of our other tech is literally decades and decades and decades behind. Just good. Damn it. There we go. Nigerian sex. Islam in Nigeria can trace its roots to the great Malian Empire. Islam, however, does not only take on the face of Sunni in Nigeria, it is divided amongst many sects, including Shia, Salafism, the Qadis, the Sufis, and others as well. So there's a mechanic for Nigerian Millennium Dawn that basically dictates whether or not they're balanced, whether they're more Christian, or whether they're more Muslim. And we're obviously going to go with that, so. We have to do all these, don't we? Yep. What'd you think, photographer? Let me see what it is. Oh, it's the meme you're talking about. I'm not gonna blast that on stream, but yeah, nice, man. Small fish in a big pond. We are seeing complaints that many large corporations are intentionally buying their smaller competitors only to shut them down and prevent competition. Many are afraid that large corporations are working in unison to achieve cartel and control the markets. Buhari is a strong man, so he wouldn't really care. So we'll say it's just business. Oh, NATO expansion. Albania and Croatia just joined. I am debating ending stream right now. I want to go try and fix my AC unit, and I need to help like till the backyard. I know I keep putting off this Nigeria game, but there is some shit I probably should go do tonight. I'm gonna call stream here. Guys, I did say I would go with Nigeria. I know I said it last time too, but I am very tired because it's so fucking hot. I need to fix my AC unit, which is not working, which is why I've just been sweating for the last almost 6 hours. and I also need to go till the entire backyard. So we will call it here tonight. We'll go find someone to raid, and I will be back streaming tomorrow, of course. So thank you all for watching as usual. Let's go find someone to raid right now. I could keep streaming, but I just have to do more shit tomorrow morning, and I don't want to do that, so. Okay. Let's see who is streaming. Oh, Lucky Marine. Lucky Marine streaming. He raided me way back in the day with Creamy Lou. I haven't seen that guy in fucking forever. Let's go raid him. I've never returned that favor, so let's go raid him. He seemed like a really nice guy. I don't know him too well. He's friends with Creamy Lou, so he has to be solid. We're gonna go raid this guy. He raided me way back in the day when I was a tiny streamer. Him and Creamy Lou both raided me at the same time. It's pretty wild. When I was like a 3 average viewer streamer, it's pretty wild. But anyway, all right, guys. So we're gonna go raid this guy. Tomorrow we have William Dawn Roleplay. That's gonna be starting at 12:15 Eastern, open to everyone. It is the second game session. We will be continuing as Abyssinia, the Kingdom of Abyssinia, aka Ethiopia, in that game. And then tomorrow night we're gonna be continuing probably one of our Stellaris roleplays, but we'll see. So hope you guys enjoyed. And if you want to keep watching the End of a New Beginning, I will be making a YouTube episode out of this probably later next week, and then we'll be continuing the next game next Friday. So all right, guys, thanks for watching. Have a good night.